Hello and welcome to the AG7. I am your host, Mr. Coolmite, and joining me are two illustrious analysts. We've got CCP Overload and Nova Terroran. Nova, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I also don't think I've ever been called illustrious before, so I'm very happy with that and even more excited about some tournament matches. Finally, it's been a while.
Perfect. And you, Mr. Overload, Mr. CCP?
I'm doing great, thank you. Thank you for having us. It's nice to be here on the analyst side. Going to follow your direction closely, Mr. Host. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely fine. We thought you did an amazing job during the AT last year, so we thought we'd bring you back for the analyst role this time. We have a day of very, very interesting and fun matches coming up. Shouldn't be too long before we reach into the first one. So, introducing our two teams, we've got Chateau d'Alasol, which I'm sure I've butchered, and Dracaris going up against each other. Have you guys had any chance to take a look at the rule changes, anything like that?
Rule changes specifically, I'm not sure. I mean, the thing I was specifically excited about, I think, is one of the hallmarks of this specific format, at least compared to AT, is one, 7v7. And two, it's the fact that we have reverse tie-dye after 7 minutes if things have not made it very clear which team is going to be taking it down. So it's if a team is not ahead by 25 or more points, then you go into a reverse tie-dye situation where it actually ramps up as well. So it gets faster and faster very quickly for remaining 3 minutes there. I think that looks pretty fun. I think we'll be seeing some fast action.
And
Fun,
Mr.
fun.
Overload, that leaves you with the other biggest rule change. Is at the top of the notable changes from Mega Game 6, if you've got that up.
I do not have that up.
God damn it. All right, it's fine. Okay,
Uh,
so teams can now use up to 200 points instead of the original 150 as well. So there's better point changes for individual ships to help with the balancing.
I'm expecting to see quite a lot of different comps this time. Basically, we're watching some teams in practice as well. There's been a lot of looks like viable archetypes that we can see. I think specifically, I don't know if I've already mentioned it, but I wanted to call out the reverse tie-dye at the end as well. Normally in Alliance tournament, unless it's bang on even, it's end of the match. The fact that we have this system where if it's not clearly obvious that one team is going to win, even though they're maybe ahead on points, if they're not ahead on points by enough, it's still going to go into reverse tie-dye. And let me tell you, reverse tie-dye, perfect opportunity to fuck up everything you've been planning for the last 7 minutes. So I expect to see some spaghetti flying all over the arena when things start to go faster and faster.
All right, well, with that out of the way, with these two big changes, let's take a look at the bands.
Ooh.
Perfect. So the red team, the Chateau de la Sol, has banned the Curse, the Thalia, the Deacon, the Sleipnir, and the Celestis. And Dracaris have banned the Maulus, the Caries, the Zarm, the Guardian, and the Armageddon. So, Nova, do any bands currently stand out to you here?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it's kind of interesting to see virtually all of the notable damp ships are out here. Maulus, Caries, and Celestis all going away. It was Dracaris banning out both Maulus and Caries, and interesting Soto de la Sol banning the Celestis there. So I guess both teams saying we don't want to see any ships reducing that lock range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
damps
stand
are
out to
very
me.
powerful, but they're very, very powerful in this format because there's just less ships. There's only 7, so like one carries can really control a number of ships and force you to commit quite heavily, and that can be pretty bad depending on the position you're in. Especially if your logistics ship is further out, for example. Slap a whole bunch of damps on them. Suddenly they can't rep. You kill the thing that is shooting. I think the Zarm and Guardian bans are also quite interesting. Like a lot of Logi has been removed from the field here with the Talia Deacon and then the Zarm Guardian. Almost all armor has been banned in terms of.
Yeah,
You can
it
still bring
does
in a
look like
Neuros,
they're
obviously, but
does look like they're pushing towards the shield meta here. But, the match is just about ready. So we're going to throw it to the arena for your commentators, Nova and Virion. Oh,
Should be up. I'm
never
seeing
mind.
fancy on my side.
Never mind, no one's in the arena, so we're going to come back and we're going to stare at our wonderful faces for a little bit until I see
This
ships
is what the
actually
people
land.
crave, really.
This is what the people crave. We've got some fancy
Yeah.
shirts going on. We've got, some illustrious face hair. This is a great time. One of the ships that I actually did want to ask you about, CCP Overload, was the Curse.
Yep.
In every single tournament we have ever seen, the Curse has always been banned. Could you tell our viewers why that is?
Just tradition at this point. There's no real reason to ban it other than tradition. But if there was a reason, it would be because it's such a powerful weapon disruption ship. Obviously, it has newts. People know the curse mainly for the newts, and it is powerful with that. But the main reason you would ban it in a tournament setting is the weapon disruption. It can just mess up all of your application on both missiles and on turrets, depending on how you choose to stack it. You sometimes see it paired with a pilgrim ban. If you really, really, really want to remove it, it is a lot of points to bring a curse, so you are really building around it. But chances are, if you're bringing it, you're going to be, committing heavily to that E-War system.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's throw it back to the arena as the teams are now just landing. Is what the people crave. We've got some fancy.
Welcome to the arena. You were just seeing me over there in the analyst desk, but now I'm also here in the arena, joined by Virian Stoneshard for this very first match. Virian, what are we seeing entering grid?
It looks like
Virian, what are we seeing entering grid?
It looks like we have a load of damage versus the Amarian brick wall with an Abaddon, that's a lot of armor, Apocalypse Navy issue. Not the tankiest ship, but still, that's a lot of armor, a lot of laser damage, which you typically don't want to see when you're in
definitely
a
the
bunch
case.
of,
I mean, I
shields.
like the looks of a Hamrush
No,
here.
it's definitely the case. I mean, I like the looks of a Hamrush here. Looks pretty aggressive, pretty fast. You can see a pretty sizable attack bar for both teams here, though, their setups. And I like the power that the conflagration ammo type has on those Mega Pulse lasers, so this should be a pretty cool one.
Yeah, certainly all of the ships on the are fairly vulnerable to EM, except for the Loki. On the Drakkar side are fairly vulnerable to EM, except for the Loki with a high resist. So this is going to be sketchy. And let's start in 3, 2,
underway
1.
here, and it looks like our red team of Soto
underway here, and it looks like our red team of Soto do Sol is starting to pull back. That makes a lot of sense. You definitely want those ham boats to have to pull into you there, and we're going to see who can apply some more DPS faster here. It should be a pretty fast one, all things considered.
They are doing the right thing in pulling away, but unfortunately the idea of pulling away with an Abaddon doesn't really exist. They're webbed down, but the Drake Navy issue already 60% shields going down to 50.
It's taking a lot of damage very quickly, but I'm expecting to see a ton of damage going onto the red side.
Taking a lot of damage very quickly, but I'm expecting to see a ton of damage going onto the red side here. Abaddon immediately getting chunked down into armor. It's interesting that that is the first target here, given that it is a very tanky boat. Notably, only one plate allowed on it, though, so that maybe does make it a little bit more approachable as a target.
Underneath the guns of the Abaddon, it looks like the Drake Navy actually managed to get underneath the guns of the Abaddon for a hot second there and was tanking, but he's now starting to take chunks of damage again. They are halfway through the Abaddon, though, and those are that's one of the They are halfway through the Abaddon, though, and those are that's one of the two big DPS ships. If you get the Abaddon off the grid. The problem is, the longer they're shooting into this Abaddon, the more time the Rediva has to start spooling up its damage. Oh, and they managed to web down the Rediva and are swapping over to it now.
Yeah, I like that. If they're able to get rid of
immediately.
Yeah, if they can get rid of that Rediva really quickly, it's going to be so hard for the armor comp to come back here. It looks like they might be trading for a Drake Navy. That is a substantial chunk of DPS, but Logi does go down. It's going to be so much easier now to chew through these remaining battleships.
It's a lot of DPS, but I think it is the right choice. Chewing through an Abaddon with Rediva reps is nearly impossible. Unfortunately, now they're swapping over to APOC Navy, so all the damage they've done to the Abaddon right now is kind of wasted.
Yeah,
might have been smarter to go for that instead.
That's true indeed. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was just the first initial target that was in range, but they're doing a great job of chewing through this APOC Navy at the moment. Without those Rediva reps, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold. And meanwhile, conversely, there's so little damage being applied by the red team here. Caracal getting chunked now, it does fall, but I think the APOC Navy is going to fall way too fast. Yeah,
now is a very good trade. Folos is also low, but that's very hard to hit, so he should be okay.
Yeah, I love that exchange rate here for our blue team. It does look like the APOC Navy is about to go down. It does go. Now it's this Abaddon here. That is the one real DPS. Thorax can maybe help a little bit.
In the background now, the Thorax is basically solo PvPing the Osprey, and if the Osprey goes down, it is kind of up to... Oh, and it's already dead. The Abaddon is low, but no Logi left on either side now.
Yeah, I think that's the big deal here. Nighthawk Loki is still a ton of DPS, even if the rest of that low wing falls from our blue side here. I think the Loki Nighthawk should just be able to break through the Abaddon, and then after that, there's going to be so little DPS left here. Is in Hull going lower and lower, and I think our blue team might start taking this one in a snowball.
Yeah. At this point, it is a Draugr, good DPS, a 4x, also good DPS, but you're looking at a tech-free cruiser and a command ship against them. That is nearly impossible.
Yeah, it's a really rough circumstance there. Loki just staying alive forever as well means that these small ships have no chance of getting away and somehow trying to play for some sort of reverse tie-dye miracle here. And now it's just the cleanup crew. I mean, I did like how early on it did seem like our red team had managed to find a way where their Abaddon was the first thing getting hit, but that Rediva getting caught, snapped up immediately by our blue team here. I like the choice just to, when they saw they could take it down, they immediately dived on it. Good stuff.
Yeah, the Loki's web range in a format like this, with only a couple of ships to pin down, is so dangerous. And with no damps on the grid this match, it's basically impossible to shut it down as well.
I was going to say, we might just see if this Magus can run away forever here, but it does get webbed. Those extended range webs by that Loki are definitely enough to grab onto it. And yeah, this one should be over pretty quickly. Commiserations, but still plenty of matches to go still from our red team here. And yeah, nice 1-0 start for Jakaris on the blue side.
I love starting off with a very fast-paced, aggressive match.
Yeah, it's definitely a good warm-up for all of us over here at the arena. And yeah, this Magus now, nothing they can do. We've seen GFs come up in local, and yeah, really well done. Well executed ham rush, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a few more of those over these coming weeks.
Welcome back to the studio. What a fiery start from Jakaris, coming in and absolutely smashing expectations. Not actually quite the way I expected that match to go, but I do think there were a couple of features that may have contributed to the outcome. So, since Nova's just been done commentating, I'm going to start with you, CCP Overload. When it comes to positioning in the arena, right, we saw the Rodiva coming in on the Chateau de la Sol side. Would you say that positioning yourself 15 kilometers off of the primary Abaddon is the best place for a Rodiva to be?
I would not, Mystical Mind.
Oh, and why is that, my good sir?
Well, so the Rediva gets a roll bonus to rep range specifically. I believe it's like 500%. It's a pretty significant bonus. And that allows it to be really far away from things and also rep those things, which is very convenient in, for example, a system where you're facing people with very short range ammunition. A good position to be would be further away than they can shoot, therefore ensuring that you are safe while repairing your close friends and allies.
I see. So if you were this Rediva pilot, what would you do differently?
Basically, any decision that they made during that match, I would do the opposite. So be really far away, not close. That's kind of it, really. That's the most important one. That decision is a decision that kind of sealed the fate, I think, for that team. If that Rediva had been further away, then he would have been able to... The reps are going to be just as powerful, just to be clear. There's no real fall-off going on here. The only fall-off is once you go outside of range, and because all the damps were banned, the chances of that happening were very, very low. So you're not going to lose that spill. You're not going to get damped. The only thing that could maybe break it if there was some sort of ECM on the field, but I didn't see any. I didn't see any ECM drones either, so there's really almost no reason to be out that far.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, CCP Overload. And Nova, now that you've had a chance to rest your voice, one of the things that we saw during the match was the strength of the Loki. I know that we've mentioned damps before. We've spoken about E-War more generally with the cast as well. But tell me about the Loki. Tell me about webs in a 7v7 format.
Yeah, I mean, in general, E-War effects tend to be pretty strong in a 7v7, like at least comparing everything to Alliance tournament terms, right? 10 players versus 7 players is already a pretty substantial difference. If something gets locked down or one ship in the comp suddenly doesn't operate at maximum efficiency, it's actually a really substantial chunk of your entire team's ability to do anything.
that can cause some problems for something like the Rediva that you guys were just talking about, because, for example, there's less ships that can potentially screen for it in a lot of cases. Oftentimes, if you're front loading your points onto some really heavy things, you're going to run out of points for really competent screen as well. So that makes flying those things a lot more difficult. And what's really nice with a ship like a Loki is it guarantees, one, you're going to start applying pretty quickly. Whatever your first target is, you're going to get onto it super fast. It's going to have very little chance of burning away. And then it's also about finding the next subsequent targets, following up on something, being able to pick up on any small mistake that someone sees while they're flying. They suddenly notice the Rediva's a little bit too far in, and the Loki says, cool, I don't care about this Abaddon anymore. It wasn't going anywhere. I'm just going to dive, make sure those webs are on the Rediva, and the rest of the team can follow up.
Yeah, I think that was a really good explanation. But you did mention a key word in there, which was screen. Now, some players watching this tournament may be fairly new to the tournament setting, or may actually be fairly new to EVE Online itself. Could you break down what screening is in a match format?
Yeah, in this case, it's sort of about having ships that at the right times can either, well, typically it's about defending your own comp in a lot of cases. This is really relevant if you have key squishy ships. That was going to be your logistics cruisers in a lot of cases, or even frigates. Anything that's important, maybe squishy, that wants to sit in the back line and be pretty much unhampered by whatever the opponents have going on, they need some form of protection. And in some case, that protection can be their own kiting away from the enemy team. But in a lot of cases, there's going to be a threat that's just too fast, and you need a ship to put in between it. So that'll be often tackle modules. We've seen things like Vexers and Arbitrators doing this in some cases in Alliance tournament matches. Realistically, that could be an interceptor. It could be virtually any ship. Typically has the tackle modules to prevent something from going through it, and they just want to play this game of keep away, at least for their squishy backline targets.
Thank you for that breakdown. Okay, so we've got a few minutes until the next match. We have Clown College versus Ghostbirds coming right up. Have any of you guys managed to kind of take a look at some of the teams coming into this? A lot of the teams don't have names related to their groups or alliances. We're going for wacky names like the Clown College, for example, or Chateau de la Sol was spelt like Soto and some other stuff. Terrible for pronunciation, if I had to guess. Thank you, Jace, for giving me a rundown of that in the chat. Have you guys had a chance to look at any of the teams? Do you have any fan favorites?
I mean, in a totally unbiased way, I would say go We Farm Volta. That is, I think, one of the top teams appearing in this tournament. We also have teams like highly regarded and the Tuskers. The Tuskers, of course, are our most recent Alliance tournament winners. They actually won the last 2 Alliance tournaments, so they're definitely going to be the team to beat for many, many teams. Highly regarded made a deep run as another name on AT as well, so there's a bunch of really experienced people there. I believe one of our casters for our next match may be from that team if he has bothered to turn up this time. We will find out imminently, of course.
I see. Okay. Well, Nova, I'm going to have to get your opinions on that next time because the bands are now ready. So let's look at the bands. All right. So we have Clown College banning the Scimitar, the Maulus, the Keres, the Sleipnir, and the Nighthawk. And we have Ghostbirds banning the Armageddon Navy, the Hugin, the Barghest, the Curse, and the Celestis. Very similar bands to what we saw last time. Do any bands stand out to you here, Nova?
I think Barghest is pretty interesting. That's a massive chunk of points there, and that is a pretty sweet ship in general, but I could definitely imagine it trying to do some cool kiting stuff here. Some similar things going on, except this time there are no bans on armor logi from what I'm seeing. Instead, some shield logi being taken out of there, scimitar. Yeah, interesting.
Perfect.
Yeah. There's a lot of long range stuff here that sort of takes out rush comps. So like a long range scram in the Keres and the Barghest, long range webs in that Hugin, for example. So it should be interesting.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, we're going to throw it over to the arena again. I can see that the teams are now in the arena this time, which is a great start. And we're going to have your commentators, the Basilisk and Virian Stoneshard.
Hello, everybody. My name is Virian Stoneshard for the match of Clown College versus Ghostbirds. Seen him land on grid just now. We have a double Munin Typhoon fleet, sort of heavy armor brawling comp.
It is still Nova for commentary for at least the time being while Baza gets some stuff figured out on their end. But yeah, this is really cool. At least from this Clown College team, we're seeing sort of the Octo setup or like medium gun spam. But in this case, it's like an all Amar comp with the exception of the Astardi on the high end. Should be an interesting one.
Yeah, with 2 Inquisitors on the side for Clown College, it's going to be kind of scary. T1 Logic Figure's not the most survivable, but they are doing the right thing. They're playing defensive, they're pulling back.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense.
Oh,
they have
the Magus already down. That is what we call a headshot. Wow.
That is definitely the power of something like this medium gun spam. If you are a small target and you do not get enough transversal right away, you can just get volleyed off the field before anything else can happen. Vengeance on 2, nothing tackled as of yet. It looks like they're burning in hard to try to find an initial pick, but wow, it's going to be so difficult for them, and these Munins might just be a little too slow.
The application of those medium, longer range weaponry, railguns, beams is pretty good if you're able to pull back in a straight line and get them to follow you. The Wolf surviving just about, but he's had to pull all the way back and get no tackle. However, we do see the 2 Munins now coming into the back line.
Yeah, we're finally seeing those Munins get over, and it did look like they missed to try to find initial tackle on something, but they are finally starting to apply a little bit of DPS, and it is double Inquisitor as Logi here for our red team.
And
so
Clown College is going for MGD plays. The Harb Navy just MGD to the other side of the arena, away from the Munins.
Yeah, good stuff. I guess they saw that they were probably about to start taking some damage and said, we want to prevent that forever if possible. Guardian getting chunked now. Wow, low armor just like that.
He's running away, but there's no rep bots on the Guardian. He's going to have to survive entirely on his own accord, and he cannot. They're just getting dismantled.
Wow, yeah, I mean, this is a masterclass here. I don't know what I thought about this Octo, and I saw it with these Inquisitors here, double Inquisitors as Logi. Not the most survivable, but it turns out it's pretty good about survivability, is not taking damage to begin with. It's going so well for them.
Clown College at this point is living their best life. A little bit of damage on the Inquisitor, but it's rep back up. They've basically got no damage on them. Just 2 Munins and a Typhoon fleet left, but at this point, I don't think they're going to be able to hold anything down, let alone actually kill it.
No, I mean, these Munins, really survivable ships, so they are going to take a while to go down, I would assume, but it's so hard for them to get anything actually happening here. As I say that, though, we are finally seeing some relevant tackles land. Astardi and Omen Navy, I could imagine either of those things is still potentially able to die. It's some attack bar that's still left here, but these Munins are just taking so much DPS now.
Yeah, the Astardi is going to take a little bit of damage here. Rapid heavies from a Typhoon fleet could do a lot of damage. They can kill a battlecruiser pretty quickly, but I mean, at this point, it's too little too late. This is surgical.
No, it's an absolute masterclass. I loved how quickly they were able to recognize which ships were not pulling enough transversal immediately, and those long-range guns doing such a good job of just picking off the relevant targets there. Munins, really interesting ship to see. I don't know if I expected to see a lot of them. In a lot of cases, heavy assault cruisers, they're really nice in terms of survivability, but sometimes they just cost a ton of points. And yeah, just that one fleet Typhoon now remaining for our blue team, I don't think they're going to take any victims for their trouble.
No, the Astardi is almost rep back up, and at this point, Typhoon Fleet's starting to take damage. He can attempt to try and elite solo PvP here, but my hope, unfortunately, is slightly low.
Yeah, for me as well. There's plenty of DPS available from our red team here. I mean, these medium gun spam setups, yeah, maybe they don't have quite as much damage or raw DPS as some other setups, but they apply it so well, and they have plenty here to easily chew through the remaining battleship. No Logi left. Yeah, well done, Clown College, taking a really sweet one here as GFs go out and local.
Yeah, I mean, that was record speed. It's not a ham rush, not the fastest matches you've ever seen, but still, that was beautiful.
And with that, we're sending it back for analysis.
All right, welcome back to the desk. That was a speedy match, I do have to say. If you guys could slow down on the dying, that would be much appreciated. Give us some time to think, please. Joining me again are Nova and CCP Overloads. That was a fairly interesting set of doctrines that we saw there. In previous tournaments, we've had medium gun spam, also called Octodad, or a variation of other names. In this format, it still seems to be doing fairly well, though, CCP Overload.
Yeah, so people call it medium gun spam because it quite literally spams medium guns into the comp. Like, if you look at the ships they had there, Astarte, Navy Prophecy, ignore that one for now, Navy Harbinger, Zealot, Navy Omen. That's a lot of medium guns, and of course the Navy Prophecy has missiles, but had guns, but it also has drones as well, which are very useful. And medium guns can project very far. They have decent range. They have good tracking. And you can, especially with the Amar ones, you can swap back and forth between different ammo types to really maximize your range efficiency. So you can just control a large area of the arena with your guns. Now, they only have Inquisitors to keep it up versus the Guardian. It's only 12 points. But it turns out, as Nova said during the match, if you just don't get hit, don't need them.
And Nova, I mean, speaking about that match and not getting any hits out from the Munin side, Army Munins, thoughts?
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about them. I feel like they eat a ton of points in general, and that makes me sort of loath to try to work them into my comp. But maybe they've seen something that I haven't. I've never been a big fan of hacks because they tend to, for that extra bit of survivability you get out of them, you spend a lot of points.
I mean, based on their performance in that match, probably wouldn't take them again, but who knows? What are the potential benefits of taking a historically shield ship, right? Because the Munin, we often see it run in shield setups, both on TQ and in the tournament when it does get fielded. Generally, it's also ham fit. In this case, it seemed like it was heavy missile launcher fit. So are there any benefits to taking a longer range weapon system on a historically shield ship, but fitting it with armor instead?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I was looking for the correct answer being missile guidance computers or something like that. But yeah, okay, fine. Application, guys, application. Come on.
Yes. I mean, the Munin does get bonuses to armor resistance as well as shield resistances, so you can fit one out like that. It's relatively flexible in terms of its slot layout. A lot of times, shield ships tend to have very limited number of low slots and vice versa for armor, but these ships in particular can be relatively flexible, allowing you to do numerous different things with them. It is a lot of points for two ships, though. I mean, 29 each, 60 points. It's basically like almost like 40% of your entire comp in two Munins. I mean, I get it. Big damage number, go good, and especially with the ADC and a Guardian, you're like, nothing can kill these. Only 7 people on the enemy team, and we have a Guardian? Not a chance. Well, turns out there was a chance.
Well, speaking of chances, why do you think that they went for heavy missile launchers instead of hams? Because to give context to this question, typically when we see missile ships, they often go for ham setups because they put out so much damage, right? In this particular case, do you think that they would have benefited going hams over heavy missile launchers and just burning into the Clown College team?
I mean, maybe the way that they ended up having to play it, that could be the case. However, I mean, looking at their comp, it did look like they would rather be the team trying to pull away with those heavy missiles. Maybe they're just trying to make do of what they know is going to be a pretty rough matchup as things turned out, because the other team was much happier kiting away in that case, had a lot more available DPS for that strategy. Could just be a case of they ran up into the wrong thing, but especially when we're seeing assault frigates, things like a Vengeance, I'm imagining they just wanted to use that as the screen that we were talking about earlier in a lot of cases, and just stay very far away from everything, leverage their superior logi, keep ranges open.
Yep. And don't underestimate the power of headshotting that Magus at the start as well, because obviously you fire your links before the match starts. That's going to last maybe like a minute or so, but into the match before you suddenly lose a lot of resistances. I'm guessing it would be running armor resistances of some description on that Magus, whereas the other team, they have all those battle cruisers still just popping links all through the match. So you not only make yourself easier to be killed, you leave your enemies being stronger.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. You actually mentioned quite a few interesting little points, but one of the ones that I wanted to dive into was kind of like the the background processes for coming up with comps, right? Because for us, we wouldn't necessarily have thought about the armor munins to begin with, but some teams obviously have, right? So you've both taken part in the tournament before and gone through the whole practice sessions, right? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So Nova, when it comes to the practice sessions, what kind of, I was going to say rhythm, but that's not quite it. What processes do you put in place to test whether a comp is actually going to be effective in the arena?
Well, I will give one disclaimer here is that I have not been part of one of these top tier ultra elite teams for our practice sessions. It tends to be we come up with a few comps that we really like the vibes of, and then we try to see if vibes alone is enough to overcome some ideally opponents that do know what they're doing in a lot of cases. And then we see if there's like little tips and tricks that make it a little bit easier for us going into repeated scrims of the same comps. I think that's one of the most important things when you do have a setup that you do start to like, that you think is viable, is repeatedly bashing it into a bunch of different things, seeing if you fly it a little bit differently, if you get more or less value out of it, if you're prioritizing getting rid of a certain type of enemy target, something that might be squishier, low end versus going top down. Those sorts of things. I think that's all really relevant when trying to practice a new comp.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we've had a little bit to discuss that last match. One of the things that changed from Anger Game 6 to Anger Game 7 is the fact that we will get reverse tie-dye after that 7-minute mark if the points are close enough, if they're within 25 points of each other. We haven't got that yet, but we're only 2 matches in. CCP Overload, do you think we're going to be seeing reverse tie-dye today?
Yes, I do, Mystical Mind.
Okay, thank you very much. That is what I like to hear. When?
No, I think this next match is going to happen. It's going to happen.
All right. If we don't see reverse tie-dye in the next match, we're going to have to dock your pay. But, you know.
Wait, you get paid?
We'll see how it goes. No, it's fine. So we have, as our next 2 teams coming into the arena, oh my God. Blahadin Freedom Fighters, or BFFs for short, which I will now be referring to you guys as, and Disaster Area. Now, again, I'm going to ask you guys if you have any information on either of these 2 teams.
Pretty sure BFFs are mostly comprised of people from Neon Nightmares who flew in Alliance Tournament, and Disaster, I think, are mostly new, but they have a couple of people who have a bit of experience, but as a team unit, they're relative newcomers to the tournament scene.
And Nova, when it comes to being new to the tournament scene and being that unknown, is there any benefit that you can get out of that?
I mean, in a lot of cases, sometimes people have no idea what to expect from you. I'd say the benefit might be overstated in being an unknown quantity there, though. I think a lot of the best players are very well known at this point. They know what to expect from a team that is maybe a riskier gamble, I would say. There might be just a lot more basic rush comps, for example, that might come out of a team that's a little bit less experienced in the arena. So, of course, experienced team, they'll look at bans and there's oftentimes the case that they'll just be able to say, okay, well, we're just going to bring a really standard comp and it's going to go well for us.
Perfect. I see CCP Overload has run away from us and just left us 2 on the desk. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
We'll make do.
I think my internet just had a wobble because everything just disconnected and reconnected.
No, that's
my
absolutely
internet perhaps
fine.
overloaded.
If there are bans available, let's get those up on the screen and take a little look-see. So we have BFFs banning the Zam, the Jackdaw, the Orthrus, the Tholos, and the Armageddon. And we have Disaster Area banning the Eos, the Astarte, the Crucifier, the Maulus, and the Sleipnir. Again, Nova, any interesting bans you see here?
Yeah, I mean, I keep noticing actually Sleipnir being banned. I think that one is pretty interesting to see. A lot of teams apparently don't want to go up against something like an autocannon rush is something I'm noticing. Otherwise, Jackdaw, Orthrus, those are both shield kite ships in a lot of cases. Tholos, I think we saw it in the Ham Rush earlier as well. So getting rid of a lot of good shield options and a lot of rush stuff.
Perfect. Well, I can see that... Well, actually, never mind. Never mind. It seems like someone's missing from the arena, so we're gonna discuss for a little bit longer. CCP Overload. Are there any interesting bans that you can see here?
Yeah, there are, Mystical Mind. Thank you.
Nice. And which ship is really speaking to you here? Which one's jumping out of the
I
screen,
think the
shouting your name?
Tholos is an interesting one. It is very easy to kill a Tholos in one of these matches because they have to come in basically to danger close range in order to do their thing. But you cannot forget about the Tholos. You have to keep an eye on it. Because it's going to just hang around at the edge of the party, like, with his little cup of beer, waiting for that moment to come flying in. And when he does, if you don't get on top of him and kill him before he starts dotting all over the place, you're going to be in some trouble. I think just the chaos that it can bring is perhaps maybe why they're trying to remove it here. I think any pretty competent team should be able to deal with a Tholos in a comp, but you don't want to deal with the chaos, so maybe that's why you ban it. So that kind of jumped out at me. I also think the Jackdaw and the Orthrus bans, like, that gives a lot of long range light missile stuff. So that says probably going to bring a bunch of things with maybe small support ships or really important screening ships that you don't want to just get deleted.
So you've mentioned Dot.
Dot.
Actually, you know what? We'll come back to that. We'll get back to that. That's fine. All right. It seems like the teams are now in the arena and are ready to start the match. So we're going to throw it over to the arena with your commentators, the Basilisk and Varian Stoneshard.
Hello, everybody. My name is Varian Stoneshard. This time I am joined by Basilisk.
Hello.
It appears Disaster Area might have had a slight disaster because their Draugr got teleported to 0 after some warping issues.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a huge issue, to be honest. I think he should be able to burn back the rest of his team. They have warped in fairly close. As to sort of classifying these comps, it seems like BFFs have brought a kind of armor brawly comp with some sort of split threats here. You've got a rapid heavy Navy Geddon. You've got Draugr, Sacrilege for damage, a Guardian. So it's a pretty tanky comp all around. There's no particular easy targets on the other side. Disaster Area bringing a fairly Triglavian focus comp, Draugr, Drakavac, Vedmak,
Unexpectedly, it looks like the teams are both ramming each other here.
Yeah, the Trig team are pushing in really hard here.
Even the Geddon Navy is going in for brawl range, even though it has plenty of long-range newts.
I mean, if they go into this kind of brawl situation, the Celestis on the BFF side basically has no value here. There's no E-War on the enemy team for him to deal with, and obviously Damps aren't effective at breaking locks and everything brawling up close. That Draugr of Kalakdor goes down first, though, for Disaster Area.
The Draugr does end up paying for the warp to 0. Some damage on the Guardian, but he looks untackled.
I think they may have put those Celestis stamps intelligently onto the Oneros there, and that's why that Draugr wasn't able to catch. So Al-Akir Erika, sorry for butchering your name there, is probably going to have to burn in here to get these reps out. And he is now repping this Vedmak, but that then puts him in newt range of the Geddon, and of course the Cruer as well may be able to get on all the Cruels.
Looks like the Ashmu was trying to charge for the Guardian, but he's being pinned down by the Sacrilege, so no getting away.
Yeah, and that Vedmak is not tanking under these reps at all. It's a good primary from Neon Nightmares, choosing a Tech 1 resist ship, and those Navy Geddon volleys are still coming out and absolutely annihilating that Vedmak. He's about to go down, and he does go down.
Ooh, we are starting to get some significant damage on the Guardian Vo now, taking chunks, repping himself back up. He does not have any rep bots on him.
He is not webbed, however, so it'll take a while at this rate to get rid of him. He's not webbed, he's not tackled, he's got some drones on him, sure, but he's kind of mostly free to go around and rep what's needed, and there doesn't seem to be much damage going elsewhere onto their comp.
And the Disaster Area on Neros is now also tackled. He's got a Draugr on top of him. That's not going to be good for them.
Yeah, I think they really needed to get this Ashimu on top of that Guardian to start applying the webs and either slow him down and allow them to kill him, or just apply the newts and then ignore him. But they haven't really been able to get the Ashimu anywhere near him. It seems like the Ashimu looks like he's maybe pinned down by something else. But anyway, that Oneros does go down, and this is not looking good for Disaster Area.
The Ashimu did get free of the Sacrilege, but I think he managed to get free by kind of going the wrong direction. If there's a chance that he can get on top of that Guardian now, it might still get turned around here. But with no Logi left for Disaster Area, the Drakavac's now taking significant chunks of damage.
Yeah, this is
a little bit of split damage on the Magus, but I don't think it's going to be enough to recover here.
I think it's a good performance from Neon Nightmares, just demonstrating their proficiency at splitting all their tackle and getting everything controlled and allowing their Guardian to just fly around and do what he needs to do, apply the reps where they're needed.
Quick snap kill on the Magus,
They do kill the Magus. I don't think it's going to make the difference, but they do manage to take down that Magus, so it's not
a little bit too late, too little, but if they could have done that earlier, it might have been a different game here.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, the Trig guns have insane tracking, so I've found that killing command destroyers, particularly when you're flying Drekavac or Draugr, are really, really good targets. You can just start spooling on them very, very early and just keep applying damage the whole time until they do eventually die.
Some damage now on the crewer of the Blahajadin Freedom Fighters. My favorite little ships, but Guardian's keeping him up with ease now.
Yeah, there's so little damage left. Should we talk about the Ikatersa a little bit, because this is a ship we don't see particularly commonly in tournament settings.
No, it's a very, very good ship. Unfortunately, in this situation, he's being 1v1'd by all of the newts of the Armageddon Navy, so not able to perform. It is a very expensive cruiser, despite how good it is. It is hard to justify the point cost most of the time.
He is unfortunately now going to be the next target as well for Disaster Area. Going to take the Ikatersa down, and then it's just going to be the Ashimu left, stranded alone in space. He watched all of his friends get brutally murdered.
Oh, the Ashimu's getting company from the sacrilege now. Not the kind of company I think he wants, but you know. Okay, about to pop here.
The thing with the Ikatersa is I feel like it's not an attractive primary because it is quite tanky. It's obviously a hack. It's got the Tech 2 resist, but it also just takes so long to spool that by the time you reach max DPS, the match is going to be over one way or the other anyway. So it's kind of the same sort of reason as the Babaroga. Like the starting damage is so low that generally these ships aren't.
Can you buy yourself enough time to justify the point cost that you invested in this ship? Unfortunately, when your entire team is for Glavium ships, that question becomes a very difficult to answer. There's no
everyone's
damage.
Trying to buy time, and everyone's looking at each other like, "Are we buying time? Are we buying time? No, it's your job."
Are we doing it yet? Unfortunately, they did not do it this match, so we'll go back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk. That, I think, was actually a fairly interesting match. I think well executed from the BFF team. Nova, what do you think Disaster Area could have done differently? And you are muted.
Muterator strikes.
Yep, thanks for the muterator moment. Yeah, okay. No, that was interesting overall. I feel like that was a lot of trig ships for one comp, right? I think in general, it's very tempting to see, damage number very big when spooled up and say, oh, this is a lot of DPS for an Angry Games comp. Actually getting that to apply can be very difficult. One, you need things to go pretty long to actually see that reward in terms of DPS numbers as you spool up. That's pretty rough. Two, when you're nuded out in a lot of cases, it's impossible for you to do that. And I would say, that Armageddon Navy seemed to sort of have a field day.
And for people that are, again, potentially new to the tournament or new to EVE Online, what are trig ships? What's their special deal compared to the other ships that you can choose from?
Well, in their case, you don't have cool selectable damage types, but you also just have one flat range, optimal range, at which you start applying damage. And then the next cycle, once your weapons fully cycle, the next cycle deals a little bit more damage, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. And it continues as long as you stay on one target and you keep the module activated. That's really, really important that the module has to stay activated. That means you are no longer spooling up with damage if you are, for example, jammed, or if you get nuded out and you can no longer cycle your guns. Then you have to start back from square one, which is a honestly pretty pitiful amount of DPS in comparison to what a lot of these other ships can do.
Thank you for that rundown. Another thing that we saw is one of these Triglavian ships appearing at 0 in the middle of the arena. CCP Overload, was that an intentional choice? What happened there?
What happened there, Mystical Might, is he done fucked up. What happens if you do not warp to the arena when instructed by your wonderful referees, or you warp to the wrong place, like the sun, for example, you get teleported to 0 right in the center of the arena. And if you're in a kiting ship, bad place to be. If you're in a brawling ship like a Vindicator, maybe that's just a free ticket to the center of the arena. You could pretend you wanted to be at range, who knows. But in this case, I'm pretty sure the Draugr did not want to be at 0, but he was placed there by the mighty GMs.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Rewinding a little bit, dipping back into kind of like those special ship lines. The commentators called out the Ashimu quite a bit during that match for trying to chase down the Guardian. CCP Overload, I'm going to stick with you for now.
Mhm.
What's the deal with the Ishimu? What is a Blood Raider, and what does it do?
So it's a pirate faction, and like all pirate factions, their bonuses basically are made up of two of the main sort of empire bonuses. In this case, Mimitar and Amar bonuses. So the cruiser skill for each of those applies to different bonuses. And the cool thing about the Ashimu is it gets you long range webs with a web range bonus. So it's like a little baby Hugin, but also it gets newt bonuses. I'm pretty sure it's drain and range amount that it gets on that. So that means that you can hold something and slow it down as you approach it, and then suck it dry. So if it tries to get on top of a logistic ship, that is pretty bad place for the logistic ship to be.
That's right. And to add just one last thing, the Nos or Nosferatu,
Sounds like you're a
which is
teacher
the
giving me a grade plus my assignment
this is
there.
all. It's
That's
like a little
right.
quiz.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. Can't talk and clap at the same time, but there we go. Just to add one last thing to the Ishimu or the Blood Raider ship line is that the Nozes always suck. For other
Yes,
ships,
well,
your
that's an
capacitor,
important thing, yeah.
your capacitor needs to be below that of the other ship. For the Ishimu and the Balgorn and the Krura, which we also saw, the Krura at least, they all always sucking. So the capacitor is gone. The capacitor is indeed empty.
Yeah.
All right. So we have another match lined up for us. We have Rusty Hyenas versus Project Potato.
This is the one with the reverse tie-dye, by the way. I mixed up the order.
Okay.
Sorry.
That absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. This is the one with the reverse tie-dye. Nova, are any of these teams familiar to you? Rusty Hyenas and Project Potato?
Project Potato, I can't think of immediately, but Rusty Hyenas, actually, I know they had a pretty reasonable run this past AT, at least, when they were flying in that. I think they might have been prize ship enjoyers. Could be wrong on that, but yeah, I believe it's the captain Milton Seeley. We saw a lot of effort being put in from them, especially leading up into the tournament, repeatedly running scrims, just grinding it. And I thought that was particularly impressive as they really leveled up their skill.
Perfect. So you'd be expecting them to do fairly well this time around then.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, Rusty Hyenas have banned the Sleipnir, Celestis, Lachesis, Arazu, and Rapier. And Project Potato have banned Curse, Hugin, Keres, Pontifex, and Guardian. I've been favouring Nova with the any interesting ships so far, so I'm going to switch it to CCP Overload. CCP Overload, why so many recons banned?
Recons are just like basically the best of the best in terms of their particular electronic warfare capability, whether it's long range webs with your Hugin, whether it's long range scrams and damps and things like that with things like your Lachesis. They are very good at those. So if you don't want to face that, then you could just ban them out. That's the benefit. The Curse, we mentioned this earlier on, probably one of the most banned ships of the last couple of years of tournament meta. It is just so good at doing what it does. It can control such a huge number of ships at the same time. And because this is 7-on-7, these ships become so much more potent because instead of having to control, say, 10 ships, it's only 7. Which is... It doesn't seem like a huge difference, but it's actually quite a substantial amount more. Some ships, for example, like you can fit like a Loki with like 6 webs, for example, and you could just be slowing things down all over the place. And if you only have 7 people, almost every single person in your team can be controlled.
Perfect. And Nova, we see a Sleipnir ban here.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, again, I think Sleipnir now banned every single match thus far, at least over here on this arena, this being Arena 1. That is the hallmark ship for an autocannon rush, I would say. I think there's some world where you could try to fly it with artillery and a fly killer, but that's a lot of points to spend. Yeah, just saying, we don't want the crazy raw DPS that thing can have. It holds up tank a little bit better than expected as well, with some bonus Ansel rep power there, or Ansel shield booster power. So yeah, teams just do not want to see that thing.
Well, thank you very much for that. It seems like a lot of rush and control has tried to be removed, but we'll see what the teams end up bringing to the grid. For this match between Rusty Hyenas and Project Potato, your commentators will be the Basilisk and Virian Stoneshard.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the arena. We're looking like we've got a Florida man set up, the first Florida man set up of the day here from Project Potato. And on the other side, Virian, what are we looking at?
It's kind of similar to what we saw with the match between Clown College and Ghostbirds. We have a beam set up again, this time with 2 Omens, a lot cheaper, but 2 command ships. Incredibly expensive ships, but that means you have now full coverage of links, which is going to be very strong for the defensive side, compensating for it with the T1 or T1 cruisers. The Hyena here is going to be especially important. They need to make sure that they can actually pin something down with it, and that it somehow tries to survive these drones that are going to be coming out from the 2 Gators and the Gila.
Yeah, looking at the way these teams have both warped in, I imagine they were both sort of intending to kite around here. So looking at the comps, I don't think there's a huge amount of damage on either side. You've got 2 Gators and a Gila on one side, 2 command ships and 2 Omens on the other side. So this may in fact be CCP Overload's predicted reverse tie-dye match, because this could go the distance here. There's quite evenly
Target
matched.
Painter's out on the hook bill.
But he did a good job there. Both those hook bills did a good job getting transversal right up at the start. They burned sideways full speed as quickly as they could to make sure they didn't get volleyed.
And yeah, they're not repeating the mistakes that Ghostbirds make. They're not getting headshot immediately, but they are slowly now starting to progress closer.
Yeah, I think maybe the Gators, they got opposite warp in. They're just trying to push into maybe 60k so they can get their drones in range. I think they've put their drones out, but they don't seem to be moving, so I can only imagine they're not quite in drone control range yet.
Now here's the danger of trying to push in with close ships. Rusty Heine is just very comfortable on the MGD beacon, so even if the Gators finally get close, they could just jump away from the drones.
I am still seeing TPs going out onto DJ Mui in this.
And there we go. That was the first MGD. Landing right on top of the Basilisk of Ivy.
That's a really nice MJD, holy moly.
There's no way to avoid the Hyena web range at this distance. That Basilisk is being slowed down already. If that Hyena is able to survive and not run out of his web range, this is devastating.
Drones are now being assigned, though, so the drones are going to... I see them chasing the Oneros of Carl C on the other side, so it's going to be a Logi trade here, but the Basilisk is already going, my namesake, down into low armor. This Basilisk is absolutely melted, and what a beautiful MJD by Rusty Hyenas. Really, really well executed by them.
Only a little bit of damage now onto the Oneros, and he's tanking. That is devastating. What a perfect play.
The Gator drones have now arrived. I mean, obviously losing the Bazzi, they haven't lost any damage, but now with the Bazzi dying, the gunships of Rusty Hyenas are free to put their damage onto the Alligators, and Oleg Shaman going down into 2/3 shield. They are still, they're trying to kill off the smallest of Milton. That may be why they weren't able to apply their drones at the start. The damps of that Maulus just, really gimping the lock range of those Gators and stopping them putting their drones on. They weren't drone control range limited. They were lock range limited. But the Maulus is still holding here.
The Valkyries have stopped chasing after the Maulus. They might have been reassigned. They might have been locked or damped off, maybe even. Maulus is free now. He's alive again. Only a little bit of damage on Oneros.
They are still killing that Oneros. Half armor. He's kind of holding here.
Oh, this is going to be dangerous. If they kill this Oneros quickly, you might still be able to just use the sheer damage from the Gila and Gator to win this, but...
It just depends how much time the Gators can buy, but it looks like this first Gator is completely tackled. Where is the second Gator? He's up in the action as well, so he's going to be shortly tackled soon after. The Absol's right on top of him. I think the Gila and Gator needed to be, playing at distance, playing at range, and just trying to buy as much time as they could with their drone projection, because they are going to kill this Oneros.
Oneros going in the hull.
Already tackled.
Now, question here is, do they go for the Omens or do they go for one of the command ships?
I think I don't know. I think they should go through the Omens, but I mean, it's going to be too little too late already. I think this second gate is already half shield, and they're going to be tackled down by this. If it just gets to one Gila left, there's so little damage that's going to be left on the grid here. It's not going to be able to battle through the Astarte and Abso that left on the other side, and they will be able to project and hit him.
The Gila is, however, kiting out in Narnia, so he does have the option of potentially being outside of the weapon range. For the Omens, at least. A Hyena down now as well, so the Gila will not be able to get slowed down easily. If he can keep his distance, he'll be pretty safe.
They are going to lose that gate, though. He's rapidly going through armor, rapidly going to go through structure, and it's just going to be very little damage left for the Potatoes side.
In the meantime, the Hookbill and the Maulus are having an elite 1v1 over in Narnia.
They are indeed. Although, I mean, the Maulus is half shield, so I mean, he's been fully repped up by the Logi before the Oneros went down and as regen shield. I'm not actually sure if those hook bills. I looked at them at the start of the match. I don't think they actually have weapons on them. So that
it might very well.
I got him tackled. I got him. Good job. You've got him tackled. Where's the damage? There isn't any damage, unfortunately.
The Omen is going down. Gila is doing his best to try and get away, but I mean, the guns on the Astarte and Absolution have so much damage, so much range. It's not going to be easy. And no, the Gila just drops the moment shield goes down.
So now it is just the Stork and the two, presumably.
The Stork might have rocket launchers. Who knows?
He may have. He may be able to kill the Omen. You never know. But I don't think so, as the Omen is now actually regenerating a little bit of shield.
And there's the first GF and local.
So, yeah, GFs and local. Well played to Rusty Hine is obviously a very, very experienced team. As Nova was saying on the desk, finished top 16 in last AT. They've been doing this for a long time, very experienced. And this is another solid shine by them. No.
Oh, hello.
Whoa.
Welcome back to the desk. How y'all doing? So, another really interesting match and a really interesting selection of ships once again. CCP Overload. What did we see at the very beginning of that match? And it relates to beacons.
Are you talking about micro jump drive positioning?
Oh, yes, I am. Go for
Okay,
it.
right. Yeah, I see. So, settle down, kids. You'll notice in the arena a cube formed of micro jump beacons. They're 100 kilometers along each vertice. I'm not sure what the technical term is, but the edge of the square. And then there's one in the center of the arena as well. Those are fixed beacons you can use to ping yourself forward 100 kilometers. You'll see sometimes things like drone comps, they might just like starburst out and sit on those beacons because they can use them to escape. You can just ping yourself around the arena. What we saw is one comp needed to basically set up on a beacon, turn, aim, and try and pounce on top of the basilisk on the other side. That allowed them to basically get it tackled, especially with that hyena, and then just dump damage into it quickly, remove it from the field. You can chain these beacons if you're clever and smart and move around. It takes a bit of practice. You need to do things like manually adjust your speed and stuff like that. But it's a really good way to basically reposition quickly in the arena if you can do it coordinatedly. You can also just ping yourself straight out into the edge of glory. That is up to you.
And Nova, one of the, or two of the ships that they were MJDing into were the Gila and the Alligator. For people in the Twitch chat, what are these two ships? What do they do?
Yeah, so that's definitely a linchpin of a setup called Florida Man. In a lot of cases, some big lizards going on here. These are Garista's ships, meaning not only do they have some missile bonuses, but they get to fly, I believe it's a pair of drones that are very, very buffed up. Really strong ships, get a good amount of DPS, both from drones and from your missiles. They would have loved to apply those missiles early if they could have. They also would have loved to be able to get their drones onto the targets. But yeah, one of those things that wonderful micro jump beacon does, that CCP Overload was mentioning, is it keeps you away from drones. So not only were they getting on top of a priority target really, really quickly, they were just staying away from those buffed up drones and staying out of ham range. It was, just beautiful.
So when it comes to flying those Gilas and Gators, we saw that they did manage to get one of the ships down. I believe it was the Oneros. Eventually, it took a little bit of time for reasons that we will get back to shortly. But once that Oneros went down, we heard the commentators having a bit of a struggle on deciding what they would target next. They didn't know where the drone should go, what ships took priority in that target list. For teams on the grid in the moment, how do the captains make that decision when they're flying their matches?
I'd say that's a question that's like a lot easier answered if you're a team that has scrimmed like 1,000 times with the same comp. You're going to know both what the problem ships are from the opposing setup and be able to say, okay, either we need to go after something specific that does break our comp down, or maybe it's a rush mirror and you're going to say, I'm removing the most DPS with as little of my DPS as possible, like that sort of thing. That way you're just trading more effectively. So it could be that maybe your comp is weak to specific E-War effects,
And then other times you say, okay, we're going to be good as long as we kill their logistics. And I'd say logistics is also definitely one of those potential priority targets that teams like to go after.
I think as well, especially with drone-based comps or drone-heavy comps, sometimes your target selection is also based on travel time, because drones have a travel time. They have to move and reposition across the arena, and if there's two ships next to each other, you're shooting one of them, it's pretty easy to just start shooting the second one. You'll see teams facing drone comps will deliberately one person gets tackled, they will just try and move as far away from that as possible in order to let them die in a ball of drones that then have to move all the way across the arena again. So when you're flying that comp, you want to think about your drone travel time as well.
Write that down, Twitch chat. Write that down. That seems like good information to have. Now, I said we'd get back to it. The Basilisk died very, very quickly once the Rusty Hyenas team managed to MJD in and start applying the damage. The Ineros took a lot longer to go down, and it was being chased by those drones. When it comes to active reps versus buffer, we saw that the Ineros had an active rep going, which managed to keep up its armor tank. Do you think that active reps are the way to go for logistic ships in the tournament, or is there ever an occasion where you just want to go straight buffer, CCP overload?
There probably exists some weird edge case meta where it's worth going straight buffer, but the majority of times you're going to want to have an active rep. Especially if your comp relies on drones, you're definitely not going to want to bring rep bots. You'll find that you get a lot more out of active rep than you do buffer, especially because if you're thinking, let's just say the Nero's here, he's going to want to be moving around a little bit. If he puts on too much buffer, he's going to slow himself right down and make himself easier to get tackled in the first place. And any damage on a buffer tank thing is just basically permanent damage, whereas if you're active tank, you can of course repair it up, and you can heat that, so it gives a lot more flexibility with how you basically deal with incoming damage.
And since you were host for many years and you've got much experience with the tournament tool and its graphics, how would people in Twitch chat know whether something or a team has active reps on their side?
Okay, so if you close your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, and picture you're watching an Alliance tournament match or any tournament match really, and you see what we call fancy UI across the bottom of the screen. There's three main bars that are important. One is defense, one's attack, and one's control. Defense is basically how much EHP that particular comp has, all the ships combined into one big nice blue bar. If there's a little purple notch on the end of it, that is showing active repair. So if you're running like an XLASB, auxiliary armor repair, anything like that, you will see that there. That is showing the amount of EHP roughly that can be considered active.
Thank you very much. All right. Believe it's time for the bans. We have Punishing Grey Raven versus Voidlings coming up next. The bans are now on screen. Unsurprisingly, the first thing to be banned is a curse on the Punishing Grey Raven side.
It's tradition there.
It is tradition, followed by the Ishimu, the Loki, the Zarm, and the Orthrus. And then we have on the Voidling side, the Hyena, the Vigil, the Nighthawk, the Harbinger Navy issue, and the Balgorn. Nova.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to hit you with this question again. It's this time tried and true question. Any interesting bans you see here, buddy?
Yeah, definitely a few of them are definitely standing out. From the Voidling side, I thought the Hyena Vigil was interesting. I mean, Hyena, great web ship, but both of these ships are bonus for target paints. So I was thinking, okay, maybe they don't want to see some sort of like, I know in AT we were seeing these cruise Typhoon fleet issues that were so reliant on these small ships to target paint things and to web things in a lot of cases. So getting rid of that. Harb Navy, I think, is pretty interesting. But then the other one is Balgorn. Wow. I think that's one that I personally don't expect to see too often here, but maybe they know something that we don't. But that ship is a very scary one if leveraged well.
And CCP Overload, based on these bans, do you have any predictions for what we might see in the arena?
I mean, the fact that the Vigil and Hyena is banned is an interesting one, because I wonder if these two teams scrim against each other or they know something, because that says things like, Nova was talking about like long range missiles and stuff like that. We saw during the AT like weird variations of like Tinker comps with people sitting in like a couple of like, big caked up battleships, just flinging missiles around, and the fact they have a Zarm ban in there kind of supports that, because the one thing you don't want to see when you're firing missiles into something is one particular target is the fact that it can just sit and spool while you're trying to kill it. Also, shout out that one guy in Twitch chat saying that Hyena's not a great web ship. That is objectively the worst take I've seen today. By the way, so shout out to you. Nice to have you, but your opinion is very wrong.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And Twitch chatter, yeah, that is a terrible opinion. I didn't realize cake top was a technical Eve term, but we will get back to that after this match. For the match with Punishing Grey Ravens and Voidlings, we're going to throw it to the arena with your commentators, CCP Jotun and Virian Stoneshard.
Welcome back to the arena, everybody. It's me, CCP Jotun, joined by New Eden's own Virian Stoneshard with this match between Punishing Grey Raven and Voidlings. Virian, you had something that you wanted to say about Punishing Grey Ravens. I'm going to throw it to you as we get ready for this match.
Unfortunately, I was slightly mistaken, but there's plenty to say about this match. We have a rush versus a triple battleship torpedo set up all at 0. So again, we are not going to have overtime for this match.
No, we are not. And it's so funny because CCP Overload just moments ago was memeing about Tinker. I don't think this is Tinker, but it'd be really funny if it was. Immediately going in, obviously, all these groups are getting. I mean, the first up off the bat, the Typhoon of Mark Kaloof is going to get smoked here.
Unless so much immediate damage already coming out the gates. Typhoon already in low shield armor. Oh my lord.
Oh lord, it's really not even that good of a Tinker, guys. It's not maybe the right move here. Mark Kaloof and the Typhoon, notably, Virian, I don't know if you know this, in Tinker, you need all the ships to kind of be alive in order to do the Tinker with each other. You got to reach to the right.
To be fair, you kind of need that in most team setups. You want your ships to be alive, but unfortunately, it looks at this point, they're going to be trading a full loss for 2 battleships.
Yeah, that's not great. And honestly, they're only not trading the golem here too because the golem, they don't need to. The golem, they don't really have. The golem has obviously torpedoes. Torpedoes are not going to apply real well to the back end of this. And like all they have to do now is just hold down like the site. What is the Bantam and the Burst actually doing? They're just going to burn through the golem.
Even if they have all of the webs and all of the target painters in the world, this match is going to be over so quick. You're not going to see the time for ships to slow down, let alone see missiles being fired. Scythe suddenly getting killed very quickly.
A lot of damage on that side. That just from the golem. That's crazy. Actually, I take it back. Maybe the golem is doing some work. But they still have the Alligator, the Drake Navy. That's a lot of damage. They're going to burst through the Bantam. They're going
to burst low. They're losing their Logi frigates.
Yeah. Interesting. Punishing Grey Ravens was a tournament team last year during the Alliance tournament. They did end up, I mentioned during the break, they ran into like the Psycho Kids Buzzsaw at one point and got knocked out. But they still, made it a couple rounds into the tournament. So seeing them now go out against Voidlings, who, by the way, Voidlings is a wormhole group, by the way. And I mentioned probably not one of the strongest wormhole groups, but comfortably Virian taking this match. They're down to just the Stork and the Raptor, and that ain't gonna do it.
I'm honestly surprised. I've practiced against the team of Punishing Grey Raven quite often with our team. They were quite often a pain in the ass in practice. Not easy to defeat, but this is devastating.
Yeah, the thing is though, it is a lot of damage, right? They come in with they have this sort of like it's just a straight up rush comp. They really need to get the Tinker set up early, but even then, like it's just not a strong Tinker. And Tinker is so finicky in the first place anyway. And what you don't want to see is a rush comp sitting at 0 on top of you, which is exactly what they got. Just blowing through the Typhoon as quickly as they did, that ain't gonna do it, boss. Like you need some time.
Just seeing free battleships, the chunkiest boys that you're going to get in a tournament match, seeing free battleships melt that fast is just a testament to sheerly how much damage these rush setups have, if you can get on top of them.
Yeah, and you can see the potential of it too, because the Golem smoked the Scythe. Absolutely smoked the Scythe with almost no application on top of him. So, like, if they had been able to, like, establish themselves in a way that was, like, have some presence out there, then, yeah, I think maybe they were able to pull this thing out. But, my God, they were just... Voidlings ran ruckshod through that team. All they've got left now is the Raptor Kit Kat, who is just having fun out here, just spinning
living
around.
His best life, seeing his team sadly was not unable to do much. So he's just gonna go on his own adventure.
Yeah, he is. You know what? And that really, Virian, I'm glad you said that, because we do need to take into consideration when we do these, we have these matches, we do these castings, people just out here living their own lives, they're just doing their own thing. And seeing this, look at him just spinning around out there. He's going to brush up against the edge of the arena. He's going to do a little bit of a willy woney. I
can respect it. I can respect it. If you are finally getting to the big stage and getting to the tournament match, are you just gonna give up and go out and go for the boundary and say I'm done, or maybe just maybe try an elite solo PvP, a frigate, or just get something done, just to have that little bit of glory and adrenaline going a little bit longer.
Yeah, kill some drones. I mean, fuck it. I mean, what it's not like you got anything else going on in here, bud. Like, look.
The match is already over, so you may as well.
Yeah, you've got time left. We've got like what 2.5 minutes left in this thing. Like, yeah, just run the clock out. I don't care. Like, I mean, and honestly, you know who would love that? Mystical Might, because the longer this guy stays on grid, that's the less Mystical Might has to pretend to come up with things to talk about.
To be fair, I think there's plenty of things from this match to talk about.
Probably.
I don't think they would have ran out of material anytime soon, considering what we just saw. But yeah, still.
Yeah, I mean, listen. People watching, and if you've turned in just for the first time to the Alliance, to the Anger Games, not the Alliance tournament, a very small demure tournament called the Anger Games, you may be looking at this being like, that's the dumbest comp I've ever heard of in my life. Tinker is not a bad comp. We've seen Tinker work. We saw Tinker work.
It was a glorious comp.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, even in the last tournament during the AT, it was not bad. There were some setups that worked really well with Tinker. Not that it was like good; it's never been good. I mean, it's been good in the past, but it hasn't been good
one of
for a
those
long
like
time.
unexpected. Oh, and suddenly we don't have a counter for this. Oops.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they're just hanging out now. They're just chilling. They're talking about anime and local. That's fun.
Reasonable.
Yeah,
like
honestly,
I said, if you're gonna be hanging out here, you may as well have something fun to do.
Yeah, since they're doing it. By the way, Chad, if you haven't watched the newest season of Free Run, you should do that. It's really, really good. I just caught up on it the other day. It's great. If you're into that sort of thing, go check it out. It's very, very good. Got magic and wizards and stuff. It's fun. It's nice.
I can't. I'm busy with Jujutsu Kaisen, so sorry.
It's so funny. I have not heard. I only recently have I started to get some of that like afterwath of the Jujutsu Kaisen sort of like cultural diaspora coming over me, and I finally am like, okay, do I actually need to sit down and watch this thing? Because I've never ever seen it, and all I know is that it's been on for 1,000 years, and it's just recently come back on within the last couple. So I may have to get into that. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Oh, CCB Zealous is saying this is not anime games commentators. Oh, CCB Zealous, I don't see you in here commentating the fucking Raptor orbiting the arena for 2 minutes. If you want to come in here and do this, please feel free. Have a seat, my friend. In the meantime, we're going to come up with stuff to talk about.
I mean, it is a good thing to showcase if you are in a Rush team and you would have a Raptor plus, say, a Kite team supporting that little Raptor. Yeah. You would suddenly be in a very dangerous spot. But that was not this match, so you know how it is. Couple seconds left on the clock, and that's going to be the match over, and I think we can go take this back to the desk.
Let's do it.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mystical Might, joined by C2B Overload and a new addition to the desk, Phantomite. Phantomite, how are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. I'm enjoying watching alligators be used in their natural habitat, which is not on Tranquility.
Well, I'm hoping that you have a lot to contribute to the stream, and I'm going to start with a nice little question for you. What the hell is a tinker?
A tinker, it's first of all, you have to imagine a bunch of people all holding hands in a big circle. That probably, what other shapes could it be? Well, it's 7 people here, so it could be a strange star. It could be what's below an octagon but above a hexagon? Thank you, a septagon. Thank you. Well, anyway, listen. So realistically, it is ships being able to assist each other is the general overview of that one there. We've seen that happen in the past quite frequently with capacitor being handed off between ships. You stopped nodding at that moment as if I got that horribly wrong.
No, I was processing. I was processing the team name I will have to read.
No, I can read it really fast instantly. You can just tell me when to read it anytime.
I can also read it really fast. I was just processing in my head. It's fine.
I'll tell you
You were doing great. You were doing great. It's okay.
You read it out, and then I'll read it out. We're both going to get it right straight away.
I'll save it for when it's actually time to discuss them. It's fine. I will say, for those of you that were listening to the explanation on Tinkers, that was not as far as we are aware, a Tinker, because remote capacitor transmitters are only allowed on logistics cruisers and Tech 1 support ships. So not in fact a Tinker, but it was bandied about enough that I figured we'd go through the process of explaining it to you guys. Phantomite, another quick follow-up question. Why is wormhole space the worst space?
Well, wormhole space is a place where you go if you want to deny yourself some of the best pleasures that this game has to offer. It's something that even like brand new players come to this game and they get to enjoy. And then for some reason, a bunch of people want to go into wormhole space and deny themselves the ability to be hot dropped by a Sino Arazu, or indeed any other recon.
That's fair. I mean, a Sino is basically just an Answerplex that you can drop anywhere, right? Anyways,
you're not going to get me on this.
Talking about interceptors, we saw KitKat in the Raptor zoom across the grid at the very, very start of the match. Can you tell us a bit about the Raptor and other ships like it, and why teams may actually bring the Raptor over, say, a Crow in the tournament setting?
God, put me on the spot there. Well, obviously they're very fast, which is great, and you get the combat bonuses with them, so you can actually still do some damage. Now, the key thing you want to do with things like interceptors is basically usually like tackle something down and let the big, heavy, reinforcements trundle into range, and you hope to just kind of survive on that. But if you also fit guns, unlike the couple of hook builds we saw a couple times ago, you can also just live out your 2013 BSB days and go just like solo somebody down in the corner of the arena while the adults duke it out in the center. It's extremely hard to screen off something that fast, because even if it gets scrammed on the way by, it's just inertia and velocity will just let it drift into scram range. So it's probably going to get in there, do its job, and even if it is a throwaway scram, it'll be there long enough for the heavy stuff to trundle in. But that only really matters if your opponents don't just warp in at 0 and don't move anyway. So in this case, not that useful.
Now you have teed yourself up perfectly for my next question, which is warping into 0 with Rush still open? What's the thought process?
I think they forgot maybe that it was still open in the way that it was. It was. I kind of had thoughts when I saw them. I was like, it's an interesting comp. I mean, I wish them the best of luck. Oh no, they've come at 0 and they're against a Rush comp. This is really just sort of, you can kind of predict how that's going to go. The thing is, if you don't have much mobility because you're a bunch of like big heavy old battleships sitting in the middle, you don't want to come in at like 50, because that means there's a section of the arena you probably can't hit. But 0, everything is equally far away from you, so you can hit everything. All you have to do is be able to hit to 125 kilometers, and by gum, you can do that. But if you can hit 50, you have to hit out to like more than that, 175, if my math can math correctly.
Perfect. Well, we have another match lined up for all of you wonderful viewers. We have Caldari Intramural Space Law is Complicated Debate Team versus Bless the Cranes. And you can see the bands on the screen. Caldari Intramural Space Law is Complicated Debate Team has banned the Zarm, the Typhoon, the Armageddon, the Hyena, and the Sleipnir, whereas Bless the Cranes down in Africa have banned the Rapier, Hugin, Eos, Dominix, and Sleipnir. We can see a little duplicate ban at the end there, but Phantomite, any bans standing out to you here?
I mean, I'm going to skip over the Zarmaz because it's a very popular ban here, but it's interesting to see the Dominix get banned out. What that says to me is that a paradigm that Bless the Cranes down in Africa don't want to encounter is intense flexibility of damage application, which is one particular strength of the Dominix, which that's certainly why I'd be banning that one in this case.
And CCP Overload, based again on these bans, are you expecting to see anything interesting on grid in the next match?
Well, I'm not expecting to see a Sleipnir. Both teams have been very sure of that. They definitely don't want to see that. I find the number of battleship bans here kind of interesting from both sides. Phantom already mentioned the Dominix, but the Typhoon and Armageddon are very popular rapid heavy missile based comps for the sort of Kingslayer type thing where you want to just like front load damage and headshot something. There's a lot of points in a lot of ships, and it's still open if you bring things like Barghest and other things like that. But the fact that they don't want to see those two ships specifically with the Zarmaz means perhaps maybe they're bringing a slightly lower DPS comp that is they don't want to have to deal with that kind of reps. I don't know. At this point, I'm just kind of making things up. But maybe I guess that's what we're all doing.
I mean, spoiler alert, Twitch chat, we're all making things up the entire time we're on this stream. That's absolutely fine. I was going to say,
it also doesn't help that I can see what they're bringing when you ask me to predict what they might bring. I'm like,
hey, you just got to close your eyes and pretend you don't see it, man. It's how it goes. Okay,
I will tell you, there's some interesting stuff on field right now.
No spoilers, no spoilers. Okay, for this match between Caldari Intramural Space Lawyers Complicated Debate Team and Bless the Cranes Down in Africa, your commentators will be Dirk Statiel and CCP Jotun.
Reverse tie-dye, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the arena. It's me, CCP Jotun, taking over for Mystical Might, noted Geminate Abandoner. And I am here, of course, with Dirk Statiel, looking at Caldari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team versus Bless the Cranes Down in Africa. Dirk, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What do we have here for our friends from Caldari Intramural Space Law Complicated Debate Team?
Thank you for that wonderful invite, and I am, in fact, doing well. This is a really interesting matchup because we've got a Vindicator, which is looking blaster fit, coming up with a Nurgle, double Nurgle, sorry, Magus. That is a Celestis, and then an Augurer. So lots of low-end ships supporting this Blaster Rush Vindicator.
Yeah, Rush versus
double
Kite.
Double Tengu, heavy missile Tengus, like
definitely a Kite comp from our friends from the from Caldari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team. And they're gonna. I mean, this is where this is the game plan for them, right? They have to stay out of the range of the Vindy. If the Vindy gets webs on anything, it's just gonna die straight up, right? Because the Vindy will sit there on top of it. It'll apply its neutrons. It'll do the thing, and then the Absolution will come in and do its dirty business, and then bada bing, bada boom, you're done. There's Bob's your uncle sort of situation. At the same time,
it is worth noting that the Caldari Intramural team do not have any sort of logic. So their game plan here, their absolute game plan is just to kite out, starburst, get as much distance around the arena as possible. Those heavy missiles will reach out for miles, and they can just drag this Vindicator anywhere.
Point of order: they do have a scimitar, so they do. They are going to be. They have some staying power, which is fair. But you're right in that. So like the scimitar by itself.
Oh, I don't have some ships locked.
That'll do it. That's the one.
That would do it.
Hey, you know what? That would do it. Hey, but I got you, bud. I'm here with you. We're here in the arena. We're back, baby. It's tournament season again. I love it. The Augurer from Advantage, getting some damage into him right now. That Augurer, the only logi, of course, for the team from Bless the Cranes. He's trying to get out of there. He's trying to make a brisk escape. You can see some logi drones running after him, but it's not going to be enough.
He's trying.
Yeah,
no.
Not enough there, my friend.
Sorry,
So this is now where you have a problem, right? Because you've now put the team from Bless the Cranes on a timer, right? All they have left is brute force, and if they can't grab anything,
that's Celestis.
Yeah, they have been able to hold. It looks like they've got an Orthrus tackled up there. That's great. Go up there and kill the Orthrus. That's very important if you can get that. The Celestis also getting primaried. It's got some. The Jackdaws are painting it. And they're gonna put all the
Orthrus probably XLAS beef it, so he just burned charges and then died.
Yeah,
the Celestis is taking longer than I expected, but it does look like he's mostly being chased by drones. What is the Vindicator chasing right now?
Vindicator's going after the Scimitar.
Seems to be chasing
the Scimitar
the logic.
tackled.
This makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, the Scimitar is tackled by the Nurgle, which is the right play. If the Nurgle can stay up long enough, the Vindy's going to go up there, and the Vindy is going to abuse the Scimitar. Yep, the Vindy's going to abuse the Scimitar. And if they lose, the thing is still, even if they lose the Scimitar, they're still, as long as they can kite out, they really need to kill these Nurgles. Honestly, real straight up team. Caldari Interspace Mural.
First one is halfway through armor already.
Yeah, you got to kill the Nurgles.
The Nurgles are just sitting. Scimitar is babying his cap charges. That is Tank Blessed. Tank Blessed is a very well-known Logi pilot in the tournament scene. Really experienced, knows what he's doing, knows not to over-rep, and he's just playing the kiting game here with them.
Oh, there's not much feathering to do here, my friend. You are sitting there with Vindicator guns at 0, absolutely blasting ass.
There he goes.
Sure enough, that
once you get caught, you are done. But he took some time. He took some time and he played it out. And now the Vindicator is stuck trying to figure out, who do I chase next? How far do I have to run to get on another target?
Looks like they're going after a Jackdaw, but see, look, okay. The last
Jackdaw
goes down.
tackle just died. Like,
yeah, Jackdaw. Okay, well, he did. He got smoked by the
he did get
Vindy.
annihilated.
Yeah, the Vindy was just close enough. All right, the last. What are we looking at points now? So blue team is still up. So the blue team is up because they're so back heavy on points. The Vindy, or top heavy rather, the Vindy and the Absolution are a lot of points. They need to get some kills here.
Yeah,
But the Vindy and the Absolution cannot catch
Magus
these
isn't
things.
enough. That Magus isn't enough to put them ahead.
No, they need to kill the Magus.
I think a little bit over. We're a little bit over halfway through, and there's still a lot to play for here. Those Tengus can
why are you getting shot, bud?
And
where's that Jackdaw at? He's over there. Okay, I see him. Yeah, they need to kill the Magus.
Tengus can get in on that Absolution and just kite it out. They just need to not get caught at this point. There's no tackle left, apart from that Magus.
That Jackdaw.
They just need to not get caught.
He's getting beamed down by the Abso. Not ideal. Not ideal. You do need to get your
Jackdaw's gonna die. There we go.
Yep, he will go down. So now, okay, so they've got one more Stork. They've got the Stork. They've got
7 points. 7 points between them. No, sorry. Fancy UI is not updating fast enough for me. 23 points between them.
Yeah, the Jackdaw really just need to get further away. I'm pretty sure Jackdaw will just outrange the Abso even with beams. Could be wrong about that one. It's been a long time since they've flown Jackdaw, and they are going to try and kill the. I mean, this is it. This is the play now for the team from Caldari Intramural Space Lost.
Minute and a half to kill an Absolution and not die.
Yeah. I mean, that's really it. With two Tengus.
That would take it to tie-dye.
Are we in tie-dye range right now? We are in tie-dye range.
I think
25 points.
With the Absolution, that would be with 25 points. That would be within tie-dye range.
Okay, let's see. Hey, Jackdaw, you're burning in the wrong direction, my friend. You need to go any other way but the way that you were going.
That is a Stork.
Stork, yeah, not a Jackdaw. I was looking at
just run away.
Yeah, just go. You're too close. Why are you approaching the Vindicator, my friend? Go anywhere else. You're approaching the Vindicator. Bro. Run for your life. You're getting shot by a Vindy. Oh my gosh, this guy is gonna take years off my life. Just go. Okay, he's a little bit further away now. Thank God.
He's trying, but
yeah.
That Vindicator looks to be on approach, dude. Come on, you need to double click ahead of the ship you're chasing.
Yeah, I thought he was on a
Stork,
trajectory.
go up. Go up.
The Stork is approaching the jump unit. I think he's lining up the jump unit, maybe. But you don't need to do that unless you're. What? How fast is he going? He still has a prop mod, right? He can just go. He can absolutely just go. Just burn. You're so much faster than a Vindicator, my friend.
Get up. Why are you still playing around at the bottom of the arena? These ships that are pincer moving you.
Okay, well, this is wild. We are going to go into
Stork's going to die. The Absolution might die. We are in reverse tie-dye. Awesome. Here we go.
That's it, right?
150% faster than anything that you would normally play with on Tranquility. If you can imagine that missiles are flying faster, you have less time to cycle off and cycle on your modules.
I don't understand why the Stork just didn't run away. Just go any other direction, bro. Pull towards the Vindy away from the Absolution and then just run. Heat your prop and go. That's
literally just double click straight up and get away
You're
from
so much
them.
faster than a Vindicator. You're a Stork. You're so fast. Okay. All right. Sorry, we're locking back in.
This is the problem with the reverse tie-dye, though, is you can see that Ulatar and Chris were both seeming to head towards different micro jump beacons, which is exactly what you'd expect in this kind of situation.
He's approaching the Vindy.
And we are now at 250% of normal speed for this game.
Which is crazy, by the way.
These guys are trying to pilot their ships faster than they normally ever would. They can only react. They can't think about their moves quite so much, because if they have to spend 5 seconds thinking about their moves, they boundary. And then there's Chris down.
He didn't
it's gonna go. I'm sorry to Caldari Intramural Space Law's complicated debate team, but you seem to have been caught out by a couple of piloting mistakes and then reverse tie-dye making everything faster.
He ran.
I'm sorry, but it was a good effort.
He ran the Tengu down with a Vindicator. How'd you get run down as a Tengu with a? Okay, sorry. Yeah, it was insane. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about here. We're gonna.
I think it was the first match with reverse tie-dye though, so yeah, let's throw it back.
Yep, throwing it back to the desk. Hell yeah.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mystical Mike, joined by Phantomite and CCP Overload, and boy, do we have time to kill now. Very interesting match. We saw some reverse tie-dye overtime coming in. CCP Overload, you finally got a prediction right, potentially, kind of, if we count it from a few matches ago.
Yep, it was always.
You enjoy what you see?
Yeah, so reverse time dilation in the tournament is such a fun thing to watch because it's almost impossible to practice against it because nothing else is quite like it. So those of you who maybe are of the nullsec persuasion may be familiar with time dilation in EVE Online, where everything gets slower. Well, boy howdy, this is the opposite of that. Everything gets faster and faster and faster. And once we get to 7 minutes in a match, if the teams are within 25 points of each other, the game will enter 3 minutes of increasing reverse time dilation. It will play the full 3 minutes unless one team gets totally wiped out. So the points difference no longer matters. It's just a case of who's winning at the end of the time. And as you saw, that speed ramps up and up and up and up. And I think it goes to 750% in the end, which is ludicrous to try and play in because all your modules are flying, cycling really quickly. If you risk for just but a moment trying to overheat something, you're going to burn it out super quickly. So you have to be very careful. It also means like all your piloting decisions happen much quicker because every tick is happening between 2 and 7 times faster than normal. So you're just zooming around. We saw the speed that Vindicator was going there. So that's reverse time dilation. Super fun. Let's have more of that.
And Phantomite, the Vindicator, we've historically said it kind of has little T-Rex arms when it comes to trying to swing at other ships, not necessarily known for its long range. So what happened when it came to that Tengu dying there?
Well, I was taking a look. When I saw the Vindicator zooming towards the Tengu, I went to go and look at the Tengu to see if the Tengu had any web effects on it at the same time, and it never did. At least on my screen, I looked at the stream on Twitch. I didn't see a web on it. People underestimate just how far, for example, Null can go in blasters in battleship guns. The Vindicator already does a lot of damage. It does plenty, and things like the Vindicator and its lower end cousins, the Megathron and things like that. They can do seriously significant damage at mid ranges with Null as well. And I would assume that if we get to see the fit of that Tengu there, it may have not been over tanked. So it didn't have a lot of hit points to deal with, and that Null is all that was needed.
Well, I think there might have been another thing taking away from its potential hit points in this match, and that is the fact that we believe they were fit with ECM modules. You a big fan of ECM Tengus, Phantomite?
It's an interesting thing. I would choose a different ECM ship in regular EVE Online gameplay, but the opportunities afforded when you are severely limited by pilot numbers means that it's a good sort of multi-use tool in a tournament setting. You can still do a notable amount of damage while still having some significant ECM capabilities. So I do think it's a smart, viable choice here, and I think that they did well with it until they didn't.
So ECM, a few years back, got a little change where now if you are being jammed by something using an ECM module on you, you can still lock that ship. Thank fuck for that, because boy, was the game garbage before that, when it came to tournaments at least. Don't tell me why I have such a hatred for ECM.
I mean, you're not going to save yourself by jamming what's killing you this time round.
But that raises an interesting point. We saw 2 ECM Tengus on the grid. Now, when using ECM in a tournament format, CCP Overload, what is the best way to utilize your ECM so that you're getting the full effect, knowing that the ship you are jamming can actually shoot back at you?
So, as you mentioned, the very recent change to ECM to allow you to shoot the thing that is jamming you, I think that came in just the other day in 2013, means that, if, for example, let's just say you're a Tengu and you're jamming a Vindicator, the Vindicator can still shoot you. But let's say you're a Tengu and you have a friend who's also in a Tengu, and that Tengu also has ECM. What you can do is what we in the business call communication. You talk to each other and you let each other know what's happening. So if you're being shot by the Vindicator, you don't jam the Vindicator. You let your friend jam the Vindicator, and then he can no longer shoot you. And then if he goes to shoot your friend, well, guess what? You swap. And you make sure that whoever is being shot by the Vindicator is not the one jamming the Vindicator. That's a pro tip on how to allocate your electronic countermeasures from CCP Overload. Thank you.
I think, again, write that down to a chat. I think that was another stellar description of ECM there. For those of you in Twitch chat, and thank you very much, Marky Dragon, for the raid as well. The next match is not going ahead because one of the teams dropped out. So now you have to listen to us talking heads yap for a while.
That's
but
what
that's
they
absolutely
crave.
fine.
That's what they
This
crave.
is what you crave. This is why you guys are here naturally, right?
Yep.
No, I think we've got another 15 minutes before the next match. So
15 minutes.
Perfect. What would we like to talk about?
Something that we did see with something else that the Vindicator did or indeed didn't do in that match there. There was a period where that Vindicator was trying in his slow hull style to try and zoom towards a target. His target was faster. His target was orbiting. He was approaching for quite a bit of that time rather than manually piloting to try and end up where his target was. And that's a really good way, at best, to waste a lot of your own time when trying to catch a faster ship.
Okay, you know what? No, expand on that. So you said manual piloting. Manual piloting, not necessarily a term that we've discussed too much on the stream so far. For any new people that are watching the tournament, perhaps they're used to anchoring up on a monitor, not really thinking about their own movements. What is manual piloting and why should you do it?
You don't always do it. It's not an always you should do it. But it's in fact, it's steering the ship yourself. If you're insane, you can do it in first-person mode. But if you're, a normal, competent human being, what you're doing is you're double-clicking in space. Almost everybody who's watching will know that double-clicking in space makes your ship start heading in that direction, or makes your ship do its best to go in that direction, depending on its current tack. You got to think in your mind in circles when you're trying to break somebody who's orbiting you. You've got to aim.
Think in circles, man.
I've got to think in circles. You got to think in circles. It's circle theory. It's all in the mind. You got to turn your ship. You've got to aim it at a portion on the circle where you believe, eyeballing it, that your target is going to be at the same time as you if you want to land those webs or a scram on them.
Would it be a circle in space?
Well, it depends what the target's doing. If they're orbiting, then it's either going to be a circle if it's a stationary item they're orbiting, or it's going to be an oval if you are what they're orbiting is moving. And hopefully they are not orbiting a stationary object. Otherwise, it's very obvious where they're about to be.
So we've established that in today's shape stream, we can talk about 7-sided heptagons or septagons. I forget which one now, or circles. So we're up to 2 shapes. We did briefly. I talked about a square, so we have talked about 3 shapes now, and triangles 4.
Yeah. I mean, the entire Alliance tournament is just various shapes.
It's true. This makes me reconsider how to think. I must have to ponder the beans on this one.
Yeah, I mean, any tournament is just shapes. It's shapes all the way down.
Yeah.
If you can sort of just plug yourself in, you can clear your mind of all of the distracting things, the nebulas, the icons, things like that, and you can just see the shapes. And that's what the best teams are doing here. They just see the shapes. You need to become a shape so that you can see the other shapes.
I think, truly wise words coming out of the analyst desk at the moment. And I'm sure Twitch chat, I can hear the scribbling in the background. Pencil is meeting paper for sure. When it comes to these shapes, which one would you favor? Which one do you think is really going to bring the victory home?
I mean, the triangles definitely have some power here. Not only is it the most stable of the shapes in terms of its physicality, it also is associated with the Triglavians and therefore the spilly orb of death. And we love that. We love to see big damage numbers that go up. I've yet to see anyone bring the Leshak. I think it's still the highest pointed ship perhaps in the tournament. It has been one of the highest pointed ships for a long time, almost since its introduction in, I think, 2016. Just because of the sheer amount of versatility that you can get out of that ship. Lots of utility highs, lots of big damage numbers. And one of the things that people sometimes forget about the Triglavian ships is because it has one gun, you essentially have a humongous amount of heat to play with. You can just permanently overheat it in a tournament match. There's almost no reason ever to unoverheat one of those things.
They are also pretty good with the tracking as well if you want to go for the lower end, is also something to note. But we have seen triangles hit the grid, and we have seen them fall apart pretty quickly so far. So, perhaps not performing too good.
I'm going to have to kind of, I've been waiting to say this, but Overload, I kind of disagree that a triangle is always the strongest shape. I mean, how often do you see, for example, a tunnel that is a triangle? It really depends on the situation, doesn't it? I mean, in EVE Online, you'll often find yourself with pressure from all sides, and that's when you really want to have a circle, or in 3D space, a sphere, really, so that the points of pressure are spread all around you evenly.
How many tunnels have you been in that are just circles? Or spheres?
Basically every single tunnel in the world.
The semicircles.
I believe what you're referring to is the strength of an arch. Notably good from pressure on one side,
true.
very
true.
bad from the other side.
No, underground you have pressure from all directions, including the sides and below.
That's not how gravity works. You know this. The ground isn't trying to push us up, Phantom. Get out of here with this.
No, listen, you talk about arches as strong. Now, if you go under something that's just an arch, you're going under a bridge. It's not a sort of 10-foot long tunnel just because there's a road going under you.
Right. Wind it in, guys. All right. If we're gonna be talking about all these shapes, we've got Triglavians as the triangles, all right? You've got to start assigning the shapes to the other, I guess, factions in the game.
Yeah. Minotaur is just a spider graph of a mess. Just someone doesn't know what to do. The Galenti, of course, your classic potato shape, whatever that may be, a sort of oblique spheroid, perhaps.
Maybe like a bean shape, like a little oval.
Yeah, like a bean. We could bake them.
I mean, that is actually for Twitch chat. For those of you that don't know, Heinz baked beans are CCP Jotun's favorite food. So if you are going to FanFest,
fucking do it.
You can bring a can or a little tin of beans for Jotun, and he will make use of them.
He will eat them. Excuse me, CCP Jotun. This is the analysts are talking. Please get back in your lane. So make sure you bring him plenty of beans. He told me he loves it when people come up with bean sauce and touch him. So I recommend that. I forgot what we were talking about. I think it was shapes.
It was shapes.
Amar, the most regal of shapes. I don't know what that is.
Amar is the arches. They are the arches.
Yes.
No, they are the arches. Caldari. Because of the flying buttresses on their cathedrals, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. True. And then I don't know what Caldari are. What
I would
shape
say
is the
Caldari
most gray?
Squares. Caldari squares.
Yeah, they are squares. They are squares. Like they love ECM. That's pretty square. So
what shape is the most grey?
I would say a square.
Yeah,
square is also probably the greyest of shapes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Now,
well, I'm glad we.
Shapes.
Galenti
are very obviously made up of
haters
the
in chat, but that's fine.
So this is why we need a consistent match schedule. So for those teams who pull out, this is the kind of stuff that you force on the rest of us, and then presumably you're watching because you care about the tournament, not enough to participate in it, but enough to enter it, and therefore are probably still watching. So Pocket Pet C, this is your fault.
But okay, actually, that does open up an interesting little tidbit for those who are watching the tournament and perhaps haven't taken part in a tournament before. Stepping away from the shapes for a little bit. We'll get back to it. We've got time. How do teams really get involved in the tournament if they haven't done it before? And I'll start with you, CCP Upload.
Excellent question. So tournaments like this, run by community in this case, the guys from the Anger Games team are a great way to get started in tournaments. First of all, you need less people, 7 people. Realistically, you could get away with 5 if you really, really want to push it. I strongly do not recommend it. Just pay 2 people to come and help you. And you just enter, and then you form a team and you start practicing. The easiest way to do it is to pick up some of the comps that you see, matches like today, and just try and duplicate them and play. And some groups run open practices as well. When the main Alliance tournament comes round, I recommend just getting involved in that, because the feeder rounds are all in Thunderdome as well, this test server that we're currently on, which means that you're not even losing real money. All this stuff essentially is free. And you can just spawn. And most importantly, when you're on Thunderdome, everybody has perfect skills. So if you're 10 minutes into EVE Online and you're watching these noobs get wrecked in these matches thinking, I could do that, well, good news, you can. All you have to do is just do it, It's just fucking do it. So it's cool. Tournaments, do more tournaments. And if you want to organize your own tournament, you can. Just contact Susby Zealous, and he can help you set that up. There's all sorts of cool tournaments that have been ran. Jin Tan, he has run I think the Charity Cup and the Captain's Cup at various times. We've had RVB used to run tournaments. We've of course had the Alliance tournament. We have this. This is the Anger Games 7. This the Anger 7 Games, I believe, is his legal name. And that implies the existence of the Anger 7 Games implies the existence of the Anger 8 Games. So we shall look forward to that again.
That is true. I mean, you have to keep on trucking. So Anger Games 8 already confirmed. Thank you very much, CCP Upload. And for those of you in Twitch chat who are thinking about running your own tournaments, I have added CCP Zealous in the Twitch chat. You can all add him too and just say tournament please or something like that. And I'm sure he will love you for it. All right. So our next match is going to be 2 times 16th against questionable choice theory. Let's see what the bands look like. All right, so 2x 16th has banned the Sleipnir, the Tholos, the Arbitrator, the Curse, and the Apocalypse Navy issue. Quite a few tracking disrupting bans there. And then Questionable Choice Theory have banned the Jackdaw, the Celestis, the Scimitar, the Lachesis, and the Absolution. Phantomites. What do you think about the tracking disruptor bans here? The Arbitrator and the Curse?
Well, tells me that I'm not necessarily expecting them to be bringing a drone comp. I can say that much. They're very confident that their guns and or missiles are going to work.
I mean, this Crucifier, Sentinel, Pilgrim, they're all still open too, and they're not necessarily bad ships.
I know, the Pilgrim's not a particularly common ship that you see fielded in the AT, but Crucifier, at the very least, that they may feel that they can instantly just one-shot that, blow it straight off the field.
And CCP Overload, we see an Apocalypse Navy issue ban. What are your thoughts, my good man?
Long range projection, beamy boy down there, and pretty tanky with the faction resist profile on that one as well. I mean, that with the Absolution, which is obviously the other team banning that, is taking away a lot of like projection, especially projection into sort of EM lock stuff. The Jackdaw is an interesting one. Like I'm looking at the Jackdaw combined with the Scimitar, the Lachesis, and Absolution bans. So I think this is some people trying to sway people out of bringing a sort of max threat, medium gun spam type thing going on here, but leaving enough open. So realistically, you can ban out a comp like bang, so that no one can bring it if you just devote all your bans to it. But that's pretty inefficient because you leave a lot of stuff still on the field. So what you want to do is try and weaken the things that you don't want to see, without banning it out completely, because you want to then weaken it enough to a point that you think you can deal with it, or make them pick something else and then use bans on that as well. So this is difficult choice theory. What are they called again? I forget what they're actually called, this group. But essentially trying to make it so that you weaken it just enough that they can use it and you can defeat it, but not going too all in on one particular ban strategy. It could be a minefield if you do this wrong.
So, with the Sleipnir being banned and with a lot of controls still being open, we see like the Loki, the Rapier, the Hugin, the Hyena, all of the webs are basically available, right? Do you think it still makes sense to only ban the Sleipnir, or would you also ban the Nighthawk as well if you're trying to get rid of rush setups? Because we have seen quite a few rush setups rely on the Nighthawk in previous years instead of the Sleipnir, well, the Nighthawk and the Loki. So the Nighthawk rush with the Loki is still open.
It is. Yep, it is. Well observed, Mystical Knight.
Okay,
Realistically, what you want to do as well is if you think you're going to leave something open for one reason or another, it's because you have a plan to beat it. Like whatever comp you're bringing, you say, okay, our comp can defeat a Nighthawk Loki Rush. Otherwise, we need to ban it out. That's kind of how you work these things out. You don't just ban willy-nilly. You actually have a strategy behind it. So maybe they're trying to bring that themselves. They could bring some sort of weird variation of Florida Man is open as well. So you never know.
Well, with that, we are going to throw it to the arena to watch 2x 16th versus Questionable Choice Theory, and your commentators will be Dirk Statiel and CCP Jotun.
Hello, yes. We are coming back to the arena. I'm here as Dirk with CCP Marky Mark.
Indeed, yes.
We have some sort of Florida man once again versus what if 12.5% brought here, Mark?
12.5%, is that what we're going with? That's insane. 2/16ths have a bit of a gun spam sort of situation. It's kind of a light gun spam. They've got the Astart, Zealot, Deimos, obviously pretty strong. The Mauler in the back end with the Retribution as well. Zarm Logi is going to be strong as well. This is just a pretty strong gun. I say gun spam, but like gun spam adjacent sort of deal. But they do have a lot of damage out of this comp. Obviously, it's going to be pretty strong. While the team from what is it? Questionable Choice Theory, yes, is really light. Oh my goodness! Hang on, sorry. What do you look at my words out? Light on Logi and not get smoked. Oh my God!
The Verify goes again. Those bombers,
what the hell?
Bombers designed to do a ton of damage to a battleship.
All right.
Just absolutely melted.
All right, guys. Here's the secret to winning the Anger Games. Click Control Space, right-click target, shoot. Don't move. Holy shit! That was insane.
Yeah. One thing I want to mention, actually, that I don't think we've had option to touch on yet, is that we do see a Zarmazd here. Now, the Zarmazd we thought was a little bit strong in the Alliance tournament, and especially in the 7v7 format. So that Zarmazd is actually limited to a single high slot rep, and that is it. It cannot have utility highs. It cannot have extra remote reps that are not that Triglavian rep.
Yep.
But it doesn't seem to matter that it's lost all its shields. It's still quite happy sat there, and we just lost an alligator.
Yeah, Dirk, it's like this. The best offense is a good offense.
This is snowballing. Like
it's like my grandpappy always said, rest in peace. If you're gonna go out there and slap somebody in the ass, you better make sure you slap them hard. And they are slapping hard today.
The most damage so far has been done to a Deimos in some weird alternate universe.
They maybe feed
we might see a Mauler go possible. Scythe goes down. Okay, so that survivability for that remaining Florida Hoffman is well down the drain.
Yeah, wild situation.
This is quick. We are 2 minutes in, and
this match is actually this match is payback for Mystical Might for summoning up the horrible bean situation that I revealed to him in confidence. So yes, Misty, you get to talk for another 20 minutes after this one. This alligator from Gregory Abel. Gregory Abel, rest in peace, homie. You did your best out there. Yeah, not gonna happen.
12.5% showing that Florida man is definitely not worth more than 12.5% at this point.
We need to start. Yeah, we need to start.
They didn't even get to the Hugin first. They just DPS. Kill the DPS, and what do we need to worry about?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much damage. It's honestly like gun spam is so strong in general, and in this format where there's just not a whole lot of mitigation. You really, really want to be able to you want to avoid this sort of thing. And the thing that's so hard about gun spam too is that it's so hard to ban out. You really, really have a hard time banning out gun spam just because there's so many good options.
So much nowadays. Yeah,
you ban the Absolution. Good news, you've got the Astarte. It just doesn't matter.
Here's a Harbinger Navy issue.
Yeah, no shit. Well, that will be it for that'll be it for this match for Questionable Choice Theory. 2/16 takes the dub, and we will go back to the desk to hear Misty try and justify this one, and hopefully not talk about beans.
I'm going to have to disappoint you, Mr. CCP Jotun. I will be talking about the beans, but before we get to that, I will say I blinked and I missed a kill, and then I blinked and I missed another kill. If you guys could slow down on the matches and the completion times, that would be great. But, welcome back to the desk. I'm Mystical Might, joined by Phantomite and CCP Overload. Phantomite, how'd that match go?
Well, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. I looked at the chat as the timer ticked down, and then they were minus a bomber, and I was typing. Wow! I looked away, and they were minus a bomber, and I looked back, and they were minus the other one as well. Now, I have a strong suspicion that the Zealot had something very strong to do with that. The Zealot is an absolute terror to stealth bombers in this game. Stealth bombers don't have any hit points. The Zealot has lots of damage. It has plenty of tracking at the kind of range you'd see a bomber, and that's all there is to it. It really is just 1 + 1 = 2, and the 2 is dead.
And Phantomite, what use are bombers in the tournament? How would you typically fit a bomber, and what are you looking to shoot with it?
Now, I'm going to be real. I've never flown a bomber in a tournament. I've been part of only about three of them personally, but I have not been a bomber pilot in any of those. And you know what? In all of the teams that I was ever in, we never used a bomber in those ones either, probably because at the time we were far too terrified that something would just blow them out of the sky in 1 or 2 shots, just like happened here. However, it's very, very low points. They're very cheap on points. They do a lot of damage, and they can have a very fair amount of range on them to attempt to stay outside of being one shot. So I can understand why people would bring them. They want something cheap that adds a lot to the fight, but it is a risk, and it was a poor calculation for them today.
So it does seem like they tried to pair the bombers with a Hugin. I don't think we've actually seen the Hugin too much. I think we may have seen it once in a previous match. May have been a rapier. CCP Overload. Didn't seem like the Hugin really helped them out too much.
Well, Mr. Lamide, great observation. So for them to be helped out, they must first survive. They failed at the first first hurdle there. First you survive, then you thrive. They did not survive at all. In fact, they did very much the opposite of that. Now, if they had managed to survive, presumably they were told to try and get speed up, get transversal, and just live to win as long as possible, and then they could start putting their DPS onto. I would imagine they want to go for the Astarte first with those bombers, just because the amount of pressure it can put onto them. But if you want to hit the smaller things, especially things like Mauler and Down and Mages, you're going to need those paints. Presumably that Hugin will have at least 1, maybe even 2 paints to give it better application. Because of course, as we all know, the stealth bomber fires battleship-sized weapons, torpedoes. They don't hit things goodly if the things be smallly. So you want to make the things bigger. Thus, you hit it better.
Damn, that was really insightful. Hard something bigly, smally. Yes, good, very good.
Those are the technical terms.
and hitting it betterer is it's a supreme way of saying how a target painter works for you.
Yeah, good at hits is good, or something.
Yep.
So one of the ships that actually catches my attention on the 2/16th team is the Zam. Now, I believe the Zam has been banned basically every single time, and if not banned, then fielded. Phantomite. What's so good about the Zam? Why do teams seem to fear and love it in equal measure?
Well, as far as a Logi ship goes, it's not as expensive as you might expect from a ship with that kind of spooling ability of its reps. I mean, in a way, it's sort of the anti Vedmak in that it spools help rather than harm with its gun. I mean, we've been through exactly how this gun works before, but it's fairly affordable for the tournament in terms of points. It's doesn't require a much complexity in how you fly it, other than steering and choosing one person to rep at a time. But it is powerful in that repping one person at a time eventually.
Now, during your little explanation there, Phantomite, Twitch chat had a interesting little observation that you said the Zam is not expensive. And then they said that the hull is 500 mil in game.
It certainly
SMH my head. So out of touch with the common man, Phantomite. How far you have fallen.
Well, I mean, I would hope that the audience also listen to me say in terms of points.
There we go. That's what I wanted you to get at, yes. But also, it's important to note, while there is a point cost for the ships, the tournament is being held on Thunderdome. So teams do not have to actually invest any of their ISK into the ships. You're able to just kind of click your fingers and you spawn a ship and you fit it. And, that there are some fitting restrictions. You can't use faction, for example, or dev space, anything like that. Some modules are limited to certain ships. But essentially, you aren't putting any of your ISK in besides the Plex fee that you use to get into the tournament itself. Again, another reason why taking part in some of these player tournaments is a good way to get started, especially for those of you who haven't taken part in tournaments before. Why am I being doxxed by Jotun in Twitch chat?
I mean, what I'm surprised at is, because the ships essentially are spawnable here for this tournament and don't cost any of your ISK from Tranquility. I don't know why these teams don't just bring 7 Titans at one go and just AoE the field.
The fraternity methodology of flying in a tournament. Unfortunately, that is against the rules.
There we go. That'll explain it.
And for those of you who do want to actually find the rule set, it is available on the AG7 Discord. I'm not going to try and link it in chat because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get auto-modded if I do. But someone else can. Someone who is a moderator can do that.
Zells will do it.
Look at that. There we go. Look. ! Rules if you want the rules. Yeah. And to check out the prizes, I think. All right. So we have another match coming up. And boy, wait, let me scroll down a little bit. Let me just see. Oh, yeah, there's a lot more matches to come the rest of the day. But this next match is between highly regarded and From Spark to Flame. I feel like From Spark to Flame might be the only team so far in the tournament who
a serious name.
Who did a serious name. I respect it. Thank you very much.
The only team so far.
Bans were available. I didn't poke the producer before I said all of this, so we're gonna see.
That's what I do. I just shout about bans and then they just turn up. So there you go. It worked.
Yes, there we go. It worked. See, usually I see you clap your hands and then they sometimes appear and often don't. I can't do that. With,
I have my very own private ban guy, so I can perhaps look at the loading him out sometime.
Okay, that sounds like it would be great addition. But highly regarded, banning the Arbitrator, Armageddon, Curse, Pilgrim, and Ishimu. And From Spark to Flame, banning the Hugin, the Dracovac, the Zarm, the Rapier, and the Golem. Lots of interesting bans coming out here. Phantomite, a Golem ban?
A Golem ban, yeah. I mean, I know that, and I hope our viewers know that a Golem isn't going to be doing many thousands of DPS in a tournament like this because you're not fitting a Bastion module on it. But when I see the Golem get banned, one thing it says to me is that the people who banned it don't want to get target painted by it. Because the Golem is a little bit unusual in its class in that it does have a bonus to that form of E-War. It's even off-race as well, but it is a significant bonus. You may have to correct me on the exact percentage, but I believe it's 7.5% per level of target painter effectiveness.
We're going to go with that number because I'm not checking it. I believe you. Twitch chat is okay. Now there's 2. Okay.
Well,
we're getting
we have disagreements
from Twitch chat.
Yeah,
but
the
Twitch
first person is a
out.
doctor, and they said that it's 7.5%, and surely a doctor would not be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Rockin' Rocket saying 10. I can't trust that name. Jesus.
Unfortunately, I know Rockin' Rocket, and I think he's about to tell me, "Whoops, I was wrong" in Discord.
CCP Overload, Dracovac ban, really quickly. Tell me about that.
It's pretty cheap point wise. It does a lot of damage. It's pretty flexible. It can fit links, even though they're not necessarily the best. But the spilling damage means that because it's such a low amount of points, it really can just spill up in a single target. So if you're planning on bringing something maybe like heavily loaded into like 1 or 2 points expensive battleships, you want to get rid of that kind of stuff. Probably the same reason you would ban something out like the Golem would be my guess.
Cool. And before we go to the match, we have another 20-30 seconds. Who do you think is going to be taking this one? Highly regarded or From Spark to Flame?
I think highly regarded have a lot of really experienced pilots, so I'm going to bet on them.
Phantomite?
I do think I know who's going to win, but unfortunately, I looked over at my other screen and I've just seen what's landed on the field, so I don't think it would be fair for me to say.
Okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Well, we're going to throw it a little earlier, give the commentators a little time to discuss what they're seeing on the grid. Your commentators for this match between Highly Regarded and From Spark to Flame will be Doug Steele and CCP Jotun.
Yes, friends, once again, it is me, CCP Jotun, here again with Dirk Steele, looking at Highly Regarded versus From Spark to Flame. Highly Regarded coming in hot with a Minmatar comp. We have Min versus Min, sort of a situation. Looks like a Min kite versus Min. Yeah, Min v Min. A lot of Min in this comp. Dirk, what are we looking at?
We're looking at kite versus a rush, I think. Yeah, I'm just trying to take a look at what we've got on things like the Cinnaball. The Cinnaball does appear to be... are those rotating? They are rotating. That is an autocannon Cinnaball with a lovely skin. Hint to some of our lovely cameramen.
Interesting. Why would you fit... Okay,
why would you fit autocannons to a Cinnaball? Because it's Cinnaball.
I mean, if you're kiting, I guess, yeah. Okay. Oh, they're not kiting. I lied. I was wrong. They're not kiting. It's a bamboozle. They're going in. Look at them go.
Autocannons on that Kizrael as well. We are seeing some damage on the Caracal Navy of Mr. Up. We're also seeing some damage on Death Almorando. But the Sleipnir of Paolo, who will probably be XLASB fit, we have seen some reps landing. Is that Osprey going? There goes Death.
Yeah, Bantam gets smoked. But obviously,
Paolo, that trading that for Paolo, not a great trade.
No, bad trade.
He's
actually,
bouncing.
The back end, the dual stipples.
Dunking in a hole. But Mr. Up. There we go. Ooh. Yeah, this is flipped very quickly. I thought Paolo might have over-repped initially, but he seems to be recovering. That Osprey getting right on top.
The dual spipples of the back end for Highly Regarded were absolutely doing work. They just went out there and wrecked shop on the bottom end of just slap the bottom, just smack the bottom around a little bit. Now all they've got left are, even if they trade Paul at this point, they still have the
Kizrael. He might go down.
Yeah, I mean,
there he goes.
I don't know if it matters though. They still have their Osprey, they still have the Kiz, they still have the Cinnaball. Like, they're gaming,
and they're about to lose a Cyclone Fleet issue for it as well. Yeah. That Cyclone Fleet issue is just chunking. So
I will
once
trade
again one of those moments of absolutely.
Yeah, for 4 ships for a Sleipnir every single day of the week, dude. Every single day. The Osprey from Costas will be the primary. It won't matter. He's gonna tank. They don't have the. I mean, they have the DPS probably to break him, but like they're gonna spend the rest of the fight trying to kill the Osprey. There's nothing left they can do. Highly Regarded. I'm not kidding you, dude. The back end of those two Svipples, whoever they are, Zerayak, Quiffen, and Mpomolar won. Went out there and did the dirty work. They went into the back end. They got their little grubby Svipple hands all over the place, and they just choked the life out of them. Now I say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Mpomolar, not a name that I know, but Zariak is definitely an experienced tournament player. He's been around the block. He knows what he's looking at and what he's doing. And while, the Loki and the Cyclone, there goes the Loki. The guys from the burn side, from Spark to Flame, they did a little bit of work to recover, but it was a little bit too little too late. They ran into that Minmatar rush meat grinder.
Yeah, I mean, they were both rushy. They just, like, I got baited really hard at the beginning of this thing. Now listen, here's the thing though. Real talk, if they lose Baza and they don't kill the Claymore in exchange, all they have left is the Cinnaball and the Broadsword, which I think is probably fine still, but it's a little spicier.
Cinnaball and Broadsword killing that Cyclone, I think they can still do it, but Baza's going to go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Baz is going to go before the Cyclone.
the
Unfortunately, the Cyclone definitely seems... sorry, is that a Claymore?
It is a Claymore, yeah. The
Thought it was
Claymore is
Claymore.
pretty tanky. It is pretty tanky.
No active tank on the Claymore, though. That's interesting.
No, and I don't see any rep bots on him either, so the Onyx must just not have any. They'll feed the Claymore here then if they can't. Like, I see...
Yeah, it's... The moment it's done with its shield. This is why you active tank a Claymore, people. XLASBs are your friend.
But then at the same time, he might not last that long if he was active fit. You know, I mean, he may have just like fed a little bit earlier, which is again fine. It doesn't really matter. Like I said earlier, the Onyx does not have the damage to kill anything left on this grid. Even if the Cinderball is just going to burn away, and he's just going to game. These two Spipple pilots did the job, man. They went out there and they got it done. I got baited at the beginning of this thing. I'm happy to admit it. I got baited. I thought maybe they'd do a Minotaur kite, but when you called out the autocannons, I was very suspicious. And you were right. They just, I mean, turn around, dive in. You could see at the very
yeah.
I hope they got it in the video because at the very beginning of the fight, the two Sipples just made a beeline for the Bantams and cleared them within like 20 seconds. It was nuts.
They did exactly what they should do. And it's one of those things where when you take a look at like a Tech 3 destroyer like a Jackdaw, it's often a very kitey thing. It's designed to clear small stuff from range. You know, you've got those light missiles, it reaches out and touches things. When it comes to a Svipple, it's designed to dive in, grab something, and just nuke it. And when it comes to T1 Logi frigates, they eat those for breakfast. But that is it. That we have highly regarded going 200 to 120 against from Spark to Flame, and we will throw that back to the desk. It was a good performance from both sides, but there it is. Back to the desk. Let's talk about this again.
Regarded indeed.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mystical Might, joined by Phantomite and CCP Overload. Phantomite, tell me, what did we just see?
Well, I'm going to skip over to begin with. Maybe we'll go back to the hero tanking on that Sleipnir, but I did notice what seemed like a bit of hubris on the side of Bazza's team there on Highly Regarded with the Kizreal. Now, I noticed the Kizreal looking... I looked at the face of Baz's Kizreal, and it looked really smug halfway through that match. And he was in amongst the middle of all of his enemies, doing a large amount of autocannon DPS. And then they shot him, and it didn't really work very well for him because they were just down on their Logi. And the way that a lot of people would fit a Kizreal is not too dissimilar to the way that a lot of people would fit something like a Hurricane Fleet issue. They'll fit, a couple of extenders as the bulk of its tank on there, and the rest of it kind of a bit gank. And, for anybody who's flown a Hurricane Fleet issue like that knows that if you get locked down in that ship and slowed down and tackled and applied to, those shield extenders don't make you live a particularly long time. It's very squishy. It's a bit of a glass cannon at that point. And, this is just one of the big values of a Hick on a tournament grid. That is a long scram that you are putting on the field there. That is going to stop a ship like that dead in its tracks. And all you have to do is approach an F1, and that thing will die very quickly.
CCP Overload, do you think that there's anything the other team could have done to really prevent the Hick and then the rest of his team getting on top of targets and just burning through them?
No, I don't, Mystical Mind.
That is perfect. Thank you very much.
I think in this case, they had their own Onyx, which is great for a little bit of screening. However, one Onyx cannot possibly screen a Sleipnir, a Kizreal, a Broadsword, a Cinnable, and two Seeples. So it's kind of like pissing into the wind there. You're just going to accept that you're going to get rushed down. And I kind of touched on this in a previous segment when I was like, you need to make sure that your comp can survive a rush if you're going to bring it. Like, it's the most basic thing. Approach F1, do large damage, and hope that you kill them before they kill you. And if you can't defeat that with your comp, you should be reevaluating what the comp actually is, or at least have a methodology to defeat a rush. Now, it could be a high skill methodology, like the Onyx just like mega gamers and just scrams everybody all the time, but that's not really reliable or feasible. And you're going to lose more stuff. I mean, I suppose you could screen a bit with the Loki with webs, especially if it's like a multi-web Loki. But I reckon it was probably just more DPS fit Loki with a couple of utility webs.
Yeah, as Bart, Black Bart Pirate was very fond of repeating on the Alliance tournament desk, you have your standard kind of matchups that you have to run a comp through to see if it can win against them, and if it can't, then it's garbage and it should go in the bin. So
yes,
I'm glad that you are carrying on Bart's spirits and talking point.
I mean, if you're not doing that in practice, then you're not really practicing. All you're doing is just like playing tournament. When you practice, you want to try and figure out how to be better at stuff, and usually that means being like telling your practice partners, okay, bring a rush. Like, we're going to leave it open. Bring the rush, please. Try and rush us down, and we're going to practice how to counter that, basically. And all the good teams will be doing that kind of stuff. They will be asking their partners to basically bring the worst possible thing they can face and make sure they know how to control it.
But this does lead to an interesting question. We got a minute or two before the next set of bans. When you're going through this practice, when you're kind of finding your feet and testing interesting comps into some of the more standard ones, how do you prevent yourself falling into a theory crafting hole and out-measuring yourself?
Sometimes you just gotta embrace it, man, and just like fall into that hole and see what happens. But in general, just stop making decisions based on decisions that you think other people are going to make. There's a certain level where you can get away with that, but every decision has another follow-up decision, and you can just keep going down and down and down until you end up bringing something just dumb. Because you're like, well, if these 8 things happen, this is the perfect counter for that, and then it turns out the first thing didn't even happen. You're like, well, fuck, we're in the wrong thing. So just bring what you are comfortable bringing. Ban things that you think weaken the comps that you don't want to face, and make sure you can survive a rush.
Wise words. Wise words. So
I think that Overload, it sounds very much like you're just saying that ultimately humans are unknowable.
Okay. With philosophical garbage. Okay. This is a ship stream, and we are looking at the bans for the next match between 3 AM Epiphany and Feed Matar Dead Alliance. When those pop up, we have 3 AM Epiphany with the Loki band, followed by the Hyena, the Zarm, the Curse, and the Sentinel, which is an interesting one we'll get back to. And then we have Feed Matar Dead Alliance with the Hugin, Rapier, Aneros, Guardian, and Nighthawk. An interesting set of bands on both sides. Phantoma, I'm going to start with you. We see a Sentinel band now. A Sentinel and a Curse, but we still have the Crucifier, which is lower points, and the Pilgrim still open. What do you think?
It makes me feel that, these guys feel like they could kill a Crucifier, but perhaps not a Sentinel. But of course, the Sentinel is, as far as a frigate goes, is a lot scarier than a Tech 1 frigate. It doesn't have a particularly larger tank. It's not necessarily harder to kill on paper, but those newts on a Sentinel will decimate any frigate or destroyer's capacitor, often in about 10 seconds time, depending on where they are relative to each other. It's a supremely fast decimation of another ship's ability.
And CCP Overload, we see Hugin, Rapier, Hyena band alongside Zarm, Aneros, and Guardian band. So all of the Tech 2 logistics cruisers for armor band, most of the strong webs band. What are your thoughts?
I mean, based on what that one guy said in Twitch chat earlier on about the Hyena being a terrible webbing ship, I think we can say that it's clearly a wasted ban here. But this is a lot of all the webs basically being banned by both sides mutually agreeing not to deal with webs in this particular matchup. The Sentinel, although it was mentioned by Phantomite earlier on, that is a cheeky little boy. It can get on top of like a logistics cruiser and just flatten its cap. Those small newt cycle times are so short that even if you have an injector, there's almost little you can do about it. It's just going to keep you flat. I think we're going to see, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but we're probably going to see shield-based stuff here. The rushes are still kind of open. Like, you do have Frigate Logi available, and you tend to find that there's a variation of most of the rushes with Frigate Logi simply because you go DPS heavy, and sort of Logi light and just rely on the best defense being offense. That obviously works really well if you can't be controlled. And, Mystical Knight, what can control you? That's right, webs. So if you don't have any of those, you can't be slowed down. Your rush can be rushy. It won't be slowy.
I just wanted to let that sit for a second, so we could all marinate in the wise words you had there. One of the interesting bans as well, at the very end, we see the Nighthawk ban. And I know in a previous kind of ban list, I was talking about how the Nighthawk and the Loki usually paired together for a ham rush. Interestingly, the Sleipnir is now open, alongside, the Cinnaball, the Kisriels that we saw in the previous match as well. Do you think we will see Gun Rush or Gush making a little comeback in this match?
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it in the last match. Essentially, it was a Mimitar Gun Rush, known as the Gush, and they gushed all over them. It got a little bit tight for Baza in the end there, and his team. I think they got a little bit worried in the middle, but they were able to pull it out. Snatch victories from the jaws of defeat, as it were. The power of a rush in the tournaments will always be high. You can control it if you're skilled enough as a team, and there are ways around it. But the power of a rush, like, you can always trust that if you
have to rush you to get
it'll
to the
be right there. No,
okay.
I've got another 3 minutes of this
okay.
spiel. So
you know what?
let me talk a little bit more about the concept of a rush.
To the arena, 3 a.m. Epiphany versus Mimitar Dead Alliance. Your commentators are Dirk Zatil and CCP Jotun.
Yes, hello, welcome back to the arena. I am once again Dirk Statil here along with CCP Giant. And what we have here for you is effectively, by the looks, a rerun of our last match. You have to wonder who these teams have been practicing against, but I can confirm that the Cinnaballs of 3 a.m. are auto-cannon fit. I can confirm that this Sleipnir of 3 a.m. is auto-cannon fit. And the Kisriel of Sycamoria in the Fleet team, Fimitar, is auto-cannon fit. This is Rush versus Rush. Here we go.
And it is Rush versus Rush, Dirk, and we have the Rat Alliance burning in, dropping some cheeky Vespa 600s. Curious. Going for the medium E-War drones. I think it's a curious call. Just trying to spread out some of that E-War, spread a little bit of control.
It's a higher jam chance from a drone. Yeah, that's for sure.
Very high and very slow, which is not a huge deal if you're brawling it out. But they're not exactly brawling, are they? They're looking at this.
What is this kite from a 3 autocannons?
3M is kiting, which is a unique choice. I mean, maybe this is just a lulling. Look, here they are. They're kind of turning back around.
Oh, they're trying to drag the Osprey, or is that a Basilisk? That is a Basilisk, and now it's hard tackled. They were trying to curl around and get in on it.
Very cheeky move. The Basilisk from Toy K Manifest getting chunked, but at the same time,
sensible move.
A bit of a trade going on here. I think I take the trade for the Cinnaball for the Logi. I think I take
that Cinnaball, yeah. Now they can they still have their Scimitar. Their Scimitar is playing it relatively well, playing out in the back side of the comp. And now we have the real brawl going on, which is where those Vespers come back in. The jam chances coming through. And that Scimitar can just sit there and top up whoever needs it. It's chill.
The full does go down.
And I say it's chill. They've just lost another Cinnaball and a Swipple, but you know, theoretically, the strategy was okay.
Yeah, I mean, they slept there now from Shunsuke Amuth or Amu, Shunsuke Amu. Gonna rep through this. Gonna rep through this. It's got all the damage on top of it. Everybody's just sitting there. There's one Scimitar. The Scimitar is I think maybe the difference maker here, because they haven't been able to kill their Logi. They still have their Logi, or 3M still has their Logi up, so they're gonna be able to keep the Sleipnir going. They don't really have enough DPS to push through. I say that, but they are pushing through the Sleipnir. Oh baby. Okay, the Scythe Fleet issue.
Trading it for the Scimitar Scythe Fleet issue,
Scythe Fleet issue. I think he was tackled, which is not ideal.
Interesting that the broadsword is being left alone when the broadsword has basically been perma-infi pointing. And for those who don't know out at home, if a broadsword or any other heavy interdictor is using its infinipoint, its high slot tackle module, it can't be repped. So if it's there tackling, it's there for the taking. But
yeah, indeed, they are going.
Damage has been split elsewhere. Scimitar seems to have been a little bit caught.
Yeah, they're going after the Scimitar.
Definitely caught.
A little bit too little, too late at this point. The Scimitar probably just tanks through this, even with the. I mean, he's not going to be able to tank
at least.
Yeah, his XLASB will run for a bit, but I mean, all they need is long enough for them to kill Sycamore and the Kiz. And the rats get squished. This is I don't know if you've seen the documentary Ratatouille, where the little rat man sits in the top and does the pulling of the hair to make the French fellow do his little. You understand
your life story.
Yeah, exactly. That's not quite what's gone on here, because Sycamore was not able to pilot for the rest of his fleet. He was not able to pull the hair strings, as it were. He does go down. Now, all they have. This is very interesting. I don't think this is a foregone conclusion, because we do have Sleipnir v. Sleipnir. Shunsuke does have more armor damage.
Down.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. But actually, you have to wrap there like that. Yeah.
The Swiffle's going to go once that XLASB goes, but
I think
they're also on Shinsuke. They're trying to trade the Swiffle versus the Swiffle. If Axel can manage his reps better, maybe.
Yeah, I think I'd take Sleipnir Draugr over Sleipnir Broadsword, but he has to stay alive because the Draugr's going to spool. The Draugr's going to spool on the Sleipnir.
The problem is that Axel was down a couple of charges, on his XLASB before they moved on to Shinsuke. So like, this is going to be close. We are going to be watching carefully for these rep cycles.
All right, you got to heat your boosters here now, friend.
Seems like Axel's coming to. Axel's really trying to manage it, and he's maybe come to the end of it.
I don't.
He's come to the end of it. Definitely, he doesn't have anything left in the tank.
Yep, he'll go down.
Shinsuke probably also doesn't have anything left in the tank at this point. I don't think he's got another rep left in him.
Yeah, he's gonna put
Can a Draugr kill him before he reloads?
I don't think so.
It's a 40-second reload for an XLASB, if memory serves. I would have to double check that.
I don't think it matters because all he has to do is look at the Draugr.
And there's reps now. Yeah, and there's a rep.
Yeah,
Shinsuke got it off.
Honestly, pretty well played by.
It was a really good effort.
If Axel at the very end hadn't been down charges, I think maybe they pulled that one out. I still take Draugr and Sleipnir over Broadsword Sleipnir. I think pretty evenly. Just in terms of just having to burst something down, I think that's the better bet. But you were right with the cap situation being what it was, just not ideal. Sella to Kaltar in the Draugr did his best. Is going to go down here. And the rats not quite pulling this one off. They're going to have to go back to the kitchen for this one. More Ratatouille memes. I'm absolutely killing it today. And with that, we're going to throw it back to the desk with our friends Misty, CCP Overload, and Phantomite. Take it away.
Gonna be great.
Alrighty, welcome back to the desk. Before we go to the break, this was our last match of this half. There is more to come after the break. I'm going to ask Phantomite and CCP Overload for their opinions on this wonderful Gush vs. Gush matchup that we just saw. Phantomite, I think you had a little something to say about Hicks.
I want to talk about Hicks, but I want to first point out that Jotun is invulnerable to being ratatouille'd for some fairly obvious reasons. So I don't think he needs to worry about that. But heavy interdictors are not necessarily just a long scramming ship in any tournament, or indeed, equally on regular Tranquility combat as well. Particularly the Onyx and the Broadsword. They don't just in the tournament hold down a ship so that the Gush can come and eat them. They also do they can do a huge amount of DPS themselves. Particularly the Broadsword and the Onyx, they've got potential DPS without sacrificing much of their tank. They can rival a hack. They can rival a close range hack. And I think that that's very obvious to see here when it looked on the face of it like Sleipnir
Perfect. And, speaking about DPS and the ability to impact the match by just gushing high DPS numbers all over the place. Talk to me about dots. What does dot mean from an MMO perspective, and how does it apply to EVE Online? Also, the stream went down.
Thank you for
Oh, it's
thank you for the
back.
question.
We're back.
So in this case, dot is damage over time. You may be familiar with this in other massive multiplayer online role-playing games, including EVE Online, our favorite one. And what it does is it applies that damage over a period of time. This is important because it doesn't just happen at one time. It happens continuously. Now, the Tholos and his big brother, the Zenithaf, are the only ships in the game that currently use any form of dot or damage over time weapons, the breacher pods. And the way they work is they work like a little baby missile that flies out, attaches to the enemy ship, and then just starts doing damages that bypass resistances. The important thing to note is it's very short range. It does have a travel time, and so if you fire it at the end of range and the ships are moving, then you can still definitely miss it. And the poor little breacher pods with all the little war clones inside just die in the vacuum of space, unloved and uncared for. But if they do get on board the enemy ship, then they start causing all sorts of havoc. The thing is, because that range is so short, the Tholos basically has to put himself into the jaws of death in order to be able to do so. So really what they do, usually at the start of the match, fly away in the opposite direction and bide their time. They have a little hotkey on their keyboard to play Ride of the Valkyries, and they come flying in, shouting down comms. Everyone else tells them to shut the hell up as they come flying in, and they just try and get dots on it. So you want to avoid that as the enemy team. Usually teams are pretty on the ball with that, but we saw in this case the Tholos of Bob Bobbington was able to get dots off on, I think, definitely 2, maybe even 3 ships. I saw it on the Sleipnir, I saw it on the Cinnable. And I still have more time.
This is my break time, buddy. All right. Again, we're throwing it to a break. We got about 14, 15 minutes before the next match. So go get yourself some drinks, go get yourself some food, and we will see you after this little bean break.
The pythographs, the pythographs, the pythographs.
Like Jordy says, the comps might seem bad, but they work.
But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha.
Yeah, what about it?
Stop shooting our Logi.
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
you guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
pythographs, the pythographs, the pythographs.
Like Jordy says, dude, the comps might seem bad, but they work.
But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha.
Yeah, what about it?
Stop shooting our Logi.
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
you
that
guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
Hello everyone and welcome back to AG7. I'm your host for the latter half of this evening, Yintan, and I am joined by the wonderful Mystical Might, who I'm sure you've heard from already today, and Virian Stoneshard. We are about to go and watch the match between Dracaris and Shrimply Delightful. But first, Virian, you've been watching from the sidelines today. Are there any matches so far that have stood out to you so far?
I mean, getting to watch some of the matches up point blank, getting to see a ham rush against 3 battleships at 0 and just watching them all explode, kind of beautiful. You don't see that very often. Same with the ham rush versus the AC rush. It's getting to have the camera tools on the grid itself is always a bit fun. You get to watch everything up close as much as you want.
Yeah, and we've now got Dracaris, who came ahead with a very surprising win in their first match, now coming up against Shrimply Delightful, who I believe are the Brave team. Mystical Might, who do you think's got the advantage in this match?
I mean, I would say Brave has more tournament experience if it's the same Brave team that we've seen in previous years during the AT. But Dracaris has flown fairly well today. They've already got a win under their belt, so I think it will probably be a fairly interesting match, regardless of whichever way it goes. My money would be on Dracaris, but we'll see.
All right, well, I think we have just enough time to look at the bands really quick before we go to the arena. So can we bring those up, please? Okay, so we see bands here against the Maulus, the Kerrys. Yeah, lots of sensor dampening bands. What does that really kind of indicate to you, Virian? Is there anything that sensor damps are really strong against?
I mean, whenever you're in ships that are slow or very limited by range, the moment that you give the enemy the option to damp you out and essentially control the range, you are going to have a very tough time to actually do anything.
Yeah, and on the other side, Mystical, you see that there's a lot of kite ships there being banned by Brave Newbies, with Jackdaw, Orthrus, Sentinel, all being banned out. What does that indicate that they're trying to bring, if anything?
It kind of tells me that they're probably bringing either a drone-heavy setup, and they don't want their drones having to chase things around, or they are bringing something that is going to be fairly slow and may not project that far. If you can project far, but you can't move quickly, you can still kind of shoot kiting ships. But if you've got stubby little hands and you got to swing close and you can't catch up to things, then removing the kiting ships kind of makes sense. I was going to note really quickly that it's interesting to see Dracaris change from the Guardian ban, which they did in their first ban set. Everything else was the same. And they replaced the Guardian with a Gila instead. So perhaps having seen some of the Gila setups people were bringing, wanting to remove some of the drone setups that they could potentially come up against.
All right, well, with that, we have the teams landing on grid and ready to go. So I'm going to pass it off to the arena with Nova Terraren and the Basilisk.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Novaterran, this time joined by the Basilisk for what is sure to be a sweet match. Shrimply Delightful showing up with something we haven't seen thus far with a Lechak. What else are we seeing here from Dracarys?
Yeah, Dracarys have brought a very interesting comp here. It's kind of a mix of a bunch of different things. They've got an APOC matching the Brave APOC. They've got Ishtar, Vexor Navy. It's kind of a blend of a bunch of different things. They have got the Ashmuth range control. I think the most important part of this match is going to be how the Rediva manages his reps, because he's coming up against two main DPS threats here in the APOC and the Leshak, and obviously the Rediva only has one rep, so he's going to have to be very, very careful with where he spools and when he stops spooling and then starts repping someone else, because those two DPS threats, they may shoot the same target, they may shoot different targets. If they shoot the same target, they're just trying to overload the Rediva. If they shoot different targets, they're trying to overload the Rediva in a different way by splitting his reps. So it can be a very, very challenging ask for the Rediva to keep all of his ships alive here.
This one's actually going to be pretty chaotic, I think. I mean, oftentimes when we've seen Leshaks in prior tournaments, it's been in these very either ECM or just control-heavy setups. But this is looking a lot more just all-around aggressive. APOC, that's a very hefty DPS threat, I would say there. And yeah, I mean, conversely, it's a really interesting hybrid from Dracarys as well. I think you were touching on it somewhere between drones, but also having that APOC, something new. And yeah, that Ashimu is going to be super relevant in this match, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I think the Brave setup is just intended to be fairly straightforward. Big numbers, big tank on the two battleships, big DPS from Leshak and APOC, and just kind of try and go aggressive with your tackle cruisers. I think this also explains some of their bans as to why they were banning out E-War. I think this kind of comp would be very vulnerable to control, like a Sentinel carries, just debilitating them. So I don't think Dracarys would want to opt for a brawl here. I think they want to try and play it slow, maybe use their drones to try and put some pressure on the Logi frigates or the Command Destroyer here, which is what they're doing as these drones do come out and go towards the backline.
It does look like Dracarys is pushing in, though, with a good bulk of their comp in a lot of cases. Vexor Navy, Ishtar, they are going in to try to find some initial tackle, and Shrimply Delightful are pulling away as reasonably well, it seems. But again, both teams keeping their critical targets away from one another, which is very important. You don't want to be the first team to lose Logi in this scenario.
Yeah, one thing is, though, there's no real E-War on the side of Dracarys here, which means that Dujek is free to just load whichever ammo he wishes and then just start spooling on someone and just wait for that Leshak gun to reach critical mass before they then push in. So Dracarys may be on a little bit of a clock here.
No, that's definitely the case. And if he is indeed able to stay in range and really ramp up over time, it's going to be really rough. And I would say, especially for that Apocalypse, that's something that the Leshak should be able to apply on super well. The rest of the comp is going to be a little bit harder to hit, but we'll see if Dujek can manage. But yeah, things seem pretty stable for the time being. Rediva keeping up this Vexor Navy with no problems. It seems like that was the only target that was taking a little bit of a significant chunk to start with, but all's well for them for the time being.
Yeah, Dujek was just testing the Vexor Navy, but I think he's now switched his gun over to what appears to be the Magus of Yue Ding Bai. I don't think any of these are the optimal target for the Leshak, as you said. I think he should just be focusing on the APOC here. That is the bulk of the enemy damage on the other side, and I think if he can just get spooled up and start really pressuring the Rediva reps, force the Rediva basically to rep the APOC when he's spooled on it, and then it means his own APOC can just go ham on everything else.
And we do have some sort of ECM effect going off now, though, onto the Leshak. So it does appear, if nothing else, there are some EC drones that are potentially going to harass him a little bit here. I'm almost wondering, with things going this slowly to start off with, if they might actually start shooting drones.
There are just two EC300s on Dujek's Leshak, so if they get a jam, he's going to be very annoyed by that. He is still trying to spool on this Magus, and this Magus is doing a good job of pulling trans. So the hits aren't really landing. I still think this APOC is right there for the taking. He's not particularly close to his allies. Dujek could just spool on this APOC and start really applying pressure.
It looks like a lot of effort was actually being spent trying to go after the Draugr from Dracarys as well. It looks like they are holding, but they did eat some grapples for a little while there. I was getting a little bit worried, and we do see some more spooling happening here. That is Web, that is Scram. That could be a dead Draugr in short order here.
Yeah, there's a lot of newts coming out from that Malar and the Vexor onto the Draugr, and I think Leshak has now switched spool onto him, knowing that he's fully tackled, and they are going to be able to break this Draugr if he can't get his prop back on. And he doesn't seem to be able to, with the overwhelming newt pressure coming from these two cruisers. Loads and loads of medium and small newts just cycling every second, draining every little bit of cap he's got. Obviously, Rediva not really able to give him cap to help out there, so that Draugr is just stranded. But the Vexor of Alophil is also taking large chunks of damage here, and that will alleviate some of the tackle. Rediva does get a rep cycle off on that Draugr, and this Vexor is into structure.
The Draugr's armor HP has been bouncing up and down and up and down, and every single time it gets better for them. That is spooling reps from the Rediva here. Massive job, Rediva, getting that spool on in the correct timing. It looks like I would not be surprised now if the Vexor might fall before this hard tackle to Draugr even.
Yeah, and then when that tackle falls off the Draugr, it becomes that much harder for them to kill him. They have to commit to it now. Both teams have to commit. The Leshak is fully spooled on this Draugr. He can't give up, or he's just wasted all that time that he spent spooling in the first place. But the Draugr is kind of tanking now. The Rediva has also spooled up on him, and I think the Draugr is picking up speed as well. He seems to have broken free of some of the tackle, and that's going to ruin the Leshak's tracking. Vexor is still just about holding in 40% hull. We're seeing a little bit of damage go onto the Logi of Brave as well here.
Yeah, I think that Leshak is doing everything it can, exactly as you were saying. It can't really switch from here because of all that spool that's been working so hard to accumulate, but it doesn't look like it's ever going to be able to break through the Rediva reps here as it stands. But now Deacon under so much pressure as well. It might be that they're switching off of the Vexor a little bit here, given that the Draugr has likely broken a little bit free. But man, I don't have the slightest clue what the first ship is going to be to fall on grid here.
No, I at this point I do think Brave. I know there's always the sunk cost fallacy when you're playing a trick ship. If I've spooled so long, my number's so high. But if you're not killing him, it's it's not going to happen anytime soon. I really do think Brave need to cut their losses here and just shoot this APOC. He's right there next to your Leshak. You've got 2 battleships. They've got 1. Just shoot it.
It looks like the Leshak was also making its way a little bit towards the Ishimu as well, but it's going to be too slow. Ishimu does get away in time. Did receive some newts, though, as well, so I guess trying to keep him as useless as possible. But
Rivergeist and the Thalia going to low armor, and Arian Falu is really, really struggling. I think these Logis are really struggling from cap pressure under this Ashimu here.
They definitely are.
Rivergeist does go down.
That is a massive kill here. That is half of the Logi from Shrimply Delightful that is now gone. Rediva completely untouched, and it's just going to be stronger and stronger with every subsequent target. They haven't broken through 1, and they're going to have to get through so many different things. Like just Rediva on its own, I think they might have to try to find some way to catch it at this point. But next is going to be the Deacon here from Arian Falu, and they're not going to survive without having that Thalia on grid.
Yeah, just the 1 Logi frigate is fodder for Vexor Navy drones and Draugr and Magus drones and Ashimu webs. It's really, really impossible to survive when your buddy dies. And still, Brave are trying for this Draugr. Still, they try in vain.
And we're watching sort of all of the pieces start to fall apart with that loss of the Thalia. The rest of their comp just cannot hold up the way it was previously. And we are, that Leshak is doing all it can to try to make work of something, but it just can't break through anything on its own here.
Yeah, I really do feel like Brave should have played this better. I mean, when you've got 2 battleships against 1 and there's not much Ewa on the field, you can basically just push them together like a bunch of blocks and just mash them into each other, and your Leshak can start spooling the APOC. He has now started shooting the APOC. I don't know if it'll be enough, if they'll have enough health bar on this 2 battleship comp compared to the 1 to be able to pull this back. But Dujek has finally received my memo and has started shooting this APOC here.
30 seconds remaining, though, on grid. Currently, it is such a substantial difference in the favor of Dracarys that it doesn't look like we'll be going to any reverse tie-dye even. I think it's enough for them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I hadn't actually noticed the time. Of course, the 7-minute format caught me a little bit off guard here. Usually 10 minutes in AT, the 7-minute shorter matches. I thought there was still a bit to play on this one, but although that APOC is taking big chunks of armor into armor, but of course the Rediva, when he starts catching reps and starts spooling, it's obviously going to sort of delay the Leshak's wall, and the match does end with Dracarys winning. Congratulations to Dracarys, a great performance, and particular great performance by Shadow First in that Rediva. He did an excellent work keeping that Draugr alive. Really, really good job. And with that, we're going to send it back to the desk.
Hello everyone and welcome back. What an amazing match there. Another fantastic win then from Dracarys. The second time they've won this evening as the seed underdog. And we have a lot to talk about from that match. A real control throwdown, kind of a look back at some of the formats we've seen and the metas we've seen in previous Alliance tournaments. Virian, I understand that you wanted to talk a little bit about the fits on some of those cruisers from the Shrimply Delightful team. What did you notice?
Yeah, so when you see a team like that with only 1 battleship for damage, and these cruisers that you would think you would at least want to have a little bit of damage on them to support, but what really threw the match here is that all of these support cruisers, they don't come with guns fitted. They all have small or medium newts in the high slots, which makes them extremely terrifying to logistics frigates, to cruisers that are hungry for capacitor. Makes them extremely good utility just to pin things down for your battleship.
Yeah, and obviously a very key part of it is just constructing a comp in a way that really works. But the other part of winning a match is using that comp correctly. Mystical Might, what can you tell us about the kind of the communication strategies that you tend to use when you're executing something like this?
Yeah, for anyone that's really taken part in either high level FCing or small gang in faction warfare, anything like that, communication can get quite hectic, especially when there's a lot of information that needs to be conveyed on a single comms. So you're going to have the Logi talking about like, oh, we're staying in range, or they're trying to keep range to each other, so that they're flying together in the same direction, not flying apart, since they're going to have reduced rep range, since they're Logi frigates. You're going to have the Vexor, I believe, at one point managed to get some newts onto the Draugr alongside the Lashak. They capped out the Draugr and we began to see it take damage. The Vexor sat on top, much like Viren was saying, to make sure that those utility highs, those newts were running, and preventing the Draugr from really moving away, keeping it tackled along with the Scram and Web. But at one point, they had to make the swap between the Vexor and the Mauler to ensure that the Draugr remained tackled, but the Vexor would be able to pull away and try and reduce some of the damage it was taking. And at the same time, when I zoomed in on that Vexor, we see a cloud of remote repair armor bots on the Vexor to try and bolster its tank, to ensure that it can stay alive and that it can continue to contribute towards the match. So, it gets hectic. People just need to kind of learn how to filter out the information that is relevant to them, and focus in on that, and then be clear and concise when communicating what they need others to do or what they are doing, so that the rest of their team knows what the situation is and how they can build on that.
Yeah, something else that I thought was really interesting is that that's one of the first matches we've seen all day where the curse was not banned, and I don't think either team brought one. A very interesting decision there on both teams, given how much of a power pick that's been considered in the pick bans so far. Speaking of bans, I think we have those ready for the next match, which is Ghostbirds versus aggressively mid tier. Okay, and right, so Misty, can you take me through the Ghostbirds bans here? A lot of shield ships in that list.
Let me take a little look see. So we've got the standard Hugin and Rapier bans because they want to remove some of the control elements, and these are two really good long-range webbing ships. But the interesting one for me is the fact that they have banned out not just the Sleipnir but also the Alligator. Now, earlier when we were seeing Sleipnir bans, I was mentioning that sometimes the Nighthawk, the Loki, they serve as replacements, but we have seen Alligators quite a bit so far in this tournament, not so much the Nighthawk Loki combo. So it does seem like Ghostbirds may be trying to remove some of the rush by removing both ships that can slow them down when they try to pull away, but also ships that move very quickly and do a lot of damage when they sit on top of you. And then naturally you have the curse being removed as well for both its newts and also for its tracking disruptors, which again contributes to the idea that they may want to sit a little further back and move around quite a bit. I could also just be wrong, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a guessing game. You never know when teams are just making bans to try and throw the other team off, of course. Virian, can you take me through the aggressively mid-tier bans here? Does anything stand out to you in particular?
Banning both the Armageddon and the Armageddon Navy issue means they don't want to have any long-range newts, which is a fairly common and sensible pick. The Arbitrator, just to get TDs and cruiser formats off. The curse is already banned by the enemy team, so they don't have to worry about that one anymore. And a Zarma. So all of your very traditional heavy armor, newting, controlling options are kind of off the table, which might mean they just have something with less damage or less application that they don't want to risk running into this like heavy new brick armor wall that they can't get through.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the teams bring here. Obviously, neither, Ghostbirds, relatively new team. We've not seen them in a lot of tournaments before, so they don't really have anything kind of picked out. Aggressively mid-tier, they've tended to look towards the Octodad kind of format, or the medium gun spam sort of format as their base, but they've shown a capacity to fly pretty much everything. So, just quickly before, as we see the teams beginning to land on grid, Misty, who do you think is going to win this match?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna bet on the new guys. Go Spurs! It is for me.
Meanwhile, Virian, who do you think is going to win?
I would like to think Ghostbirds would win, especially since their captain is a good friend. Unfortunately, I think aggressively mid-tier is just a better team.
Okay, so with that, all the teams appear to be on grid, so let's hand it over to the arena and break down what's going to happen.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the arena. I am the Basilisk, joined once again by Novaterra Ren. Looking here at aggressively mid-tier, effectively Rogue Capel, DQ, coming up against Ghostbirds, or I believe a Caldari Faction Warfare alliance. We are looking at an interesting armor comp. Looks to be an armor sort of kind of Octo-y, gun spammy type comp from Ghostbirds. How about Rogue Capel aggressively mid-tier, Nova?
Both of these teams are actually bringing something sort of gun spammy overall. I think the Ghostbird setup is pretty interesting with the Drekavac and then Hurricane Fleet issue, interestingly enough. That's, I mean, could be a little bit fly killer even there, but yeah, then meanwhile, aggressively mid-tier, Phobos, Devoter, that's pretty sweet choices.
Yeah, I like those choices actually. Phobos Devoter, it means you're bringing cruiser DPS, and they do decent DPS. I know the desk was talking about Onyx and Broadsword DPS. Phobos and Devoter for gun spam comps do decent DPS, as we see this Griffin getting absolutely annihilated off the bat. I was going to say, I think the main difference between these comps is that Ghostbirds have kind of got some evil with the Griffin and Celestis, and it'll be up to them to make the difference, but that Griffin is not making any difference right now.
Looks like the first target for Ghostbirds is going to be the Bellicose of aggressively mid-tier. Does, take a little bit of shield damage, but otherwise everything is totally fine. They can shrug off some shield damage here. That is an armor comp after all. Now it looks like Celestis is going to be the next option from our blue team.
Yeah, I think Rote have realized that they basically just have the better ships for armor sort of mirror. So if they can clear off the E-War, although as I say that they do abandon the Celestis, they say actually never mind, we're all in range. We're just going to kill this Exec. They're kind of thin, and this Exec is trying his best to pull some distance, get some range, but he's in low armor. Switching damage onto Akbad in the Phobos, but obviously Phobos very, very tanky, especially compared to the Exec Navy. I would be very surprised if the Exec doesn't die first. He does start to catch reps from Archilai and the Oneros, but I'm not sure how long he's going to last. He is picking up a little bit again.
Yeah, it's again another situation where a ship that does dip really low in armor, in this case into hull, is just bouncing up and down again and again. It looks like the transversal is likely enough here. Of course, as I say that, the long scram is landed, so there isn't going to be much transversal for much longer. I could imagine that he might go down here, especially with the web landing.
Yeah, the danger of the Hick scram is ever present when you come up against these ships. They're trying to kill this Devoter of Iskander, and of course, when you've got the Hick scram up on the flip side of that, the Hick scram up means you can't receive reps, so it does make these Hicks somewhat killable. But obviously, if you have two of them, they can alternate who is doing the Hick scramming. The guy who's low can catch reps while the other guy scrams your target. So very nice play from Rote here, dropping the scram for Iskander, gets the reps up, and they are basically untouched once again.
Yep, looks like now they're going to head on to the Hurricane Fleet issue. I mean, I thought it was interesting right away. It felt like Ghostbirds did a pretty good job of pulling range, but at the same time, that's just not really much of a stress still for the aggressively mid-tier comp. They have really good range on the vast majority of their ships, and they were then the aggressors pulling in to find those initial targets, and as long as they were landing that long scram with this Phobos Devoter pair, I mean, I think they should have the DPS in order to take anything down, even through these Oneros reps.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused, to be honest, by Ghostbirds. I think it may just be a sort of a lack of tournament experience here. Obviously, Rote have been doing this for years and years and years and years. But I feel like some of the ships that they've picked for this kind of comp are just not the best ships in the role. I mean, the Drekavac, the Hurricane Fleet, sorry. When there's things like the Harbinger Navy, the Astarte, the Absolution, which Rote have picked, are just really, really good ships for this kind of archetype. And I feel like potentially it's the lack of experience that has led them to maybe thin their comp too thin, trying to force a Celestis and Griffin into this Octo comp. You haven't got as much damage to counter an enemy Octo, and yeah, I mean, I feel like their execution was good, pulling away, trying to utilize their E-War. But yeah, I think Rote just have the better comp and the better experience.
It looks like Omen Navy of Striz is almost certainly going to be the next thing to fall here. I do have to say, they have been trying their best to trade damage onto the Thalia, and they have nearly actually gotten the Thalia to drop into mid-armor in a couple cases, but those Deacon reps are landing. Those are Logi buddies through and through, and they're doing a great job of sticking on one another, making sure that they can't get broken through even by a timely volley. It's really well done.
Yeah, also the Oneros of Archilai, he is now tackled, but I do want to shout out, he's done, like the Logi in the last match in the Rodiva, this guy's done a great job of keeping first the Exec Navy up, he kept him up for a long time, now the Omen in low structure, he's forcing them basically to kill the Oneros first. He is tackled, he is going to die, but he did a good job with the reps. So good job Archilai, even though you're losing, put on a decent performance for sure.
It was actually really well done from the Omen Navy as well. They were able to pull so much range to get away from the incoming DPS there. It really helped the Oneros leverage that additional long-range logistics power that it does have, unlike the Thalia Deacon. But the Oneros, for its trouble, it does go down, as you were mentioning. And at this point, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to find even a single ship to kill here. Aggressively mid-tier, proving that they, who knows, maybe they're better than aggressively mid-tier. We'll see.
Hey, they might be pushing into the upper echelons. You never know. I think they did a good job killing the Griffin. I think if the Griffin at the start had not been volleyed straight away, which I think Rote did a good job of transmatching him and making sure that Griffin didn't have a chance, but if he hadn't been transmatched and he'd been able to survive, he could have been real devastating to this match if he was able to pull range and just stay way out of the range of anything that can hit him. Apply jams to the Logi, apply jams, to DPS, and just be a pain in the butt. But unfortunately, not.
How do you feel about ships like Phobos Devoter over other even potential E-War options from a comp like this?
I think they're good, to be honest. I quite like Phobos and Devoter in this comp because it gives the enemy no easy targets, right? When you look at the Rote comp, you've got Deacon Thalia, Devoter Phobos, Absol Astarte. I'll ignore the Bellicose for now because he's just kind of application. But you look at those 6 ships, there's no easy targets there. Like, if you're going to try and shoot the Logi, you need to, like, applying webs and paints to them to apply, or you're not going to kill them. And the other 4 are just really tanky. Like, the 2 command ships and the 2 Hicks, you're going to really struggle to break them under Logi reps. So it just makes it very difficult for the opponent to do target calling. And if they get it wrong, they're going to find themselves on the wrong end of some guns. So well done to Rote. Nice comp, nice execution. Unlucky to Ghost Birds, but I think still a decent performance for sure. But with that, we're going to send it back to the desk for some analysis on that one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So we saw an amazing game there, and Virian, I think you wanted to talk just a little bit about the Drek and HFI choice there from Ghostbirds.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual combination because you see a lot of these similar comps that we've already seen a couple of times today, where you have 2 medium beam or real cruisers and 2 battle cruisers that are able to project really good ranges, kind of what the enemy team brought. Pairing the Omen Navy and the Exec Navy with a Drekavac, which has the low spool and slow spooling damage, and a Hurricane Fleet issue with artillery is a bit of an odd combination. You're kind of lacking the reliable damage application, the immediate damage of having 4 or 5 beam or medium weapon ships, and not really getting much for it in return.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mystical Mind, I know that the Bellicose there, a ship we have not seen much of this this tournament so far, really caught your eye. It's a very cheap ship, but it seemed to have a lot of an impact on that match.
Yeah, so one of the things that you typically see in mid to long range setups, especially gun spam, is some form of bonus target painter to ensure that you are able to kind of snap your fingers and delete a frigate really quickly. It makes it very effective against things like logistics frigates, which are typically hard to hit when they get speed. With the target painter bonus on the Bellicose and the fact that you have a fair few mids to use, you're able to slap those all on a frigate and make its effective size really big. And that makes your guns very happy because it means that you can hit things properly. So oftentimes we'll see a frigate die very quickly at the very beginning of the match, and then it will kind of spiral out of control from there. So the Bellicose makes sense from that point of view. Virion also made a good point that sometimes the Bellicose can be fit more like a mini Vexor, which is you can put some small newts in the high slots so that it still has that utility kind of function if you're able to get on top of a hostile ship or if you get tackled yourself. In this particular case, based on the visual clues that we could see, the visual cues, there were missiles coming out of the Bellicose. It was not doing anything high tier with its high slots. It was just shooting some shit, and it was probably dying. So I think a fairly well-flown Bellicose anyhow. Didn't burn in and get tackled, which is already a pretty good start.
Yeah, and Virion, in that match, something that I thought was really interesting is that aggressively mid-tier was just able to push in at the start of the match. They didn't really have to worry about their opponents because of that kind of slower DPS from the Drekavac and the HFI. What does that do in this sort of medium gun spam versus control matchup? What opportunities does that open up?
Yeah, what you see with a lot of comps is that you have one or two more vulnerable ships that have to sit further back, but with these medium gunspan comps, if you pick two good cruisers, two tanky cruisers, and two decent battle cruisers, there isn't really any weak point in your comp that you have to be afraid of. So you can kind of just push together as an entire group and just take your entire team, go sit where you want to sit, and do what you need to do.
Yeah, now sadly, Corvusonzo's team, Ghostbirds, is 0-2, but it's important to note that that does not, like in most tournaments, mean that they are out of the running. That just puts them in 0-2, and there's 4 other teams in their group. So they still have the chance to make it through to the final weekend if they can come back and win the next 2 matches they have to play. All right. And Misty, I know that you saw some interesting teams in that aggressively mid-tier comp with the Devota and Phobos. That's not typically things that we see in those medium gunspan comps. Can you tell me about what kind of mouthfeel that adds to it?
Well, the Phobos has a naturally good mouthfeel, buddy. Devota also pretty good ship. Would recommend. Phantomite was mentioning earlier that the hicks that we've been seeing in these matches serve more than just heavy tackle, right? We've seen broadswords in some of the gun rushes that we've seen. Broadswords are fairly quick. They have that long range scram. I think it goes out to about 18 kilometers with a Tech 2. So it's pretty good. And it does a fair amount of DPS. The same kind of applies to the Devota and Phobos. The main difference being with beams and rails, you're going to be able to hit out much like you would with any other laser or beam boat or railboat, which means that they fit fairly well into the gun rush archetype or medium gunspan archetype for being able to project out. But at the same time, they still have that scram, right? So if you can put them ahead of your team, if you can push them into the enemy team as they're burning away, as we saw with the Exec Navy issue, it turned, and Devotary was able to cut it off with its scram, stop it dead, and then eventually that Exec Navy had the rest of its team catch up, and it died. But we did see the Devoter drop into half armor at the same time when it had that Exec Navy tackled. One of the key things to keep in mind for those of you in Twitch chat who haven't used a heavy interdiction cruiser before, while your point is running, it's a high slot module, you are unable to receive reps. Now, when it's a focused point or a focused scram, you're able to put scripts into that module to determine what type of tackle it is. You know, the cycle time is only, I think, 5 seconds. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it's not a big deal. You're able to cycle down, you're able to get reps, you're able to cycle back up fairly quickly. Bubbles, is the other function of the Hicks. Not really useful in this tournament, but yeah, that's where that kind of handicap comes in.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bans for the next match, which is going to be Disaster Area versus Test Alliance. Please ignore. Okay, and Virian, please can you take me through the Disaster Area bans here?
No, from the face, I don't see any very common picks. A Prophecy Navy issue, it does have a couple of variants that you can go around the ban with. The Scimitar is a very common ban, obviously one of the best cruisers you can get for repairs. The Sveeple, very common issue for the support side of rush teams. But I don't really see a general trend between these bans. Yeah, I kind of see a little bit of everything in here.
Yeah, it really feels like either they know something we don't, or they were just picking random ships that have done well in scrims in the past and just trying to give as little away as possible. Meanwhile, Misty, what does Test Alliance Please Ignore band? It seems a little more concentrated.
Yeah. I think the test bans are a little bit more coherent compared to the Disaster Area ones. The Curse and Sentinel kind of makes sense. These are probably the two strongest tracking disrupting boats because they also have a nuke bonus to go with them. The Pilgrim is still open, but it's less favored by people, so it kind of makes sense to leave that until we see more of them. The Hugin and Rapier band, because again, control is very strong in these tournaments, and the Hugin and Rapier represent the two strongest webbing ships that are available. It does mean that the Ishimu, the Balgorn, if you really wanted to push that far, the Krura, the Hyena, those are all still open. So I could see a Hyena perhaps taking their place, but it does weaken their effectiveness because they can't web out so far. And then the Typhoon. I think is probably a little bit slept on. I don't know how we all feel about the Typhoon, but I think historically, Typhoons have done fairly well. I think the limiting factor in this tournament is that typically you have 3 Typhoons to ensure that you're able to quickly snap through targets before you have to go on to reload if you're using rapid heavy missile launchers. With the points and the way that the compounding points or duplicate rule works, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point, that's really not feasible for at the battleship level at least. So interesting to see the Typhoon ban there.
Yeah, it's worth noting for those that are just watching at home that the duplication rule that we saw in the last Alliance tournament is in place here. Is in place here, but rather than just being +1 point for every duplicate hull, it is +2 for battle cruisers and +3 for battleships. So that the penalties for bringing the same ship multiple times has really increased the bigger they get, and that means things like the double Typhoon fleet issues setups, or even the double Alligator Loki setups, the so-called Florida Man that we saw really dominate in AG6, just isn't possible this year. Anyway, with that said, we have both teams on the grid, so let's hand it over to the arena and take things away.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Novaterran, once again joined by the Basilisk for this match between Disaster Area and Test Alliance. Please ignore Disaster Area might be right here. It looks like they're bringing an autocannon rush, but I believe they're underpointed. It looks to me like one of these Raptors might have been supposed to be something else. I'm not really sure, but they're going up against something really cool. What are we seeing from Test Alliance here?
This looks like a pretty potent sort of Rick Wally type comp, almost an anti-rush where you've got no keen targets here. You've got a Damnation, you've got a Balgorn, a couple Nurgles. So, I mean, the ACs may not be able to track the Nurgles if they're AB fit. You don't really want to pump into a Damnation. It's going to be mega tanky, the Balgorn. So I'm not really sure what they need to shoot here. Obviously, the Oneros as well has walked in at range, so they might have to go through everything to try and get that. The Balgorn obviously can web things down, so might be a struggle dealing with the Oneros. So I'm not sure how this is going to work for Disaster Area here.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, I think, because there's just so much screen here from this Balgorn comp. Double Nurgle, Vengeance, Heretic. They might just be able to tackle down every real DPS threat here. And yeah, trust me, the ship that they want to least be applying to in this comp is one of these Nurgles, but they might just have to. But we'll see how they manage. Getting underway now. Looks like the Nurgles are burning around, trying to find priority targets here. Raptor now burning into the back line. It looks like trying to go after the Oneros.
Yeah, I mean, given the downside of the test comp is their damage is quite low, right? You've got Balgorn presumably going to have 4 guns. You've got 2 Nurgles. Damnation does a little bit. Vengeance does a little bit, but it's the Nurgles once they're spooled that are going to be doing a lot of damage, and they are actually killing off these Nurgles. Nyanya Kittypaw is the first one to go down, and I think this is actually probably a good call from Disaster Area here, just given how much damage these Nurgles can do if given the time to spool up. They're just trying to clear them off the field really, really quickly here. And the Oneros has caught this second one, I think. I didn't see any reps go out on the first one. He's getting reps on Soldarius in the second one.
I almost wonder if there wasn't an ADC press in time, for example, from the first Nurgle here, given how quickly they did go down. It does look like the Raptors have landed tackle on the Oneros. The Heretic was not enough screen to keep those 2 Raptors off. Not that anything would have been realistically, but yeah, whether or not they can catch it is not the same as whether or not they can apply damage to it. And currently, yeah, that team with the Balgorn, maybe it's a very small attack bar comparatively, but they do take down the Scythe. It's an awesome trade for them.
Yeah, they are maybe going to lose this second Nurgle here. I'm not sure if his ADC's run out or he's run out of cap, or I mean, yeah, as you say, these 2 Raptors have got this Oneros held down, but they're not really doing anything with him. Like, sure, you've got him stuck over there, but he's still just repping fine. And they are going to lose this Raptor. Actually, they've committed the Heretic to kill off these Raptors. That first Raptor is about to die, and they're going to lose the Tholos as well. And this Nurgle is still holding in low armor, bouncing up and down.
Yeah, that Nurgle ran very far away from the red team as well. Those Sleipnirs nowhere near it at the moment. And yeah, very funny how that Heretic was pretty much left on its own to actually just kill off these Raptors. The Raptors can't do anything to pressure the Oneros on its own. They're completely reliant on getting other DPS ships over to it. And now the trades are just going better and better in favor of Test Alliance. Damnation getting chunked a little bit into armor here, but does it even matter?
No, I don't think it does. I think the Oneros should be able to hold everything up at this point, and this is a really nice executed anti-rush from Test here, sort of predicting the rush and bringing a comp that's more than capable of screening. It's got a bunch of tanky targets that are hard to kill under reps. You've got a Balgorn to web stuff off, and your Logi is free to just keep repping. Sure, he gets tackled down by Raptors, but there's no damage going on to him. He can just keep repping, and it means the rush is just fighting an uphill battle the whole time.
Looks like the second Raptor is probably about to drop to this Heretic now as well. Awesome job from them managing to just frag out, kill those Raptors that were tackling the Logi. But yeah, the rest of the comp now for man, I've totally spaced it here, but Test are just demolishing them at this point, going bottom up from here. Sleipnir's leaving these last two targets because they would have to chew through all these Ensil charges in order to actually take them down. They've done an awesome job with it. I am wondering, though, if there was some like issue with the comp from our red team here. They started with a 22-point deficit, I believe, and I'm wondering what ship that buys them. It could be that something like a Raptor was supposed to be a broadsword. I think they even have more points than that. And I wonder if one more DPS ship or something else that can help with the initial tackle, maybe that could have made the difference here.
No, I think you're right on the money. I think trading a Raptor for a broadsword takes them to 200 points, and that would make their comp look a lot more rounded with 2 Sleipnirs and then a broadsword and a Cinnable for DPS and a Scythe fleet, I think it was. That's a significant DPS upgrade. Having 2 Raptors, I mean, they both did the same thing and sat on the Ineros. You could have done that with just one of them, but they both successfully accomplished that mission. It's just a shame that they lost all the DPS of the extra cruisers to do that.
It did look really promising at the beginning with killing off that Nurgle so quickly. I was sort of biting my tongue there, having just said that they didn't really want to go after the Nurgle ideally as the first thing, and then watching how quickly they did seem to fall, at least the first one. But the Oneros just landing those reps so nicely onto everything else that's been targeted from here on out, and it is really truly starting to look like a disaster area here for our red team.
Yeah, I believe this is a fairly new team. These guys don't have a huge amount of tournament experience. Many of them played before. I know Al Akia Erica got top. I don't know what top some good results in the last 2 years on AT, so he brings some experience with him as their captain. I also am aware that Disaster Area may actually be the oldest alliance taking part in Anger Games. I checked up on Dotlan or Evu or whatever, and this alliance was made on the 1st of January 2004. So Disaster Area, very, very old school alliance.
That's awesome to see that the players are still here and kicking. But yeah, I mean, I didn't think I was actually going to see a Balgorn in this sort of setup today, but I have to say, I sort of like it. I think one of the big risks of fielding a ship like this, again, one, you can only fit a single armor plate onto a battleship in our current format with the current rule set, and a Balgorn is so vulnerable to being rushed out pretty quickly, but so much screen from this comp, those double Nurgle, Vengeance, Heretic as well. I love the construction of it. They've recognized one of the weaknesses of the Balgorn and really doubled down on everything that could fix it.
Yeah, I think the Nurgles are a really nice fit for this comp. Commit to playing the long game and spooling up, and they provide nice DPS for a cheap cost. But that is going to be it. That is a successful win for Test. Great job on the anti-rush. Unfortunately for Disaster Area, they are the losers of this match, and we're going to send it back to the desk.
Oh, and we have another Mutarator striking.
Thank you very much. And as we saw there, another bit of a disaster for Disaster Area, unfortunately, with Test Alliance taking that match 200-11. Mystical Might, please can you take me through the Balgorn there? Obviously, it costs about a third of your points. What do you get in return for that?
Yeah, so the Balgorn has historically been a very strong ship in Alliance tournaments for a variety of different reasons. In the Alliance tournament, you can choose it as a flagship and you can fit officer modules, and that really boosts its effectiveness. But even in these standard tournaments where you don't have that benefit of using faction modules, you still get decently ranged webs. It's not going to be anything like a Hyena or a Rapier or a Hugin, but it's still enough that you can reach out, try and slow things down, especially if you're expecting teams to rush towards you. So it lends you that level of control, but you also have super strong Nozes and Newts. One of the things about Blood Raider ships, so the Balgorn, the Krua, and the Ashimu, they are able to continue sucking your capacitor with their Nosferatus, even if their capacitor is higher than yours. For other ships, your capacitor needs to be lower, and then you'll be able to drain some capacitor from the ship that you're targeting. Not the case for Blood Raiders. They just keep on sucking, which makes it very strong against a lot of the setups that we've just seen, like a lot of the ships. I don't think that the Sleipnirs would necessarily have cap boosters fit. It's possible that once they were hit by the Nozes and the really strong Newt from the Balgorn, they were kind of dead in the water, even if they weren't webbed. And, a Balgorn still fits guns. It has 4 gun slots, so it still does a decent amount of damage, especially with multi-frequency into shield ships. Cinnaball's not necessarily known for having a strong EM resistance.
Yeah, thank you. Virian, I see you talking a little bit in chat there just about kind of speculating on what those 22 points might have been intended towards and how they could have been used to make that disaster area comp better.
I believe probably everybody's speculating on that point, especially with the Scimitar ban, because the Scimitar would have been traditionally kind of a perfect pit instead of a Scythe there. But the Basilisk is also on the table, so I'm going to say that it was probably a miscommunication inside the team, and that somebody maybe grabbed the wrong ship.
Yeah, very unfortunate, and it's worth noting that you only have a fairly short amount of time after the bans are locked in to prepare your ships. And even while this is on Thunderdome, so they can just spawn them in pretty much instantly, Disaster Area is a relatively new team, and these are the kind of kinks that you do work out over tournaments. And it's much better to have this happen here than in the Alliance tournament, where your buy-ins are significantly higher. Anyway, Misty, obviously what we saw there in terms of execution of the rush from Disaster Area is they just ran in straight into the welcoming arms of the Test Alliance Please Ignore Tackle. Was there any way that Disaster Area could have kind of operated their rush differently in order to get to the squishy backline of the Aneros?
So one of the things I like to point out when we're talking about these kind of rush setups, especially, well, actually guns, missiles, kind of the same, is you want to push in as a team. If you end up getting split, so let's say a Nurgle tackles down one of your Sleipnirs and the rest of your team keeps pushing in, then it's very likely that the Sleipnir that gets tackled down at the very beginning isn't going to be moving anywhere. Probably not going to be able to kill the tackle that's on it, and then effectively you've removed a Sleipnir from whatever fight ends up happening. What you want to do is push in as a team. If someone gets tackled down, you can put all of your damage into the tackling boat. We saw a Nurgle fall apart immediately. I think one of the commentators posited that it might be a delayed reaction and that they didn't hit their ADC fast enough, but we saw that it was possible for them to kill tackle. So allowing that second Nurgle to remain alive really, I think, was where their issues began. If they'd been able to kill both of the Nurgles and then push in for the Aneros, I think that they would have stood a really good chance of taking the rest of the match. Once that Aneros goes down, they'd be able to move on to the Balgorn, and then break through the Damnation last, because the Damnation ain't putting out that much damage. And it's also a very slow chicken.
I think alternatively as well, one of the things people tend to forget when they get into a rush comp, the mindset is usually push in there, get on top of something, and do damage. But alternatively, you are very capable of pulling away. The Sleipnirs are not slow. Your support are not slow either. And at that point, all you can do with the Balgorn is fire some long-range ammo and kind of hope that you maybe eventually kill something. And that gives you a lot more options. You can use MGD beacons to just jump your entire team onto a target so you don't have to worry about that web range. Maybe hope that their tackle feeds into you and is too far away from their logistics to be saved. There are other options.
All right, so with that, let's start to move on to the next match, which is Project Potato versus Yabby's Baddies. And I believe we have the bands ready for that. Okay, so Misty, can you take me through Project Potato's bans, please? What do you see?
Project Potato seem to have banned some damps with the Celestis and the Carries bans coming in, which, I think pretty standard stuff. Shows that they... Well, it shows that they respect the damage that damps can do, especially in this format where it's 7v7. One Celestis is going to basically remove a couple of people from your team. So it makes sense to remove it. But what I also find interesting is that they left the Rapier open when they removed the Hugin. Now, they're not necessarily one for one in terms of, you remove the Hugin, the Rapier does the exact same thing, because they have different weapon systems, and I think the Hugin's slightly dangier. But apart from that, they do the exact same thing. So I think it's interesting that the Rapier's still here.
Mm-hmm. Virian, what do you see in Yabby Baddies bans?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. They went for the Arbitrator and the Sentinel, so kind of almost all of your E-War options are off the table this match. Crucifier off as well. The EOS and the Typhoon given all of the other bans are purely control, I'm not sure what that says.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well, just the nature of this format makes things like the Maulus, like the Griffin, the things that you tend to see a lot more of in the Alliance tournament, just as so much more of an opportunity cost when you only have 7 pilots. You really need almost every ship in your comp to be fulfilling either a heavy DPS or some sort of dual purpose to make things tick. That said, we've got the 2 teams sitting here on the arena ready, so quickly, can we get some predictions from both of you? Misty, who do you think's going to win?
Ooh, you know what? Yabby's Baddies. I like the name. I gotta support it.
Varian?
I was gonna go roll 50-50 just because I don't know either of these teams, but if we're gonna go off of favorite names, then Project Potato, come on.
Alright, well, let's take a look at the arena and find out who's right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the arena. I am the Basilisk once again, joined once again by Novaterra Ren. We are looking at Project Potato in red, bringing this what looks to be a fairly low damage comp here. I'm looking at this Armageddon. He doesn't have any launchers or guns fitted. It is going to therefore just be a full Nukegeddon. So they've only really got this one APOC for damage coming up against Yabby's Baddies, fielding fairly standard medium gun spam type comp. This time with an Augurer. We've seen Deacon Thalia today. We've seen Oneros today. This time we're seeing the Augurer variant.
Yeah, Yabby's Baddies, that is a very standard setup, I would say, at this point. It looks like a really sweet gun spam, and I was immediately looking at the difference in attack bars. You were exactly touching on it, immediately realizing that Armageddon can't have guns. The DPS discrepancy here between these two teams pretty high, but the real question is whether they will be able to leverage that additional control effect. The control bar absolutely massive here, so we're going to see if they're able to leverage it, but immediately, Deacon is the first thing, taking a lot of pressure from this Octo setup, and yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest assets to the setup. You can just pick something small off so quickly if it doesn't get transversal in time, and he's really struggling to tank.
Yeah, this needs to be a long game for Potatoes, but they're really struggling right from the outset here. The Deacon, and he goes down, banner per pot, not quite keeping his logi up. I think they needed to be a little bit better at communicating which direction they were moving and keep the logi up. Now they're going to really, really struggle with just one Deacon. I think they were going to be relying on the long game here, get the newts from the Armageddon applied and start capping out cruisers and battle cruisers, but with that first Deacon gone, the second Deacon is free for the picking, and then at that point, it's just going to be applying DPS to these battleships, and they're just going to win the DPS race. I think the only win con here for Project Potatoes was to play the long game and apply this newt pressure. He is pushing in, starting to newt out the Harbinger, newt out the Mala, but I mean, 2 logi down already is not a good look.
And Hillary and the Augurer has been under a good amount of pressure from the available DPS from the Project Potato team here. Just at the same time, I think it was one of these cases where the Deacons recognized that they needed to pick up transversal right off the mark, but especially with a 10 MN frigate like that, it can be really hard if you don't coordinate perfectly to stick close enough to one another that you'll be able to land those reps, and they're just getting it picked apart for it. Just the entirety of the slow end here from Project Potato has just been picked off.
Yeah, they really needed to stick together better. I think they did a good job choosing a direction, or I did a good job picking up transversal, but the Logi Buddy wasn't quite able to follow in time and get those reps applied. Maybe not quite double clicking in space fast enough. Maybe a miscommunication as to which direction they were going. But those Deacons really, really needed to survive to give Project Potato a chance here. And I think it's not going to go long enough at this point for these newts to come into effect. They've only got this one APOC for damage. They may well kill this Augurer and start chewing through battle cruisers, but by that point, I think the stat sticks that Yabby's Baddies have left on field are just going to be too much here.
The Ishimu goes down, and with it goes that massive control bar that we were seeing. They were leveraging every available bit of it that they could for so long there, and it really looked like they were actually, maybe able to newt out a couple really relevant targets, but with that falling, it's going to be so much harder to manage, and I'm sure there's enough capsticks that they should be able to chew through a good number of newts from here even. But that being said, Augurer, Harbinger, and Navy Executor all under significant newt pressure. Augurer is starting to drop into very low armor. I wouldn't be surprised to see them drop here. It's still a good amount of DPS that's left, even if the attack bar is pretty small from that team.
Yeah, the thing with the Armageddon is you need to choose your newt targets carefully. If you stick too many newts on one target, then he's more than dry right, and your newts are basically doing nothing. And if you spread your newts out too much, then they can just cap boost, and your newts are also doing nothing. So I think the sweet spot for this Geddon is maybe 2 or 3 targets to newt out. But obviously killing the Augurer first, and they've got 6 DPS ships, that's still, even if you perfectly apply your newts and perfectly cap out 3 ships, that's still going to be 3 other DPS ships pumping into you with no logi. And this Armageddon is recognized as the main threat to Yabby's Baddies at this point, losing the cap warfare, and they are killing him fairly quickly, actually. He's into 10% armor.
Yeah, that APOC is doing all they can to apply DPS into the Augurer, and the Augurer says that's totally fine by me. Any amount of time you spend continuing to shoot me is more and more time that my team has to pick off your remaining threats, that being those newts from the Armageddon. It does look they do fall now. It's just the Pontifex and the Apocalypse left. They do trade for that Augurer, but wow, 6 gunships still left here.
Yeah, and I don't think especially with even without the plate restriction, I don't think the APOC wins this, but with one plate limit in the Anger Games format, I don't think APOC can be Astarte, Prof Navy, Harbinger, Exec Navy, Mallet Omen. I think that's a bit of an uphill battle for him. So unfortunately, Project Potato will be going down to the 0-2 position in their group. Yabby's Baddies, I don't think they played yet. I could be wrong, but this is a good showing, and I think also for these established teams, which Yabby's Baddies, I believe, White Squall played in a bunch of tournaments before. The opportunity to win a match without showing anything too revolutionary here. You know, Octo, this is a comp we've seen time and time again over the years. So they haven't really given anything away with this, but that's a convincing win from Yabby's Baddies. Well played, and we're going to send it back to the desk.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio. What an exciting match there. So much DPS traded back and forth between both of those teams, although one of them certainly had the DPS advantage. Virian, can you take me through the decision to bring 6 pure DPS ships there?
Yeah, I really like it. We saw with the bans that pretty much every E-War option was off the table. So they just said, yeah, we're not going to do any E-War. We're just going to bring every medium DPS boat that we can think of and fit in this 200 points and go for it. Which is a bit of a heavy gamble, but it definitely paid off. There's so much damage that you just can't stop. For a minute with the Armageddon on the side of Project Potato, you would think, okay, they have a really good way to shut down some of these medium damage ships, which can work if you're facing 3 or 4 of them. But when you have to nude out 6 ships and you don't have any damps or anything else to support you, it's just not enough.
Yeah, and it's worth noting just the way the bans fell there is that every single possible tracking disruption ship was banned. The Curse, Arbitrator, Sentinel, and Crucifier all gone. And whilst in theory you could bring the Pilgrim, I don't think any team in the world is brave enough to have a comp, or is brave enough to have a comp with the Pilgrim sitting ready to go.
You say that, I believe I remember seeing Fraternity in the Alliance tournament actually use a Pilgrim to good effect.
Absolute
gamers. Fair enough.
I believe that was even close to the finals.
Okay, Mystical Might, can you just take us through a little bit about what the aim is of a comp like that with the Armageddon and Apocalypse? You know, in an ideal world where they weren't facing 6 gun cruise, medium gun spam options, what would they have done?
Brought a different comp, I guess. I don't know. It's not my favorite comp that I've seen. I think that, especially in a 7v7 format, I saw Virian saying, you know, maybe if they went up against 4 gunboats, then having a full new Armageddon that has a smart bomb as well may make sense. You can sit it on top of one of the ships that you're shooting. You can use that smart bomb to try and clear away some of the rep bots, and then make sure that any time that someone gets close, they get nuded out. So you may be able to reduce some of the damage that's coming in towards your team. But on the other hand, you've only got 1 Lynx boat with the Pontifex, which is a vital weakness. You've also only got like 1 damage boat from the APOC. And we saw here that the damage that they were putting out just wasn't cutting it. It took forever for them to get through that Augurer, and by that time they'd already lost their Deacons, they'd lost their Vengeance, they had lost their Ashimu. So I think just the comp choice didn't really work out for them here. I'm not sure what the comp was designed to go up against, but I do like the inclusion of the smart bomb in case that, you know, they came up against those rep bots.
Yeah, and we do obviously see rep bots used quite a lot in this format. Virian, can you kind of explain what the value of those rep bots is, especially in a format like this?
With especially some of the more vulnerable options that you have now, with only having a couple, maybe 1, maybe 2 ships to defend your Logi, you are quite often going to be in a situation where it's pretty much guaranteed your Logi will be in trouble. And often their self-rep is quite strong, but usually it only buys you time. With rep bots, however, you actually have the means of getting into a situation where your team might just be stable with your own local reps running and your rep bots. If you can mitigate some of the enemy damage, maybe damp a few ships, your Logi should survive.
Mm-hmm. It's worth noting another reason why we probably saw the APOC there is that it's got a fairly major buff recently to its DPS. I believe it now gets 7.5% bonus to large energy turret damage per level. Are there any other ships, Mystical Might, that got buffs recently that you think we might be seeing in this format? Or that we already are?
Probably. You're really hitting me with the tough questions now, Jinzan. What the hell is
I
this
mean, one
shit?
of the ones we saw a bunch already was the Ashimu. That buff it got to the Newton Nostra range was not even that long ago, if memory serves.
It wasn't that long ago. I was thinking more recently. Was that the same patch that the Apox basically got changed into like armor rogues? Or was
I
that
believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least
Okay.
close to the same time.
Yes, there were a bunch of changes that probably did elevate some ships in the pecking order for the Alliance tournament and the Anger Games, but I am unsure as to which ones they are.
Fair enough. That was a bit of an unfair one to throw at you with no prep.
No, it's all good. I think the APOC is a good choice because, like you said, it has the change now where it does more damage per volley. But I still don't think that buff makes up for the fact that it came into a comp that is anemic on damage everywhere else. So still probably not the best choice.
Yeah, something I've been surprised at though, looking through the bans today, is that we've seen a lot of EOS and EOS bans. Virian, can you kind of take us through what makes the EOS special and why might teams be scared about it?
Well, one of the things that you get with command ships is that they're pretty straightforward in medium weapons, links, and tank. You quite often you don't. The thing about drone ships is that they get a lot more versatility in the way that you can deploy them. You can use the spare high slots and say, okay, I don't care so much about the damage here. The most of the damage is in my drones anyway. So I'm going to amp up the utility, either fit more links, for example, since you have those extra high slots now, or fit new smart bombs, anything to just give your team a little bit more flexibility.
All right, so with that, let's take a look at the bans for the next match, which is going to be Voidlings versus Dishwasher University. Something interesting to note here is that this is actually Dishwasher University's first match, as they got a bye in their first round, as unfortunately Fancy Pants forgot they had a match and did not have a team ready to play. So, Misty, can you take me through the Voidlings bans here?
Absolutely. So we see the Hyena and the Vigil bands. Again, Hyena, not a very strong web boat, according to Twitch chat. My personal opinion, pretty strong. The linchpin of many a comp in a tournament setting. But seeing the Vigil ban as well kind of tells me that they want to remove those lower point costs, smaller target painting ships that may help the other teams apply damage, or the rest of the team apply damage, rather. Apologies. The Harbinger Navy, one of those very strong medium gunboats alongside that Harbinger. Very effective at reaching out to long ranges. But the one that really stumps me is the Tengu. I can't remember who fielded the Tengu earlier. I do not think that the ECM Gu was that impactful. It did end up going to reverse tie-dye, so it was an interesting match, but I don't know how much impact the ECM Gu really had. So I'm curious to see why the Tengu is banned. It may be an attempt to weaken Rush, but then the Nighthawk, the Loki, those are all still open. So
yeah, that was the Caldari Intramural Space Law is Complicated debate team that brought that in earlier on today with, as you say, ECM kiting HML Tengus. Certainly one of the fits of all time. Virian, can you take me through Dishwasher University's bans here?
Yeah, so they've banned the Sleipnir, very traditional, the Carries, Maulus, and Celestis, all of the damp options off the table. Technically, you have the T2 options, but those are so expensive. And a Scimitar, so very standard traditional bans, nothing too crazy there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some interesting stuff all around. I'm kind of excited to see this match. Voidlings have put out some interesting stuff so far in this tournament, and they are a relatively new team, and new teams means new takes. Are there any ships that you're kind of okay? Never mind. I'm hearing that the arena is ready, so let's send it over to the arena and see what these teams actually have brought.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, thrilled to be joined here by Corvus Onzo for this match between Voidlings and Dishwasher University. Voidlings showing up with yet another Balgorn. We're getting spoiled today, and this time it's paired with another faction battleship in the Vindicator. What are we seeing from our Dishwasher team?
Yes, that's right. And Dishwater University bringing in Astarte, a staple of most matches today. Prophecy Navy issue, Zealot, Phobos, an Augur for Logi, a Bellicose for Paint, and an Ishka for some light tackle.
Looks pretty exciting. I'm really interested to see whether or not this Balgorn will be able to have a repeat performance and manage to win maybe another match here in the arena. We'll see, though. Looks like a pretty solid setup. Looks like some gun spam. I like its chances of being able to potentially get rid of some of these low-end ships from our red team. Inquisitor, not the most strong Logi in the world.
That's right. So it will be interesting to see the effect of T2 frigate logi and a T1 frigate logi versus a single T1 logistics cruiser. Dishwater obviously playing the Astarte. They've warped in quite close as well. Balgorn is quite a bit closer than the rest of the fleet here. Drones are out. They are now approaching each other.
Yeah, Dishwasher making sure that they kite away to start off. It's so important for them to stay away from this Balgorn Vindicator duo. That is the win condition here for Voidlings. They need to get that onto something, really start applying those newts, not just in fall-off range, but ideally a little bit closer. And of course, if Vindy webs can land on something, it's going to be very, very rough for whatever that thing is. But immediately, Inquisitor is under pressure. It's going to struggle to stay up, at least in comparison to having that Tech 2 Logi Frigate pair, but we will see. And yeah, so far though, things pretty stable.
Newt's going down on the Zelos and Phobos. One of the disadvantages, of course, of having a gun spam fleet or comp in this match with the Balgorn is obviously a bit of new pressure can ruin your day. It looks like the Dishwater University guys are pulling range here, trying to get some transversal on the Voidlings team. Damage is going down on the Vindicator right now.
Balgorn has gotten properly close to a couple things, though, at least, and the Ishkur is the first thing to get both neuted and webbed here, it looks like. It's not maybe the best priority target ever, but it is something at least, and that is what they need to do. Start taking things down bit by bit here and really leverage that amazing control they do have with all those neuts. But yeah, Inquisitor, holding up pretty well. It seems totally fine. Vindicator taking some chunking here, but it's not significant yet.
They're probably trying to switch targets so that they can try and get those reps off that Inquisitor onto something a bit more meaningful. Looking at this, looks like webs now from the Balgorn onto the Phobos, as well as a Newt. That might actually ruin the day. The Phobos, of course, being a heavy interdictor cruiser, quite valuable in terms of tackle with that long-range scram.
You know, I really thought for a moment that our blue team here were balling up and maybe trying to go for a micro jump, but it looks like they are properly in the thick of things now. Balgorn is taking a hefty chunking here as everything does try to apply to it, but Vindicator is also getting in and making sure, like, look at the speed of Jason Flemmerad. 19? That's nothing.
Balgorn is now under Phobos tackle here as well, so he's not going to be going anywhere. Under webs and jams as well. And the Vindicator is tackled as well with a scram, it looks like, with Newt's got all the reps going on him right now, all the reps in the world.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of holding up these two battleships at the top end. It is really just a DPS race here, and it's less racing against opposing DPS. It's more that they're trying to kill something, find some damage that's relevant here before they get everything neuted out. Most of these ships, they are ones that do care. They need to be able to have capacitor in order to leverage their weapon systems. Lasers, hybrids, it's a rough one if they don't have the cap, and so far, Balgorn's still holding, still applying more and more neuts.
Yeah, as long as they keep that Balgorn up, they have a significant amount of newt pressure on grid. If
Dishwater can't break it, or they can't break one of the Logi ships. It might come to a dead heat here and come to overtime here in this round.
That definitely could happen here, but there's now so much pressure. The Augur has been neuted out in a couple cases here, and the Astarte is taking some chunking, and now the Ishkur might be the first thing to fall here, also taking a hefty pounding. But yeah, again, just I'm shocked that this Balgorn is holding as well as it is. Just the Deacon, Inquisitor, and whatever drones are available, that I guess that's enough here.
The Ishka might actually drop through armor here. They're sort of splitting DPS between the Astarte and the Ishka here, and a lot of tackle and E-War going on to the Dishwater University team. Looks like we're now in full brawl mode, chunking it out, taking chunks out of each other as we go. The Bellicose also free falling through armor as well. There's a lot of good target calling here when it comes to trying to remove that rep power of that Augur, trying to split its reps between all three ships here.
Dishwasher University did eventually realize they were not going to be able to kill that Balgorn. They did take first blood, getting rid of the Inquisitor. Next is the Deacon. They are going after it incredibly hard here, trying to get it down with whatever they can, maybe before trying to switch back into one of those priority battleships. It does look like they're likely to get this Deacon for their trouble, but now losing their bottom end. Ishkur down, Bellicose down. It looks like Phobos is the next target for the Balgorn.
Astarte is also about to go down as well, and there it goes. Astarte is down as well for Dishwater. It looks like we've only got the Prophecy Navy, the Zealot, the Phobos, and the Augur left. Will the Augur be able to hold everything else up, though, without getting into trouble itself, is the question.
The Deacon has done a great job as well of flying off into Narnia at the point at which it was realized that it was the next thing under pressure, and they are well and truly safe. They have a cloud of rep bots following them. They're just burning around, waiting for something else to get targeted so that they can fly back in and top it off in the nick of time. And wow, look at this control setup. It looks like Balgorn, hey, maybe it's the ship to beat this tournament, but it's definitely doing a great job in this match here.
We got a lot of our armor maintenance bots currently going onto that Pontifex right now as well. It might hold him, but we'll see. The Deacon's going to have to make a choice here. Is he going to stay safe, or is he going to have to burn in here and try and get some reps on this Pontifex here without getting caught?
Yeah, I mean, Dishwasher University has their work cut out for them at this point. I think they have been virtually neuted out on almost everything they have. I'm just amazed that they're getting any DPS left to try to go onto this Pontifex, and it does look like in the nick of time, those Logi drones are there. They are landing, and the DPS is just so little. And after all of this neuting, I think that there's not going to be a single victim taken at this point. It's just such a crushing weight of neutralizers.
Yeah, Deacon is back in the fight here as well. He's supplying active reps to that Ponty. And it looks like the Pontifex has just scrammed the Zealot as well, which is sitting virtually on top of the Balgorn here, which is probably not a good place for it to be.
Probably not. At least it's a risky one. Yeah, and yeah, with the Unpredictable Fist having fallen in the Phobos, the Zealot's the next thing to go. Augur, Prophecy Navy. I think they're going to survive this match with just a few seconds remaining here on grid. But yeah, wow, what a sweet comp. Vindicator, Balgorn, and a bunch of support doing so well.
Agreed, yeah. The Balgorn definitely a linchpin there. Being able to hold it up and apply those newts was definitely a game changer here. And congrats, or well done to that Deacon pilot for being able to hold and pull in range at the right time, enabling it to survive and get those reps and save a few ships.
And with that, we're going to be throwing it back to the desk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. What an interesting little match there. CCP Jotun, I know you had some thoughts on the target calling there from the Dishwasher University side in their gun spam comp. What?
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm eating a ham sandwich right now. Insane. Like, legitimately unhinged tactics, right? Like, okay, you have gun spam. The strongest comp in the tournament. Almost always gun spam, octo, whatever you want to call it, like the strongest comp in the tournament. You have the squishiest ship on the fucking grid and an Inquisitor, and you try and shoot it, and it doesn't die. And you say, well, guess that's it. Let's shoot the fucking Vindicator. Like, what's the play here, gamers? You can't kill the Inquisitor. What makes you think you're going to kill a fucking Vindicator? Like the thing about gun spam that makes it so good is you have a lot of application. Medium guns apply really well to a lot of things, including especially small ships. By the end of that fight, there should have been 2 ships left on the grid: the Vindicator and the Armageddon, or the Balgorn rather. Should have been nothing else. They should have killed the Inquisitor. They should have killed the Deacon. They should have killed the Pawnee. They definitely should have killed the Pawnee. Like, no, we'll immediately go into the Vindy, easy peasy. Like, I'm not going to backseat drive here, but I am backseat driving, so go for something else, or kill the Inquisitor. How do you not kill the Inquisitor? My God.
There is some value in shooting the big scary blaster damage ship with small stubby arms that's burning at you, just to make it turn around and stop burning at you for a little bit. But then getting webbed by a Balgorn immediately afterwards is not great.
It's bad news.
It is bad news.
Shouldn't do that. Yeah, shouldn't do that.
Yeah, and I can reassure chat that yes, CCP Jotun is in fact eating a heavy assault missile sandwich. That's where he gains all of his power from the rage
got
missiles.
Right over here. It's not a joke. I do have a ham sandwich like right here. The problem with the ham sandwich though, and I mentioned this in our internal chat earlier, the ham is like a month past expiry. It wasn't open, so I think
that
it's
doesn't
probably
matter,
still good.
man.
I think it's probably still good.
Was the package like bloated? Was it like gassy?
Like inflated?
Yeah.
No, I mean maybe. I opened it very fast. It doesn't smell weird.
Okay,
so, like,
man.
That's probably fine. That's probably okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Spaceships. This isn't the ham games, sir. It's the anger games. Come on.
See, Beans wouldn't have done this to you. Beans would never go off.
Don't ever speak to me about Beans again. Never speak to me about Beans. Never once.
Okay, and Mystical Might, obviously we saw BAP 1811 there piloting the Balgorn, and John Lee Wang, their captain, flying the Vindicator. And both of those are very experienced tournament pilots. John Lee Wang having flown with Brave back in the day, although he's been inactive for a couple of tournaments. And BAP 181 used to play on the Hydra team, or Truth on a Light, as they are now known. Can you tell me a little bit about just how many buttons you have to press and how difficult it is to fly a Balgorn in a composition like that?
I guess, okay. So I would say those are 2 slightly different things. There's a lot of buttons, but a lot of them you can kind of fire and forget. You turn your tank on, that's probably 2-3 buttons. Then you've got an active rep, you only need to hit that when you have to panic. It's like breaking emergencies. You've got your webs. You kind of have to pay attention to those ones because you're going to be moving them around a lot, trying to make sure that you can get in web range and then pin things down and then change your webs when something gets capped out. And then you probably got 6 to 7 different newts and nozzes in your eyes, maybe a smart bomb. There we go. Very good. We got to get the Gen Z or whoever does that. Okay, Twitch chat, sort it out. But essentially, there's a lot going on, right? Once you are in range and you're able to get your newts, you stagger them. So you'll click a newt, you'll wait a few seconds, you click a newt again, and that way, even if they manage to get a cap boost off, you knock them to cap dry again, and you just run all the way through and keep them capped out the entire time. So there's a lot, but once you practice with it, once you're used to it, it's a little less scary.
Yep, okay. So now we're just taking a look at the bans for this next match, which is Bless the Cranes versus Bump It Away. Jotun, can you please take me through the Bless the Cranes bans?
Bless the Cranes is in pink. Zarm, Typhoon, Rapier, Semi, Sleipnir. Yeah, I mean, they're just getting rid of a lot of like... I mean, Rapier, Typhoon, Semi, this is all like kite stuff they could get rid of. Semi obviously is great for kiting comps, trying to just take out best in slot for all of those. The Zarm is actually kind of interesting for that too. I mean, Zarm is, I guess, pretty good for like gun spam. Well, not gun spam logi, but it's yeah, I mean, bans are always kind of funny, because most of the time they don't matter. Sometimes they matter though. And yeah, just removing webs, removing kite in general, pretty straightforward. Yeah, I guess they just don't want anybody to kite on them, or they don't want to see that kite on them. I look huge in this frame, by the way. Like I look like a fucking monster. I'm just like, oh, what's going on in here? You see that? It's crazy. Sorry, go ahead, Misty. Talk about the other one. Are you okay?
All right. Yeah, I was laughing at you and also explaining to chat that the reason you look so tired is because your body is processing expired meat, so you got meat sweats. We're not working you hard. You're just
Our
your body's
producer's
fighting.
apologizing. You do not need to apologize. It is very funny. You've done nothing wrong. Continue to talk, Misty. I'm sorry.
So Hugo Armageddon, I mean, I think the really interesting ban in this set for me is the fact the Nurgle is removed. We haven't perhaps mentioned the Draugr and the Nurgle as much as we should in terms of the potential damage output from these two ships, and the Nurgle is an assault frigate. So if it gets on top of you, it has an ADC, which means that even if you're shooting it, it can just bump its resists all the way up, and you're doing no damage, basically. It catches reps, and then you have to work your way through its EHP again. Alongside that, if it's sitting on top of you, its little Triglavian disintegrator is spinning really quickly. And T2 trig ships, they start at a lower DPS value than their T1 counterparts, but they can ramp up higher. So over time, it begins to do like 6. Okay, I can't say the next 7 to 800 DPS, and that's really difficult for a Logi to keep up with.
All right. Well, with that, let's hand it over to the arena and see just who will take it away. Nope.
Welcome back to the arena. You've got Phantomite and you've got Corvus Onzo here, and we're looking at two interesting teams full of a bunch of Tech 2, Tech 1, and Tech 3 ships. What can you see, Corvus?
Oh, hello there, fans. Bump It Away at the moment has Claymore, Loki, Cyclone Fleet, Onyx, Caracal Navy, and 2 Purifiers. I've been looking at the ships. Looks like they are heavy missile fits.
And it looks like on Bless the Cranes in Africa, we've got a lot of drone ships. They are 2 seconds away. I think what we're about to see is a whole bunch of drones exploding out of these ships and starting to fly towards those enemies there. Worth pointing out that Bump It Away did go towards the center of the arena to begin with and are now burning directly towards Bless the Cranes. They clearly want to rush them and get a whole big bunch. Yeah,
possibly
we're still talking
hands instead of heavy missiles. Looks like Bump It Away is burning straight at the Ishtar of Starrock.
Like Jordy says, the comps might
And
be
yeah,
bad,
you know,
and DPS going down now onto Starrock in the Ishtar.
Yeah, so that Ishtar there he's taking a lot of damage and he's immediately losing a lot of his armor. He is getting reps from his Aneros and he's just kind of bouncing backwards and forwards in the middle there. We are sorry for the advert that is running. The advert is not representative of what's happening on the grid. But at the same time as an Ishtar goes down, on the other team we do have a Navy Caracal about to enter Hull. He's just about being held away from losing all of his hull in one go. Bump It Away, Navy Caracal going down.
There.
But Bless the Cranes down in Africa have just lost their second
right
Ishtar. A huge amount of DPS gone from Bless the Cranes' team, while Bump It Away has only lost 1 Purifier. That Navy Caracal managed to survive. There is potentially critical mass of damage gone from Bless the Cranes.
That Navy Caracal absolutely free falling through armor and is now into hull. Looks like one of the Purifiers has also gone from Bump It Away as well. Magus goes down for Bless the Cranes in Africa.
I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that I could see reps just about applying to these ships before they die on Bless the Cranes, I'd assume that the Aneros are disconnected. But, you know, absolutely wild. That Aneros now is being webbed, though I'm not sure, quite frankly, that they need to bother killing the Aneros with its performance so far.
I think the Aneros has got his own set of problems from repping at the moment. It's webbed, it's tackled, it is currently going down. It looks like scrams and webs going onto the Caracal Navy now. Going to finish that off. Vario about to be FedExed back home.
Well, you say that, but you know it's webbed, it's scrammed, it's got those guys from Bless the Cranes out in Africa directly on him, but nothing's really happening to him. But a lot of things are happening to our red team. There is just
like the Aneos has gone down as well. So
a little bit of
EOS and
Ishka's left. EOS.
I will say, Fan, that Ishka is breaking your speed limit there. He is going over 2,000 meters a second. So
I've never heard of such a speed in my life. I don't believe you.
We've got webs and tackle going on to the Ishka now as well. It looks like the Ishka is not long for this world. I think we're going to be left with an EOS here, sort of playing the field itself at the moment. Not enough DPS probably to break anything that's left in Bump It Away.
It's interesting, Bump It Away came here with no Logi whatsoever. They didn't bring any Logi ships on their team.
Not an apostle in sight. Amazing.
That was first time for everything, eh? Maybe they were expecting to. Maybe they were expecting to light a Sino with the Onyx and bring one in.
They had it on standby. Yes, they had it on standby. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they're just going to be doing a little bit of cleanup on that EOS. The EOS is getting onto... no, he's not getting onto a beacon. He's fairly close to it, but he's not propping. He's just flying directly upwards. I think that it doesn't even look like his drones are even on any targets. No, they're on that fleet cyclone. It's taking fractions of its shield away from it, but
I mean,
it's
if
a foregone conclusion.
You gotta keep fighting, man. You gotta keep going.
Well, he's definitely going to try and keep going, but he is now webbed just at the same time as he tries to finally start MWDing. Maybe something he could have done a little bit earlier, unfortunately for him.
So in this situation, I think EOS is just going to go down swinging. That's about as much as it can do at this time. It's by itself, obviously. It's got nothing it can do. It's putting webs and strands onto the Loki.
What's the lightweight version of going down swinging? Is it going down wiggling?
Possibly, yes.
Now, it doesn't really matter to the Claymore, the Loki, and the Fleet Cyclone, about which ship they're shooting, because they all have perfect damage type choice. So they'll be pumping potentially some explosive, potentially some EM into this EOS here. It's unlikely that for this they've chosen kinetic or thermal, and he is vanishing now. Doesn't seem to have had a huge amount of EHP.
No, it's going to be down very shortly, and good win from Bump It Away. Aside from the advertising gaff we had earlier, they did pretty well. They went for the Ishkas first, got straight
Ishtar's,
in at
sorry.
0.
Ishtar's, sorry,
Ishtar.
But yeah.
Ishtar got
they didn't have any trouble with
0.
it.
Got their DPS on there. Fantastic work.
I think that's going to be back to the studio.
Hello, everyone, and yeah, sorry about that. It seems that Big Drone was trying to cover up their losses in that match as CVA roundly defeats Bless the Cranes. So, Misty, do you want to talk a little bit about the composition there in terms of the CVA team, bringing no logistics? Quite the risk, don't you think?
I do not, in fact, want to talk about the comps. No, I'm joking. The no logistics comp was actually fairly well executed. I think that by just committing all of their ships to damage and just brawling in, it's a gamble. I mean, if they'd gone up against any degree of longer range webs that could effectively split their team and prevent them all from burning in at the same time, it wouldn't have worked out so well. The Ishtar may have held a little bit longer, and the target that the drones were going on to may have not been moving at Mach 11 and been really difficult for them to hit. So a good gamble. It paid off this time. We'll see whether they continue with the trend of not bringing logistics ships. Maybe other teams get on board and decide, hey, logistics is for cowards, and my tank will be the fact that you are in a capsule, and I am not.
Yeah, I have heard someone say that the best offense is a good offense earlier today. So, CCP Jotun, what do you think Bless the Cranes could have done to really milk more potential out of that drone composition?
Here's the problem, Jintan, is that the issue they had was that they really kind of had like the best case scenario for the comp they were running, right? The issue with drone comps is that the damage is delayed, right? Because you send out your drones, you just out into space, and they go out there, and then they autonomously go about and do their dirty business. But they have to travel there to get there first, right? And contrary to popular belief, drones much slower than missiles. Also, much slower than basically everything else, all other weapon types. However, once they get there, they can do a lot of damage, which is nice. And that could be a problem, though, for like kite comms, for example, because if somebody's kiting away from you, then you launch your drones, and they're going to be flying, doing this, out after the guys who are flying away. Okay, they're going to, and they're just chasing after them. So it's going to be a minute before they get there, and they can attack. But with rush comps, they're coming at you this way, and so the drones are like, "Oh, hey, you're right here, baba booey," and so they do their business, right? So, that really though still is only going to work if you then keep that fleet that's running towards you from actually getting on top of you, because once they're on top of you, you're kind of shut of luck because they're going to do more damage than you on average. You need to kite away from them, and that was the real mistake they made here, was that they didn't have anything that could stop them from getting on top of them, because once Bump It Away got there, got through the, up on top of the fleet and were able to hold down the Oneras, hold down the Ishtars. It's a rush comp. Like, they're just going to burn through them with damage, and they ain't gonna do it. You know what I mean? So they really needed to get some more distance between the two of them. They needed, again, because they had the best case scenario for damage. If they want to put their damage on things, they want the damage to be coming on things that are coming at them directly. All right, easy peasy. And they had that, but then they had to do the part 2, which is go away. And that part, go away, and then part 3, stop the other guys from coming towards you. So that's what they should have done. They should have done parts. They had part 1, 2, and 3, a little suspect.
Yeah, so it's worth, I think, taking a step back here and just talking a little bit about what the teams are actually fighting for in this tournament in terms of prizes. Every team that's been taking part paid 2,500 Plex to be here, so that's apparently the price of Plex has increased quite rapidly since I last took a look at it. Since now 6 million. Doing some quick maths, I think that is about 18 billion ISK or 19 billion ISK per person. And in return for that, they get the opportunity to get a share of the Plex prize pool across all of the teams. So that is 125,000 Plex available for all of the winners, along with 300 billion in raw ISK, and this is the real kicker. The first prize, the first place team will be getting a Laylaps. Yeah, absolutely. One of the limited edition Alliance tournament ships, and this was donated to the Anger Games team for this tournament. And that's one of the most expensive and the most TQ powerful ships out there. Yeah. On top of that, sorry, go ahead.
CCP Zills, am I allowed to join teams? Also, Boilings, hit me up. Just asking for a friend. He's not going to pop up here and tell me, but I'm just kind of curious. Anyway, keep talking.
Yeah. And on top of that, the Anger Games team has also got from CCP some exclusive AG7 Skinner assets that will be used to create skins for the most used frigate, destroyer, cruiser, battleship, and logistics across the whole of the tournament. So it's going to give people the opportunity to really ride their flair on Tranquility as they deem it necessary, and really show their abilities kind of on, show their loyalty to the ships that got them the wins. Anyway, with that said, what would you be most excited to get out of that mystical might? I think I know what the answer is.
Out of the rewards?
Yeah.
Oh, naturally, it's got to be a good skin. I mean, Laylaps is nice and all, but I've already got one of those, so onto the skins, man.
Curious.
Actually, I don't know if I have one. I should log in and check.
Okay, never mind. I'm not.
Go on. You were going to say something?
Sure. I'm busy enjoying a frosty beverage. You need to go about your business.
I see.
Yeah, I do hear it is drip or drown on Tranquility these days.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Listen, here's the way I look at it, okay? We got some time to kill. Listen, we're just going to sit here and bullshit about whatever topics we can come up with for like 20 minutes. We got a match that we got to have to miss. So, like, chat, you're just going to get cool with things being weird for a little bit. Here's how I look at it, okay? That ham, probably not a good idea. Honestly, it's probably not a good idea. Probably not my wisest idea.
I will throw in real quick. The milk is not expired; it's fermented.
It's
good. It's good stuff.
This is that good. This is
it's got good cultures.
This is that good Icelandic shit. Look at that. Okay. Here's the thing. That ham probably got to be a problem later on. if I'm being real with you. This is probably going to have to be a bit of an emergency. This, though, has vitamins, and vitamins are good for you. So it's basically a health drink, the way I see it.
Milk is going to dilute your stomach acid, so that meat is just going to hang around.
It's vitamins is what your body craves.
Well, maybe it craves getting rid of the expired meat.
Misty, it's gonna do that. I don't know how else to tell you this one, bud. It's definitely gonna do that.
I'm gonna need you to vlog it, like I said. If you're gonna eat it, you might as well vlog it.
I don't think you want that. I really don't think you want what that is. Anyway, all this to say, what were we talking about?
Apparently, we're talking about a spaceship video game. Some people would say, that we might be slightly off topic, but personally, I think this is the perfect topic to be on. We're teaching people on there how to eat healthily.
Zero Dollface. Have you seen Jotun hold a cup or glass?
Really?
It's like a shot.
Yes. Here's a Coca-Cola can. Yep. Look at that. Don't ask why I have this random Coca-Cola can here. Don't ask me questions. Anyway, yeah, I mean, tournament games, and you two are tournament people. You've had success, some more than others. But tournament is all about preparation, right? It's not just about going out there and scrimming and doing your comps and all that. Bada bing, bada boom, right? You have to do all those things, but you also have to prepare yourself physically and mentally. And part of the physical preparation for a map, one, get plenty of sleep. Okay, I haven't done that, but you got to get plenty of sleep. Two, got to get yourself a good meal. I've tried to do that. I didn't succeed at it, but I did try. And three, you got to hydrate. So I didn't get sleep. I did try to eat some food. It was not good ham. And now I am hydrating correctly. This part, correct. Okay. Now, is it good to just drink an entire liter of milk in 10 minutes? Probably not. But,
you've only got to be on stream for another hour or so. It's fine, and you can just leave during the matches and watch them from the toilet on your mobile device.
That is true. This probably won't be a problem for an hour. After that, suspicious.
Absolutely. You see, now you've left me with the very fun topic of how do I bring this back onto EVE Online, a spaceship video game, again. It's really incredible. It's an incredible position. I feel like Mystical might earlier when I was asking what ships got buffed recently, and Mystical wouldn't know. He's a Nosec player. He gets the patch notes interpreted to him by his league of autistic minions.
That is true. That's exactly right.
Sadly, I do the interpreting. So
suspicious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has Misty frozen? Look at him.
I have not frozen. I was thinking about a way to link it back.
He was full on just like.
Yeah, I mean, okay. You know what? If we think about ham boats as your ham sandwich, and milk as their counter.
Yep.
What are the counters to hams? What is the milk of EVE Online?
Kind of ham. I mean, hams. Like talking for real for a second. I mean, any kind of gun spam comp, probably. And talking seriously instead of just memes for a second. Gun spam is probably pretty good against ham comps because you can usually outrange ham comps. Ham's notoriously short range, okay? Especially if you have some control in there as well. Keep some. They would have loved to have had that. Hey, good thing they didn't have that rapier, right? Because if they'd had that rapier, then they would be able to, you are approaching me. I see that you're approaching me. I would prefer that if you did not do that and you stay over there and you do not approach me. So they just web, do that, keep them over there. They didn't have that, obviously. But gun spam can usually outrange them, even if you have to swap ammo types to get something a little bit lower DPS. You can still keep it range, okay, and then just kite away. The enemy of the rush is the kite, if it's performed correctly. This was supposed to be a kite. It was not an ideal kite. But that is, they had, like I said, they had not a bad setup. Just they were missing the most important part, and then the most important execution part. So if they had those two things, then they would have been fine.
Mm-hmm. And given everything that CCP Milk and Expired Ham has been eating, I think he's about to be introduced to some bowel issues. Mystical Might, if someone out there was looking to be introduced to playing in a tournament setting, how would they go about that?
So, the best way that you can get involved in a tournament setting, one, don't be afraid. I think historically the commentary might have been a bit savage if people performed poorly on grid. Nowadays, I think it's a little bit more educational. If you fuck up on grid and you do something dumb, then we'll point it out, but we'll tell you how you can fix it for next time. The trick is to make sure that there is a next time for you. Don't do anything that is going to get you thrown off a team.
Yeah.
Don't intentionally throw. Now, if you want to get onto a team and you're new, one, you can just push. If you're in a group that doesn't currently have an Anger Games or an Alliance tournament team or isn't getting involved in tournaments at all, just push. Check to see if there's any interest. A lot of the practices happen on Thunderdome, which means that you don't have to invest any ISK into ships. The setup is actually fairly quickly. You can spawn items, you can multi-fit ships and just spawn it. You don't have to individually buy modules. It's all very, very simple, very chill. If you don't want to try and run your own team or, pass the buck on to someone else in your group to run the team for you, then there are channels, I think, on the main Discord and sometimes in these tournament-specific discords like the AG7 Discord, where you may be able to look for a team. You may be able to advertise yourself. You link your little Z kill. You show that you got your 300 kills and your 500 deaths. And you say like, hey, I am interested in taking part in a team. I know that for the Alliance tournament, I believe there was a fairly open practice session that people could go to get experience in the tournament, to get a vibe for what it was feeling like. I can't remember who was running those, but there are ways that you can get involved, right? The barrier to entry is a lot lower than it was before. I think because the reward formats typically, I think, now go down to the top 16 teams instead of like the top 2 and then the top 4. So even if you are investing a fair amount of time into the tournament, you still have the ability to make back some ISK. So you're not really losing out. And this way you're also getting some good experience. And really, it's just taking part. You take part, people spot you, they see that you do something really good, you make connections and friends. One of your friends moves on to another team, maybe you go with them. And, you can move up that way, or you can just further develop your team. And maybe sometimes you end up winning some prizes.
Absolutely. And the organization you were talking about there is Eve Rookies, which is run by Kevin Grumman. He was running some kind of drop-in, drop-out sessions. A lot of new people got their first taste of tournament gameplay through that. Really recommend that you look into that if you want to try out the tournament lifestyle without committing to a permanent team. Something else to note is that on Thunderdome, you actually have full SP, so you don't need to worry about, being a 5-year veteran with all of the SP points that you might need to be perfect on Tranquility. Everyone is on a level playing field, and it gives you the opportunity to try using some ships that maybe you don't have the money or the time or the friends to use on Tranquility. There is nothing better than being able to log on, play 2 hours of nothing but PvP. It's an opportunity you don't really get anywhere in EVE Online, and it's something that's kept me with the game through thick and thin for almost a decade at this point.
What I will add to that is that for tournaments like the Anger Games, where it's also run on Thunderdome, the SP that you have doesn't matter, right? On TQ. For tournaments like the Alliance tournament, your SP does matter, because even though the practice is on Thunderdome, you're going to be flying your main, or the character you choose to fly, on Tranquility. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that you can't take part. I think one of the greatest memes when it comes to new bros and their participation in the tournament was some brave pilot tackling some shit in a frigate, like a T1 frigate, just going, tackling something, and that tackle really helped to swing the match, right? You don't need to have a lot of SP. The reason that you need to take it into account is just to know that what you practice is what you can fly on Tranquility in the Alliance tournament. For the Anger Games, you can fly whatever the hell you want, as long as it's not banned in the rules and as long as it fits into the points. As an example for the Anger Games specifically, anyone who isn't taking part but did wish to, and maybe keep an eye out for the next the next Hunger Games 8, which is definitely coming. Thank you very much, Dirk and Zothrazel. There will be a looking for players or team channel where you'll be able to post your details. I say will with a lot of confidence for a man who does not know if there will be another one, but there will be a channel saying looking for players or teams.
Who can say?
Yeah, actually, that brings us on to an interesting point, which is some of the ships that you aren't seeing in the tournament so far. We have some of the interesting ones. Some of the newer ships actually be banned in this tournament just because of the power that they would give in this tournament, which is the Odysseus and the Cenotaph. Obviously, Mystical might.
Did they actually ban the Cenotaph like in the rules?
Yeah, the Cenotaph is just straight banned, Jotun. That's
cowards.
why we've not been seeing it.
Absolute cowards. I always knew it. I always knew. Dirk and Soth, these two, you can't trust them. Listen, the second best ship in the game, Friendship. First best ship, Cenotaph. All right. Denying the Cenotaph its rightful place on the podium is cowardice. That's what I say. Cowardice.
This is how you know Jotun is a wormholer, because he has terrible takes.
No, I have correct takes.
And as a wormholer, I think you would have been very interested in one of the initial rule changes that they were experimenting with, which was allowing the Nestor. Obviously, right now it is banned in all tournaments because of the ability to refit off of it, which just opens up so many opportunities for abuse and rule problems that just we can't allow it. But there was the potential to have that be fixed. What would you think a Nestor would be like if it was allowed in the tournament, Jotun?
Base as hell. Someday I'm going to get my dream. I'm going to achieve my dream of hosting a tournament where instead of doing 7v7 or 10v10 like a peasant, you have 3.5 billion tons of mass, and the other guys have 3.5 billion tons of mass, and you just like that. True wormhole PvP. Do whatever you want with the masses, you will. Bring a dread if you want. Bring triage if you want. That's my dream. Okay. CSP Zealous, you haven't said that we can make this happen, but I trust you. So let's make this happen.
Marky Mark, we are here to support you in your efforts.
Oh God! Oh, there he goes. Yeah, hear that?
God, it's the sound of God. It's the voice of God.
That's the voice of God, baby. That's it. I mean, the Nestor is really good. The massive game, that's so good. Oh my God! Especially if I host it because I'm huge. Okay, let's do this thing. In all seriousness, the Nestor is really good. It's really strong armor logic, even with just like T2 reps. It's pretty good. It is, it can be a little squishy, especially if you were to use the rule like we've got right now, where you can only use one T2 plate. It is, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how people would use it. It's strong. It's really versatile, but it's the reason why it gets used in wormhole space, by the way, which is the best space, obviously. The reason why it gets used there is because it's got good mass. Well, it's got good mass efficiency while also having like good buffer, right? Because you want something that can hold up under a lot of pressure until it can catch reps. At the same time, you want it to be mass efficient. It is mass efficient because it's just a little guy. So it'd be kind of cool. I'd be interested to see how people would do it. We're still gonna do that wormhole games though. I just need to find literally anybody else who wants to do it. So a man can.
I'm sure many people would want to see a Hordred versus 10,000 Rifters.
Let's go.
Anyway, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the bans for the next match, which is Questionable Choices versus Post-Pod Clarity. Misty, can you take us through the bans that Questionable Choices have made here?
Well, they've banned the Zarm, which is pretty standard. I mean, it's a love it or hate it type of ship. You got the Sleipnir and the Vindicator. I mean, two brawling boats. Pretty strong, I guess. We've seen the Vindicator, I think, win twice. Not necessarily sure the first win was purely down to the Vindicator, but the second win definitely down to the Vindy and the Valgorn. The Jackdaw ban is fairly interesting. It tells me that they want to keep their lower end alive, and they're probably going to run some Logi frigates, or they're going to have some E-War frigates, because I can see that the Crucifier, the Maulus, the Carries, they're all open, right? You've got the full suite of E-War available to you, whether that is tracking disruptors or damps or ECM. So really interested to see what the teams make out of this.
Yeah. The curse being open here is another rarity. It's going to be fantastic to see if either or perhaps both teams bring it. Jotun, can you take me through the post-pod clarity bans, please?
Yeah, they don't want to see webs, guys, and they got rid of all the webs. Got rid of Hugin, Rapier, Loki, Ashamu, Balgorn. That's all the web ships. Guys, they had a list of every ship that said, hey, this is a web ship. And they went, no, and got rid of all of them.
I bet you were the one typing in chat saying the Hyena isn't a good ship because you forgot it.
Okay, whatever. Sure. The Hyena as well. Okay. Yeah. Bal, webs. Loki, webs. Ashamu, webs. Also, Ashamu base as hell now. Hugin, Rapier, webs. They want no webs. They probably want to skedaddle, and that's why they got rid of all the webs. So that's what I'm saying. They're going to plan on seeing PPC skedaddle.
Yeah, it could be an indication of a 100 MN comp as well, just with all those long-range bans on webs. But anyway, we have the teams ready in the arena, so let's hand it back over to Corvus Onzo and Phantomite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for another matchup for the AG7, a questionable choice theory versus post-pod clarity. And I'm, of course, joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Phantomite. How are you doing so far?
Thank you. I'm doing great. I'm doing even better seeing a Navy Megatron on the field as a ship that has a special place in my heart from questionable choice theory.
Excellent. Post-pod clarity are bringing Aneros, Dracovac, Ikitursa, Vedmak, Sentinel, and 2 Draugrs. Very triangle-themed comp today. Let's see how they do. What are questionable choice theory bringing today, aside from the Navy Mega?
We're bringing a couple of great battleships, especially that Navy Megatron, as I said. But, other than that, they're fairly light on their DPS, other than those 2 battleships. So it'll be interesting to see what they can really do versus post-pod clarity's potential high DPS setup. And here we go. I mean, questionable choice theory there started with their key battleships at 0, and it looks to me like post-pod clarity are starting to try and go in a semicircle around them to try and engage the support for
looks like that Armageddon Navy getting into the thick of it there, straight in at 0. And it looks like they are coming together for a bit of a brawl here. The Aneros is pulling range here as well, getting quite a bit of...
Yeah, questionable choice theory. They've got a grapple applying to a Dracovac. It does appear to be slowly working as whatever is grappling it, the Navigeddon or the Navy Megatron, gets a bit closer. It's also webbed now, so that's going to slow down rapidly, and it's about to feel the full force of the Navy Megatron. Navy Megatron, of course, quite a bit faster than it used to be before it was given its plate mass penalty bonus. So, that's really been allowing it to get on top of this target here. You can see it's now grappled and webbed down to 13 meters. Oh dear!
Well, it looks like the Deacon is going down. The Deacon is going down here. That Deacon is in trouble.
It's sort of going down.
Might be able to catch it. Might be able to catch it.
I don't know. It's at full speed. It's got high resists, but I saw something amusing happen. That Navy Megatron burned directly towards the Dracovac. The Dracovac was really slow, was taking full damage, and then they bumped it and sent it at 0.5 kilometer a second, ruining potentially their own tracking.
Yes, must approach, must engage guns, right? We are looking at here the Deacon of Seth is still dropping. It is under reps, but it is still dropping, and it is bleeding.
Oh dear, there he goes.
This is going into structure.
Brutal.
And Deacon is down, slow death, but he held on as long as he could.
Well, the thing is, the post-pod clarity team, they've got to restart their spools now, and it doesn't seem to be much of a problem shooting a now other unsupported Deacon, but nonetheless they are starting again from scratch with every target that they shoot, with basically every single one of their DPS ships there. Ikitursa, of course, doesn't spool particularly fast, but the Dracovac does a pretty good job of that. That Dracovac is taking so much damage despite being at full reps for some time that they are just punching right through him with those 2 battleships.
The Dracovac is quite slow. I would be interested to see where the Ikitursa and the Vedmak lie, because you can get a lot of spool. Once it's spooled up, they do a lot of damage, particularly the Ikitursa as well, being a heavy assault cruiser. It looks like a Nurgle for questionable has just gone down as well. So we're looking at a loss of 3 for questionable, and nothing has died yet. I say that as the Drakevac free falls into structure here, being completely tackled and immobilized.
They're not making it easy for them, though. They're not making it easy for these battleships to actually eat these things. That Drek is still pulling some armor back to stop himself from dying. This is a Tech 1 ship, and it doesn't have super high resists like the Ikatursa has. That's going to be potentially one of their next targets, and it doesn't bode well if they're being unable to break the Drekovac so far.
That Oneros pilot doing absolutely miracle work there, keeping that Drek alive with all those Logi drones on it as well. We're looking at also the Armageddon navies now starting to get tracking disruption and also missile disruption on them from the Sentinel post-pod clarity.
Yeah, I mean there's a Vedmak that seems to have no fear coming in close to the Navy Mega, but he's gonna have a similar resist profile to the Drekovac, but the Drekovac is now fully repped up. I'm taking a look at the Navy Megathron to try and figure out what it's shooting. The Navy Megathron is still shooting the Drek, but the Drek is fully repped up. It doesn't look like they're really going to have much more of an opportunity to make much progress on any other targets at this stage.
Just looking at Gregory in the Mauler here, he's sitting out of range. He's putting a bit DPS down on the Sentinel right now. Of Star-Lord here. It looks like Star-Lord is broadcasting with reps, but he is webbed, so grappled and webbed now. And he is this Sentinel might drop here if this Oneros is concentrating on keeping the Drek alive. The Drek is scrammed and it is not moving at the moment, and it does have reps on it.
Yeah, that Drek is just he's just living absolutely perfectly. He's full
Megathron
armor.
Navy going down. Megathron Navy's going down as well. Your
spooling on
going
him.
down.
They've been spooling on him this whole time, and they're really hitting their stride. They're biting chunks out of that Navy Mega now. I would imagine that Drek and Icky are very highly spooled right now, and possibly doing close to 1,000 DPS each on that thing. Look at that.
The Ikatursa at this range with a Colt can put out around 1,400 DPS, so it is a slow burn up to 1,400.
It's had the time as well.
Exactly,
it's had all this time,
It's being held quite comfortably by the Oneros on the post-plot clarity team. It looks like the other Navy Armageddon is now going to face a bit of a reckoning here with those the disintegrators of the Drek, the Ikatursa, and the Vedmak, and the 2 Draugrs now sitting on it. Although one of the Draugrs has been tackled by what looks like the Mala.
I mean, that Navy Armageddon, he's neuting a Sentinel and a Draugr here, but he's not neuting the 2 or 3 biggest DPS ships that are going to be the ones that are notably harming him. But even if he was neuting the Drek, the Icky, or the Vedmak, they're going to have something. They're probably going to have a cap booster so that they can just keep on firing the entire time.
I mean, he can nuke them all day, but he's not. I don't think he's going to kill any of these guys here. Not with that Oneros absolutely chadding in the arena right now.
I'm not going to lie. I'm disappointed, Corvus. I wanted to see the Navy Mega shine, and it so nearly did with that Drek. I'm really, really pleased to see it on the field, but quite upset to see it do nothing, as it turns out.
Well, I know you favor the brawl, Fant, but unfortunately the times are changing. The Megathron with that plate bonus now is more akin to a rail platform now on TQ. So
that's what you think.
Really seeing it brawling.
Well, there's 20 seconds left, and it's obvious that even if they don't manage to take this Mauler down, it's not going to have to go to any overtime and super speed combat.
No, I think the Mauler's just gonna sacrifice here.
One beautiful explosion from the Armageddon there, and the Mauler has... Oh, it's over. There we go. Perfect. The Mauler lives another day. They can keep that free ship in their hangar. I believe it's time for some analysis.
Excellent.
Welcome back to the studio. You spool indeed. Mystical, it seemed like the spooling team there just had a fantastically easy time in killing off that low end. Can you go into a little bit about why that was?
Yeah, so one of the things that we often speak about when it comes to Triglavian ships is the fact that their disintegrator, their special weapon, you can only fit one, but when you cycle it, it does more damage every single cycle. What we don't often mention is the fact that they have very good tracking. So if you are trying to shoot some of these smaller ships, you're going to have a very good time, usually. Even if you can't hit them, you do have the opportunity to wrecking shot, which is another fun mechanic in EVE Online. So if you just cycle your gun, you have no chance in hell of hitting this ship. You just cycle it until you hit a wrecking shot, and you do you multiply your damage a bunch, and it just smacks. Not saying that's necessarily what happened to the Deacon. I believe that they just managed to, eventually grind the Deacon down, and then we saw the second one die almost immediately afterwards. It may even have been that the Sentinel managed to get newts on the second Deacon to prevent it from putting out reps, and that way you basically delete a ship from the game while the Sentinel newts are going. So, yeah, I mean, Triglavian ships are very good at deleting the lower end.
All right, and CCP Jotun, obviously there's a ship on there that I know that you are a very big fan of, the Megathron Navy issue, and I believe that that's its first appearance. Can you tell us a little bit about it and what makes it such a special ship?
Well, the Megathron Navy has the biggest nuts in the game. That's the number one thing you need to know about the Megathron Navy. It is the ship that you want to fly if you want people to know that you're cool, because it is a brawl ship. And they might somebody on this stream might have said, "Oh, it's a real gun ship." False. Okay, you slap neutron blaster cannons on that bad boy. You send it out there, and you get at 0, and then you hold on to somebody, and then you choke the fucking life out of them with your neutrons. It does like 1300 DPS cold if you're a little greedy and you go 3 mag steps. Now I'm saying that's what they're doing, but you could, and that's what you would get out of it. It's still almost 1200 with just the was just 2, which is pretty crazy. So problem is with the Mega Navy is that it can't do it all on its own, and that's what we saw here, folks. It is so easy to look at that and be like, oh, the Mega Navy is just not very good, but it had all these other ships in the back end that were supposed to be helping. They went up against a triangle comp, for God's sake. When was the last time a triangle comp did anything other than feed? And I don't mean the one odd Lashak from like 2 or 3 years ago when Lashak comps were kind of cracked and everybody was using them in like, that control comp that everybody was using at the time. It was like Lashak Widow or some shit. You know the one I'm talking about. Anyway, it's not that, okay? This was Drekovac, Iki Tursa, and then 2 Draugrs and a Vedmak. Really, really odd. A really, really odd comp, but flown really, really well. I want to give a huge prop, by the way. I'm like my good friend Phantomite, devastated at the loss of the Mega Navy. Its good name has been besmirched, and I feel bad about that. But shout out to Hauke Ikame Hebra, the Oneros pilot from Post-Pod Clarity, who was absolutely gaming out of their mind the entire time. Insane stuff. That was really well done.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Megathron Navy is one of the 3 discounted Navy battleships in this tournament, being only 61 points, whereas the rest of them are at 63 points.
Because it's garbage.
Apparently, Misty has determined that having nuts, garbage. You've got to have no balls to win in the Anchor game.
Think that. Get smoked. We need to do bands. Our producer's probably freaking out. Let's do bands.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's hand over to the bands and let's take a look at what's coming up in this next match.
What do we got?
We have From Spark to Flame going up against the Wormhole Hobos. I know yourself a little bit of a Wormhole Hobo, CCP Jotun. So why don't you take us through their bands?
Which they are? Oh,
they're blue. They're the light blue team.
Zarm, Hugin, Armageddon. Okay, just webs again. Just get rid of all the webs. And get rid of the Geddon. I actually love Geddon bans, for real. Anytime anybody wastes a ban on a Balgorn, I kind of tilt a little bit, but Armageddon bans are great because the Geddon has long newts, and it can just reach out and feel you from across the arena, and then just do one of these, and you don't want that, okay? You don't want that. The Balgorn can't do it as well. The Armageddon can. That's a good ban.
Mm-hmm. On the other side, Misty, what can you tell me about the From Spark to Flame bans?
I mean, we're seeing some of the rush removed with the Nighthawk and the Claymore, so that makes sense. The Sleipnir is still open, however, And, they ban the Maulers, you still have the Celestis and the Carries, but they do cost more in points. The one that really stands out to me is the Golem. We have seen a Golem earlier today. I believe there were a pair of Golems, actually, in a, not quite a Tinker, but Tinker-esque, reminiscent of a Tinker. It ate shit and died. But
pseudo-tinker, if you will.
We just got a disconnect, and so we're going to be a second. But did we ever figure out what that was, by the way? Was that like
what, the Golem? Yeah, it was just missiles.
Yeah, I believe the technical term for it, Jotun, would be bad.
Yeah, you can't tinker. So it was just golems for the sake of golems.
Yeah, it was a weird one. Yeah, I agree with you. The golem ban is very strange.
No, I mean, we'll see. It does have a bonus target painter itself, but I'm not necessarily sure that's enough to swing it as like one of the more important ships. The Balgorn's still open, for example. You've got the Vindicator open. You've got APOC open, NavPOC open. There's so many different battleships open that a golem ban is odd to me. Barghest is open too.
Barghest is open. Have we seen any Barg so far?
No.
And I mean, if they're worried about kind of like the bonus target painter, which is the main reason why you pick the golem over anything in particular, why is the hyena not banned? Is there something that they've seen in scrims? Yeah, is there something they've seen in scrims that we just aren't aware of? Who knows? Obviously, we're just going to be taking a couple of minutes here, just whilst we deal with some technical difficulties on a team. They'll obviously be punished as is appropriate for delaying it, but that gives us just a little bit more time to talk about that previous match. And Misty, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about why the Sentinel was so effective there against those Deacons.
So, small newt equals cycle fast. Sentinel, bonus to small newt, means suck lot. Also, bonus to range. So, Sentinel 20 kilometers from Deacon, cycle newt, wait, cycle second newt, wait, cycle third newt, capped out. Very good. No rep.
Very insightful.
Yep. It's also worth noting that the small newts cycle faster than the small cap injectors, which mean that it's basically impossible to keep yourself up, especially when you're going with Deacons. They only have one mid slot after you fit an afterburner, so there's just no real way to get things working there. It's almost always going to be dry after a couple of seconds, which is why it's so critical to triangulate.
Also takes about, I think, like 180 gigadjoules, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. So you cycle 2 of those if you have 400 cat boosters in your cat booster, like 400 charges, sorry, in your cat booster, then 2 cycles of a newt is basically capping you out. Plus, you're activating modules, so you cap yourself out as well faster. It's you effectively do get deleted from the game, which is why I think the Sentinel is often banned in tournament formats. And I think it's why we saw, even though it was being shot by a Nurgle in one of the previous matches, and the amount of damage that a Nurgle can do, it just neutered the Nurgle out so that it couldn't shoot, and then it walked away. It is fairly tricky to kill. Fairly tricky to kill.
I don't think it warped away.
Walked away, waddled.
Walked. You mean walked away?
Waddled away, like your beloved ducks.
It walked away.
It walked away.
That was a little rude. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Misty.
It's fine. I will have my revenge when the ham comes back.
It is planning revenge right now. Oh my god, Zealous is slamming me in chat. Look at that milkman. Give me a break. This guy. I'm surrounded by Brits. How did this happen to me? How did I get surrounded by the British? Everywhere I go.
You're the one who moved to Europe.
I've got Brits everywhere. I assumed I'd be surrounded by lovely Icelanders. Very kind, very demure, very chill. No, Brits everywhere. I got fucking overload on.
All right. Jotun, we have things already on the grid, so we're going to hand it over to the arena.
Alrighty then, look at this arena, Corvus. You got Fant and Corvus here, and we have a Fant and Corvus style setups on each side here. What do you love about what's on the field, Corvus?
I'm happy to see the Orthrus out for once. Could be interesting. Bonus to scram range, of course. Quite fast, rapid lights is the usual, but we'll see what happens here. Well, WH Hobos bring in an Alligator, Drake Navy, Orthrus Osprey, Navy Osprey, Navy Caracal, again 2 of my favorites, and a Jackdaw.
Now, something entirely unsurprising is happening. It looks to me like Wormhole Hobos are burning sideways directly for the From Spark to Flame Lone Guardian. They are burning for that. The From Spark to Flame blaster ships all started at 0, aside from their Guardian, obviously, and it now looks like they've got it painted, webbed. Oh, they've lost. No, they are holding a web on it, and it's about to vanish. It's losing armor so fast on that Guardian with just seconds into the game here.
Absolutely getting smashed right now. But however, I will counter that a lot of these kitey ships are now webbed by the hyena, possibly, of lugbirds, which is not a good thing to be in a kitey ship and a kitey comp at all.
I don't know how they lost the web on the Guardian, to be honest, but look at that. It made it.
Yeah, it'd probably be a drive-by web. You don't really want to stick at close range to pretty much anything here.
What for the Guardian? Were they worried that the Guardian was going to web it back or something like that? I guess we'll find out.
I think Sparks of Flame just literally turned town, just burn at the Guardian at this point.
But it looks to me like Wormhole Hobos squandered their chance. I might say that.
They did. And Hobos has lost a Calgary Navy, so a little bit of DPS has been lost on that team. Of course, with these kitey comps, you're going to need a bit of alpha to be able to burst through what you want to shoot at. It looks like the hyena now is dying. They've recognized the threat of that now, so it's getting painted, getting webbed. It is receiving armor reps, but
it's bouncing. It's bouncing.
I don't think it's going to suffer.
Is probably slapping it into half armor, and then it just comes straight back again. Again, I just want to say how impressed I am with Death Almirando's Guardian slipping away from them there, only to pull everything back. The Alligator now, possibly the tankiest battle cruiser on that grid at the moment, is now slipping into armor, which isn't going to be good for him. All of his notable EHP in the shield there.
Hobos do have a single Osprey, but it looks like the Alligator's been caught here, so it's not going to last very long, especially as a kiting ship. It's probably mostly speed and DPS, pretty much, and the Alligator goes down, of course. The key here is not to get caught. The Orthrus now, for Hobos, has now been scrammed. That will not last long if this DPS wing from Spark to Flame get on top of it here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they had to go on the Guardian. It looks like they squandered that chance. They had to go on the Hyena. They squandered that chance as well. And from Spark to Flame don't seem to be encountering any difficulties whatsoever, both in tanking and keeping up with their targets to keep them locked down.
Yep, the Astarte, of course, being a very, very good ship in this meta at the moment. First time I think we've seen in this tournament a Blaster Astarte. The ones I've seen, the games I've seen anyway, have been mostly Railgun ones, which of course it does do very well at as well. But that Blaster Astarte puts down a hell of a lot of DPS once it gets on 0.
I mean, it's got a much larger signature than, the Deimos's that they have not really had a go on. And that's kind of showing with the fact that the Astarte is taking big chunks of damage here. But reps are split between that Nurgle and the Astarte. And the Astarte is still dipping, weirdly. I wouldn't have expected that to be having the trouble here, especially now that there's only, half of Wormhole Hobo's fleet remaining.
Well, Wormhole Hobos are now in the process of losing a Drake Navy and an Orthrus here. Both are tackled and webbed and scrammed. The Osprey is doing its best to try and put reps on the Drake, but I don't think it's going to hold here. The From Spark to Flame team seem very much in control of this game here.
Yeah, they've pulled that Astarte back. Maybe this is fit without a plate or something and it's all resist. So it doesn't have all of the hit points, but it certainly has the ability to absorb a lot of damage once it is receiving reps. I mean, this is a nice advantage of having a Guardian on the field here that can fit a lot of different reps in the high slots, unlike the Trig Logi. So it's able to rep multiple people at a time. You can see it doing 4 people all at the same time at the moment, keeping them all alive versus the dwindling DPS from Wormhole Hobos.
From personal experience, a kiting comp trying to take on a Guardian with 2/2 resists can be quite a pain in the ass when it comes to trying to break that tank. Those T2 resists and the ability to rep itself as well do give it quite a make it a difficult target to engage. That's why at the beginning you saw a lot of burst damage, but once the rest of the team started burning towards that Guardian, the kite ships have no choice but to burn away and attempt to switch targets here.
I think this is one of those situations where you'd like to be interested to rewind and play an alternate universe where they did eat the Guardian the way that they looked like they were going to see how it would have turned out.
Oh yeah, definitely. The Guardian, of course, with the armor reps, apply at the end of the cycle, so getting as much burst damage onto the Guardian as quickly as possible is probably the only way you're going to kill it. Once it starts repping, it gets very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Say goodbye to the Logi Osprey. It is now just a jackdaw that doesn't appear to be really moving at any notable speed left.
He's been scrammed and webbed by the Magus here. It looks like Magus, of course, also very, very fast if you fit it in a certain way. There are no jump field generators allowed in the tournament, so we don't have booshing around the arena in this tournament. However, it still maintains quite a fast, can be used as a sort of supplementary tackle ship if needed. And the Jackdaw goes down. Let's head back to the studio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So, CCP Jotun there. We saw your favorite combined with your beloved. Has that match changed your opinion on the Hyena at all?
Brothers and sisters, I have seen the light. I will admit where I was wrong. I will admit I denied its power. I denied its majesty. But I'm a believer. I've seen the light. The Hyena saved a Guardian in the year of our Lord 2026. Heaven have above. The Hyena came down. It glittered its little webs all over the field and said, "No, you shall not harm my Guardian friend." And it did the job. Wow. That's a spiritual moment for me. I'm moved. Hallelujah. Praise the Hyena Jesus. My God. Whew.
Yeah, it really seems that your previous opinion aged like fine ham. Misty.
You fucking bastard. I mean, true, but oh my God.
Anyway, Misty, I thank you for letting me steal that wonderful joke. And also, what you thought that the Guardian did a fantastic job there. Can you kind of explain what they did that was so successful in order to take that match?
Well, first of all, it didn't die when it was getting shot, which is fantastic. That's kind of outside of its sphere of influence, right?
Yeah.
The Ham team had to mess up and let the Guardian go. But once it was free, oh boy, did it capitalize. I looked away. I heard in my Phantomite screaming about how the Guardian was dying, pumped full of damage. I looked back. The Guardian was going 2.8 kilometers a second towards the edge of the arena, and I was confused. However, after it got free, it coordinated well with its team. I saw one of the Nurgles burn in and help peel off the Orthrus that was burning after it, chasing it down. Once that was done, it was able to curl back around, get reps on that Hyena as it began to drop towards, 1/3 armor, kept burning past the Hyena once it was stabilized, and got reps on that Astarte, and made sure that everybody on his team stayed alive, which I think was a fantastic job. It really does show how important both proper screen and also good logi piloting is combined into with good communication, because the Ham team did look like it was in a position to win. It looked like it should have won. It's just the fact that they let the Guardian go, which may have been a miscommunication. It's the fact they left the Alligator behind, which meant that they lacked that damage. They strung themselves out, and they eventually paid the price for it.
Yeah, just to elaborate on your point a little bit too, you're absolutely right, because once it becomes clear they're not going to get the Guardian, you need to make the call to like bail, right? Because once you get strung out like that, you're done. Okay, they had all their damage sitting on top of one target, leaving the Alligator behind, and everything else is kind of just in this line of webbed targets all the way out towards the Guardian. You need to be like, okay, it's getting away from us. We have to regroup, come back over here. Then that needs to happen fast. It did not happen fast enough this time.
Absolutely. I'm not quite
Real
sure.
quick interjection before we go any further. I did set my sandwich down on the couch next to me, and the cat came up and sniffed it and went "Bleh!" and then walked off. So I think it's probably not a good sign.
Always a good sign when the animal doesn't want to eat what you're eating.
Yeah, not good. Anyway, what are you going to say, Jen?
Yeah, I'm just hearing that we are ready to take a look at the bans for the final match of this evening, which is If All Else Fails versus Deteriorated. We need to go through this a little quickly because we're just trying to make up time from the delays in that last match. So, Misty, can you take me through the bans of the red team there?
If all else fails, ban the Tengu, Deacon, Kirin, Armageddon, and Abaddon. I do like the Abaddon ban. Abaddon has been strong in previous tournaments. It is a brick that, throws on a little rave by shooting lasers at things near it, which is great. You also have the Kirin ban, which is interesting. I don't think we've actually seen any shield Logi frigate bans this entire, well, at least on stream A. There are 2 streams. There is a stream B. But on this stream, we haven't seen any of that yet. So that's interesting, and I have no clue why they've done it.
All right, and quickly, Jotun, which of the bands on the Reggie team are your particular favorite or stand out to you?
I think the Nighthawk ban is really interesting. Really, really interesting. Like Nighthawk ban just says like we don't want to see shield rush because you're not going to see it really in any other situation. But like then they've also banned out the Hugin and Rapier, which is signaling to me that they don't want to see kite either. So like, what do you want to see? What are you trying to aim for here, guys? It's very curious. I like it a lot. I don't know if it's the best ban in slot there, but it's an interesting one. It'll get the blood flowing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and something else to note again is that we've not seen the classic power pick of the curse. That's been the same for the last 3 matches, and no teams have brought it. It seems like a lot of teams are really afraid of it, and yet when it comes to it, these teams just aren't bringing it.
Oh, I'm seeing what's on grid. Oh, it's so cool.
Okay, yeah, it is very cool. We got one of my favorite ships on grid. So let's hand it over to the commentators one last time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of this day 1 of the AG7 here. We have If All Else Fails versus Deteriorated. And I'm, of course, joined by Phantomite one more time. How are you doing, Fan?
I'm great. And, I'm wondering if the If All Else Fails team is in a sort of slightly mixed up Rush team. We'll be about to find out. See if it's Rush versus Rush.
I've been looking at the ships. There are autocannons on both teams. So it looks like we're going to have a gun rush versus gun rush here. Links are going up.
It's nice to see a Macarial. Unusual to see it over potentially a second Sleipnir, but that's where their points fell. I guess it allows them to do so. We say Rush, but the If All Else Fails team is burning away as the Deteriorated team burns towards them. It does look like the Deteriorated team is looking to be a bit faster, so they might be about to force it on them.
Well, that Macarial does apply its ACs out to quite a bit of range, so being able to pull range and have them chase you in a straight line and drop that transversal down will pay dividends. It looks like the Sleipnir of Debbie's is going to be tackled here by the broadsword.
It's a powerful broadsword to be able to do that long scramming there. So it's they may not have other control ships on the field, but they certainly do have that to turn off the micro-warp drives, if not get them long webbed.
Yeah, it looks like this Sleipnir is in trouble. It does have 3 DPS ships on top of it right now. Sorry, 4 DPS ships on top of it right now. So it might be in a bit of trouble here. The broadsword also...
Not only that, but that Mac is scrammed as well, so he doesn't really do much with his running around when he's scrammed.
He's dropped scrammed. He's burnt out though. He's probably put I imagine he's put a neutralizer on the Tholos and enabled it to escape there.
So that is, of course, assuming that the Tholos hasn't gone full tank in the mids. It's a squishy ship. It's a prime target. It's something that they'll definitely want to be getting rid of, and it is indeed dotting the Macarial. It's not managing to dot any other targets at the moment. That dot is coming on and off the Mac. He's not keeping it on there completely.
Looking at the Osprey of Madness, it has a load of ECM drones around him as well. The Stabber fleet has died of Adira here, and the Tholos looks like it's taking some damage. Although that Osprey, maybe whether he's able to actually lock stuff and rep it. It looks like he is putting reps down, but it's a matter of time with that RNG with those ECM drones on top of him.
It's all over for that Sleipnir, the same as it was all over for that Stabber Fleet issue as well. The Mac he's remaining scrammed. He's not going anywhere in particular. They are now there we go. They're focusing on the Fleet Scythe instead. This is something that's always very useful. Is if you're struggling, you want to kill anything that's killable, rather than going necessarily for a big fat bundle of EHP like the Macarial, and that looks like that's what they've done with the Fleet Scythe. Looks like they're going to leave the Macarial until last, going potentially for the Stabber Fleet issue now.
That Pholos is getting newts off of that Macarial as well. Scythe Fleet issue is down as well. The Macarial getting reps here from the Osprey of Kyra. Stabber Fleet is dropping, but this is a shield comp. He is going to drop here into armor. It looks like he's been tackled as well by the broadsword.
The Osprey is being held with a web and a scram to stop him from trying to escape what's clearly about to happen to him. But, at the same time, the deteriorated fleet, they are on the verge of losing their Osprey, but they may not, but if all else fails, may not have enough DPS left to burn through everything else before they die.
Yep, I'm looking at the Tholos now. The Tholos is getting neutered by the Macarial at this point as well. I do have
not just neutered, but he's target painted, he's neutered, he's scrammed, he's grappled as well.
I don't think that Tholos is going to be long for this world. Looking at this now, the Outrider as well. It's good to see an Outrider here on grid. I know some viewers will be happy to see the Outrider here, although...
I'll tell you what, you're not seeing it on grid anymore.
No, it's gone now. It was fun while it lasted. Macarial and Jag. Now, the Macarial is now tackled by the broadsword. Sleipnir has a scram web on it and a newt on it, so it looks like the Macarial is trying to primary one of these Sleipnirs here, but I'm not sure how well he's going to do.
He's welcome to it, because you know what? This is a shield tanked fleet, and he's almost out of shields.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Now, assuming that these Sleipnirs have a local shield booster, they're going to be able to tank the Macarial for quite some time anyway, which is about to vanish. What a shame. It was nice to see the Macarial on the field, especially an autocannon one.
Yep, it looks like the Jag here, and if all else fails, is also now fully tackled and is going to die. But really good play from Deteriorated there. Even though they do not have a battleship on grid, they did really well with the Sleipnirs and the broadsword, of course. And what I'm finding is the heavy assault cruisers seem to be coming into their own when it comes to these matches.
Which heavy assault cruiser are we talking
about? Sorry, the
about?
heavy interdictor cruiser.
There we go. Thank you. Sorry. Yes. Well, as we've already touched upon, plenty of DPS, some really great tackle utility, and some great speed on some of them as well, just like the broadsword. It really works.
Yep,
they've got this tanking bonus as well that really, gives them a chance to turn those heavy interdiction points off and receive reps that some other ships just simply don't have.
Yep, and also, of course, you have the inherent Minmatar speed as well, which is really nice.
Well, it's all over. That was the last match. Complete wipe. Back to the studio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the final match of the evening. Jotun, do you want to just quickly say something about the Outrider, the T2 version of the Pioneer? What does it bring to this match? Typically it's a mining ship. Why would teams bring it?
Yeah, fascinating. So you have to compare the Outrider to the Bifrost and the Stork, because those are the other two shield command desis that you might see, and that's what it is. The Outrider is a command desi. So just looking, I've got the stats pulled up here, which I think is really interesting. Some of this I didn't even know myself. So it has the highest shield hit points of any of the three. It has 1,000 base hit points in shield compared to the Stork's 950 and the Bifrost's 830. It also has the highest structure hit points of any of the three, 1,500 compared to the Bifrost's 655 and the Stork's 680. Now it is significantly slower, to be clear. The Bifrost goes 345 base, the Stork goes 335 base, and the Outrider goes 300 base. But if you don't need it to be fast, if you're in a rush comp where all you're doing is kind of trailing behind the main force and you're not trying to kite away, the Bifrost is obviously sort of always going to be the best option in that slot if you're trying to kite, because the Bifrost is so fast. But if you don't need to kite, it doesn't really matter, and you've got so much more HP from it. It also has the highest cap of all of them. If that makes a difference to you, it's not really like it's going to be neuted out anytime soon. It has sort of middling resists, if we're being honest, but not bad. And it's pretty good. It's always funny whenever you look at like the back end of things, because the top end of these comps are typically very similar because you're allocating a lot of points, and so there's where the points lay tends to be there's a lot of like meta work that happens at the top end of these comps, because that's where most of the focus is. But when you get to the back end of the comp, and you get to all the little ships at just a couple points apiece, and you're just trying to figure out what's the best one in each of those. Also in chat, also pointing out, Outrider has 30% resist bonus from skills, which is crazy. It's tanky. It's not super fast, but it doesn't really need to be. And it's got a huge drone bay. I'm also being told by a fringe Canadian in chat, which is pretty cool. So Outrider might be tech. Apparently it's been a big deal over on the second stream. We haven't seen it at all yet so far on this stream. But maybe Outrider is going to be the shadow play, like the what the fuck, the from like last year, 2 years ago, the
Squall.
That's the one. Yep.
Here we go. There we go. CCP getting educated on their own ships.
I don't work in this game.
Yeah. Finally, Mystical Might. Obviously, you've been the Iron Man. You've been on this stream since the moment it started today. Do you have any general thoughts before we close out?
I was going to say, every single team that's taken part has put on a really good show. I think we've seen some overtime, with some reverse tie-dye, which has been great. We've seen a lot of different ships used, even if the archetypes remain similar. There's only so many things you can do in either line, but a lot of different ships. I think people have been really creative with what they've been bringing. And the great thing is, I don't think any of these teams are out, right? It's just a case of they're just fighting a little uphill battle now, which is absolutely fine. They still have the potential to go on and prove themselves. So I think this is really good. Yeah, it's been a good showing.
Hell yeah,
absolutely.
Missy ready to fall the fuck asleep. By the way, I don't know if that's obvious, chat. If you can tell, you can tell because he now looks like he's in like a '90s Polaroid. Like he's just moved further and further away from the camera, and it's gotten darker and darker. He looks like he could just be from like some kind of overexposed photo from like maybe the early 2000s. It's exactly his vibe right now. That's how he's about to just eat it. When this stream is done, he's gonna go like this, and it's gonna be over until tomorrow. Shout out to Misty, man. It's just a trooper.
Absolutely. So thank you very much to our referees for today in the main arena, which is Sylvia, Bertok Francis, and Sothrasil, as well as our cameras, Brett Thomas, Dirk, Novaterra Ren, and of course our long-suffering producer today, Delta Bacon. And most importantly, though, thank you to you, the viewers. We'll see you again at 16:55 tomorrow on this same stream, same place for more spaceship explosions. Until then, take care.